Chapter 46-22. After Ling Xiao entered the space-time corridor. Outside the space-time corridor, it was Ling Xiao's old acquaintance who appeared. Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao would never have thought that Lotus Flower was the dead spirit emperor. To be exact, the Lotus Flower that Ling Xiao released before was Lotus Flower Demon Lord. The dead spirit emperor in the world of dead souls was Lotus Flower himself. This guy also had 4 bodies. The other 2 bodies were nowhere to be found. Now, the 2 bodies had merged. Lotus Flower's strength was stronger than before. I didn't expect this kid to still be alive, and he even refined 2 Demon Lord and God Lord avatars. Lotus Flower was very shocked by Ling Xiao's survival. The reason why he didn't kill Ling Xiao was because he had his own purpose. At this moment, there were 10 people standing beside Lotus Flower. They weren't the dead spirit emperor. They were much stronger than the dead spirit emperor. They were the strongest fighting force under the dead spirit emperor, the 10 kings of hell. Emperor, can that kid really get that thing? One of them asked. Maybe, maybe not. It depends on fate. This kid can release my Demon Lord avatar. I'm sure he'll surprise me. Lotus Flower was still very confident in Ling Xiao. Not only did this kid release him, but he also resurrected after being killed by him. He still had to have some expectations for such a little guy. All right, the 10 of you don't have to worry about this. Get ready for the next step of the plan. This time, I've collected enough corpses. After I fully recover, I'll take down the 4 regions and 9 worlds to play with. Lotus Flower sneered. He would never forget the person who sealed him away. This grudge, he must take revenge. But now wasn't the time. On the other side, Ling Xiao was still thinking about the dead spirit emperor's intention. Those who could enter the space-time corridor, other than those divine body realm geniuses. There were even some terrifying existences whose cultivation levels couldn't be determined. The huge skeleton reminded Ling Xiao of the extinct giant race. The giants were at least 7 to 8 meters tall. Furthermore, he was born with divine strength. Ever since the chaos of the ancient times, they had disappeared. He didn't even see a corpse. It was as precious as a dragon bone. He didn't expect to see it here. The most amazing thing was that the bones of these giants were not eroded by the wind. Even after countless years, it was still as hard as steel. Ling Xiao sent all the 12 skeletons he could find into the mountain river world. Someone would definitely use such a treasure. Disciple, have you noticed the strangeness of the space-time corridor? Suddenly, the Yuan Venerate's voice was heard. Well, I also noticed that the time here seems to be still. Ling Xiao said. Rather than calling it static, it would be better to call it reincarnation. Moreover, it's a cycle that occurs once every 10,000 years. Yuan Venerate said. No wonder it's called the space-time corridor. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. But 10,000 years shouldn't affect us, right? No. The situation doesn't seem to be that simple. You've also noticed that not only does time reincarnate here, but it also passes very quickly. 300 years in here was only equivalent to 1 month in the outside world. Basically, a day is 10 years. The Yuan Venerate couldn't help but panic. Disciple, if you don't leave this place quickly, you might very well die of old age. A month is 300 years, and your lifespan is only 500 years. Do you understand? It's really a scary place. Doesn't that mean that if I stay here for 10 years, it'll only be a day outside? There are also benefits to this. If I stay here and cultivate all the time, won't I be heaven-defying when I leave? Ling Xiao laughed. That's impossible. Haven't you noticed that the spirit energy here is extremely thin? It's practically non-existent. The speed of cultivating here for 10 years isn't as fast as cultivating outside for a day. It's meaningless. Therefore, you'd better hurry up and find what you want and leave this damned place. The Yuan Venerate urged. Understood. Ling Xiao suddenly realized how those people had turned into skeletons. They might have only been in here for 1 or 2 years. However, they had been in here for more than 3,000 or even 6,000 years. It was no wonder that their bones had weathered away. Ling Xiao didn't dare delay and began to search for the location of the ocean's aura. It seemed to be in the depths of this magnificent hall. He began to walk forward. The deeper he went in, the stronger the cultivation of the skeletons. An emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. After one of the skeletons turned into powder, an intact emperor weapon appeared. Black Tortoise Token, Little Gold, who was in the Dongshang Emperor ring, exclaimed, Black Tortoise Token? What's going on? Little Gold, do you know this person? Ling Xiao asked. Of course I know him. This Black Tortoise Token is the personal treasure of the Divine Armor King of the Savage Beast region. The Divine Armor King was a figure from thousands of years ago, and was also one of the popular candidates for the position of Beast Emperor. Later on, he failed to become the Beast Emperor and mysteriously disappeared. Who knew that it would actually be here? Little Gold explained. No wonder. Ling Xiao put away the Black Tortoise Token and placed it in a compartment of the Dongshang Emperor ring. Perhaps the 108 treasures mentioned by the Black and White Impermanents were obtained this way. They were really good at fooling people. Ling Xiao searched for treasures along the way. He didn't even bother to look at the Emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns and directly put them into the Dongshang Emperor ring. When the time came, he could give them to the people of the Heavenly Empire. He kept the Monarch weapon with only 9 dragon patterns in one of the compartments. What 108 treasures? Ling Xiao had only walked for an hour and had already collected 200-years-old Emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. Especially from one person, he had obtained 100 of them. It could be seen that this person should have entered the space-time corridor like him. Although he had collected so many treasures, he still died of old age here in the end. Seeing him, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little sad. Thinking that he might end up like this, he really sighed. Kid, don't despair. Don't forget that you have the soul of the undying divine beast. I suspect that this is very likely a hiding place set up by the undying divine beast. As long as you can obtain the relic of the undying divine beast, you can change the situation here. The lifespan you have lost can be regained. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. This sentence was like a wake-up call to Ling Xiao, who immediately regained his composure. Sometimes, it was really good to have such a master by his side. Kid. Suddenly, an abrupt voice was heard. Ling Xiao was startled, because he had heard this voice a few times. He had heard it when he had entered the city of no return previously, and now he was actually hearing it again. Who is it? Ling Xiao asked cautiously. Don't be afraid. I don't have any hostility, the voice said. There are 3 paths ahead. The one on the left will lead you to where I am. Ling Xiao took a look and saw that it was indeed so. There were 3 paths in front of him, and each path led to a door. End of chapter. Chapter 46-23. Senior, could it be that you're also trapped in this space-time corridor? Ling Xiao didn't move. Instead, he asked, because he didn't know who the other party was or what his purpose was. That's right. I stepped into this place a long time ago and ended up trapped here. I can't die or get out. It's really a kind of torture. I can feel that you have the aura of the 12 beast gods and the Lotus Sutra, Dongshang Emperor Ring, Dongshang Heaven Sword, and Dongshang Demon Sword. The voice said again. Ling Xiao was really afraid that he would say the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. But fortunately, even so, it was shocking enough. This old monster could basically see all the treasures on him. Senior, you're really strong. I was scared by you. How should I address you? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Anyway, the other party couldn't come out. He just had to be careful. The worst-case scenario would be the same as what happened to Emperor Lianhua. He would just be killed. Anyway, he could still be resurrected, so he wasn't worried. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Xiao walked to the passage on the left. Through a door, he saw the senior, who was trapped there. This person had no physical body at all. Only bones were left, and there were many cracks on the bones. It was obvious that he didn't have long to live. You still came. I was really afraid that you wouldn't come. It would be a pity if I died like this. That person sighed. Did the Golden Emperor give you the Heart of Gold? Senior, you even know about the Heart of Gold. Ling Xiao was shocked. There's nothing strange about it. The Heart of Gold was originally mine. That person laughed. Could it be that you are? Ling Xiao looked at the white bones in front of him in surprise. Just guess it. There's no need to say it out loud. When I left, I gave the Heart of Gold to the Golden Emperor today. Now that I think about it, thousands of years have passed. Are you his disciple? The mysterious man asked. No. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, to be honest, I found this thing in the ancient tomb of the western region, so that's how it is. Looks like that little guy doesn't need the heart of gold anymore. He has finally grown up. The mysterious person smiled and said, for you to be able to obtain this heart of gold, it's also considered fate with this old man. However, you're using it the wrong way. I haven't been able to unleash the true power of the heart of gold. Senior, can you tell me? Ling Xiao also wanted to know what other uses the heart of gold had. Other than being able to greatly stimulate his potential, what other uses did it have? The mysterious man nodded. First of all, you have to know that the heart of gold is not a real heart. It took me 10 years to refine by fusing my martial will and experience into the otherworldly gold. Although the outer world gold looked no different from gold, it was a completely different type of metal. It could fuse with a person's body. It can even fuse with the martial will and experience. So that was how it was. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he silently noted it down. Everyone probably knew that the so-called experience was the summary of the process of cultivation. With these experiences, he would be able to avoid many detours in his cultivation. As for martial will, it was something of a higher level than experience. It was a martial artist's understanding and comprehension of the martial Tao. It was something that was even more precious than experience. The combination of the two could make a martial artist. Although the martial will was different for everyone, every Tao led to the heavenly Tao. In the end, the martial Tao would condense into the heavenly Tao. Ling Xiao could use this mysterious man's martial will to perfect his own martial will. Every time a martial artist wanted to break through to a new realm, their martial will had to be improved first. Theory was always the guide for practice. Without a breakthrough in theory, practice would always be stuck at a certain realm. For example, from the divine core realm to the divine body realm. If the martial will didn't reach the required level, it would be impossible to break through. Ling Xiao finally understood how precious the heart of gold was. Finally, I'll give you one more thing. The mysterious man smiled and said, now that I'm giving it to you, I can die in peace. I won't have to suffer anymore. Ling Xiao's mood suddenly became agitated. He didn't know what this mysterious man was going to give him, but it definitely wouldn't be something ordinary. The mysterious man waved his hand. To be exact, it was a hand bone. A sword suddenly appeared in front of him. The moment this sword appeared in front of Ling Xiao felt that it was still above the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. The blade of the sword was wider than ordinary swords, and it looked like a two-handed sword. There was an opening in the middle of the blade, as if it was a mouth. There were also strange demonic beasts carved on the hilt. Suddenly, the entire structure gave off a ferocious feeling. But the strange thing was that there were no dragon carvings on the blade. Was it not an emperor weapon? But if it wasn't an emperor weapon, why did it feel so terrifying? He could even feel the ferocity of a primordial beast. I believe you've also noticed that this sword is very special, and it might be the only one in this world. No, at the very least, it's the most unique sword I've ever seen in this world. If it wasn't for the fact that I've become like this, I really wouldn't be willing to give it to you. After all, it's like an old friend of mine. It's been with me for far too long. The mysterious man didn't cry, but Ling Xiao seemed to be able to hear his sobbing. Could it be even more precious than the heart of gold? Ling Xiao asked. Heart of gold. The heart of gold is trash in front of it. The mysterious man smiled and said, you'll understand in the future how magical this sword is. Ling Xiao was really shocked. He felt that the heart of gold was already a terrifying thing, but it was only trash in front of this sword? How powerful was this sword? The mysterious man gently stroked the sword in his hand, reluctant to part with it, as if he was reminiscing about the glorious past. I relied on it to make the Golden Sky region an existence second only to the Eternal Emperor region. It's a pity that even now, I still can't fully understand the true essence of this sword. It's something that the laws don't allow to exist. If you possess it, it's equivalent to going against the laws of the King of Sovereigns. You'll face even more troubles and difficulties. This is my warning to you. Do you still want it? The mysterious man asked while looking at Ling Xiao. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao didn't even think before he smiled and said, his martial Tao was a heaven-defying Tao. Whether it was to restore the glory of the human race's sacred dynasty or to avenge his master, all of these would inevitably offend the seven sovereigns and the king of sovereigns. This was the path he walked. This sword, to him, was too suitable. I didn't misjudge you. Kid, you might be the only one who can control this sword. You might be even more suitable than me. Take it and see if it's willing to recognize you as its master. If it's unwilling, it's useless even if I want to give it to you. Finally, the mysterious man retracted his reluctant gaze and handed the sword to Ling Xiao. Chapter 46-24. Do you know the characteristics of this sword? The mysterious man laughed. The pattern on the hilt should be the fierce beast Tao Tai from ancient times, right? Ling Xiao asked. There was a Tao Tai cub living in his universe of Tyrant. Tao Tai was also known as the star-swallowing behemoth. It was said that it came from the extraterritorial region in ancient times. Since it's Tao Tai, it must be related to devouring. You actually know Tao Tai. Unfortunately, there is no real Tao Tai. If there is, this sword will be even more terrifying. The mysterious man laughed. Ling Xiao smiled secretly. He had a Tao Tai, although he hadn't taken it out for a walk for a long time. That guy was still alive and well in the universe of Tyrant. What if I have Tao Tai? He asked. If you have Tao Tai, this sword will be a real Tao Tai feast. Its devouring ability will become completely powerful. Tao Tai will reside in the sword space and make the power of this sword more terrifying. The mysterious man replied, Devour what? So what if it devours? Ling Xiao asked again. It can devour treasures, weapons, essence, and true essence. Treasures and weapons can make it evolve continuously. Essence, and true essence can make it stronger. The mysterious man said, I see. There is a weapon that can be cultivated. This is really surprising. Ling Xiao had never seen such a weapon. It could be cultivated like a martial artist. I call it the Tao Tai Feast. Of course, you can call it by another name. Reverse God Sword. Reverse God. Not resigned to fate. Reverse God Sword? Ling Xiao liked this name. He did not like to live under the rules set by others. He wanted to be the one who made the rules. I like it, Ling Xiao said. That's good. Take it. The reverse God Sword was finally in Ling Xiao's hand. The moment it was in his hand, Ling Xiao seemed to see a ferocious beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, trying to devour him. Interesting. Ling Xiao laughed and woke up the sleeping Tao Tai. Tao Tai emerged from the universe of Tyrant. The mysterious man was stunned. You, who are you? He had thought of many things and felt that Ling Xiao was a rare genius. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to possess the mountain and river martial spirit and the Tao Tai beast. He can be considered half a human king's successor, Ling Xiao said indifferently. At the same time, he sent the Tao Tai into the Void God Sword. In that instant, the Void God Sword blossomed with incomparably resplendent light. 9 dragon patterns were displayed. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could clearly sense that the Void God Sword was alive. He had his own cultivation base. Furthermore, he was at the first level of the Divine Body Realm. The Void God Sword had 2 characteristics. Holding it in his hand, it was a weapon that was constantly evolving. If released, it would be a ferocious beast, a beast that constantly cultivated. Currently, it was a weapon with 9 dragon patterns. A giant beast at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Who would have thought that the effect that this old man has always wanted but never been able to obtain would actually be realized by you? Looks like this sword belongs to none other than you. The mysterious man laughed excitedly. Although he was expressionless, although his laughter was also very strange. He was really happy. This sword may have a limit, but this old man does not know where its limit is. It's better for you to experience it yourself. The mysterious man seemed to have put down a burden and was finally at ease. In theory, this sword had no upper limit. Of course, he would only know what it was in the future. Taoya's Feast, this name was not bad. It was really vivid. However, Ling Xiao still preferred the name of the Void God Sword. The mysterious man continued, when this old man obtained it, it could only be regarded as a piece of scrap iron. Later, I discovered its secret. Finally, it became an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. During this period of time, in order to save me, it turned itself into a weapon without dragon patterns. However, the Taotai entered it and revitalized it. Now, its starting point is an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. However, this old man reckons that if it wants to continue to advance, it will need to absorb more emperor weapons in essence. Where did this sword come from? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The depths of the eternal desert. The mysterious man said, in the eternal desert, there is a place that is much more powerful than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We call it the Eternal City. It is also the closest force to the eternal desert. Forget it, no matter how much I say, you can't go there for the time being. It's better to steadily increase your strength. At this point, the mysterious man suddenly stopped. Senior, please explain more clearly. Ling Xiao longed to know the secret of this world. Forget it, there's no harm in telling you. Speaking of which, the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are actually like ants compared to the eternal desert. Even if an ant looked up at the sky, it was impossible for it to see how big the world was. However, the ants of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are also working hard. Finally, in the eternal desert that is closest to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, we found the Eternal City. It is called the Eternal City, but it is very big. It is bigger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds combined. The Eternal City controls tens of thousands of powerful forces around it. Some of these forces are countries, while others are sections. Countless experts are proud to be able to enter the Eternal City, because only by reaching the Eternal City can they find the key to the second reincarnation. Only then can they become the strongest on this continent. Perhaps it is their legendary god. There is a legend about the Eternal City. It is said that the 12 beast gods came from there. That is their home. Therefore, the Eternal City is also called the Black Tortoise Domain by many people who worship the beast gods. It means that the Black Tortoise continent is where the gods live. Why were the beast gods born, and why were they destroyed? These are all mysteries. This was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of the Eternal City. He only knew of the Eternal Desert. Now, it seemed that the mystery of the Eternal Desert was gradually being unveiled. Ling Yixue, Grandpa Hong Qi, and the secret of the 12 beast gods. Perhaps all of them could be revealed in the Eternal City. Thinking about it made him a little excited. Let's try to feed this guy first and see if it can level up. Ling Xiao took out a pile of monarch weapons. They were basically 3 or 4 dragon patterns. No, these are useless. If you want it to level up, at least let it devour monarch weapons of the same level. The mysterious man smiled. It can't be. Ling Xiao felt a little heartache. It actually wanted to devour monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns. This was too exaggerated. But thinking about it, he now had 200 monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns. He could only accept it. Hey, feed it crazily. The reverse god sword turned into a Taotai and continuously devoured the monarch weapons. After devouring 100 monarch weapons with 9 dragon patterns, it finally had one more dragon pattern. Monarch weapon with 10 dragon patterns. 10 dragon patterns was already the most powerful monarch weapon of the mortal grade. How extravagant! Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. However, the fact that this thing could evolve was finally confirmed. Return. He let the reverse god sword return to the universe of Tyrant and turned into a Taotai beast to rest. Come and read him. Chapter 46-25. Senior, do you know that there's a cultivation technique in this reverse god sword? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Cultivation technique? I don't know. The mysterious man was a little confused. I see. It seems that only by fusing with Taotai can the cultivation technique appear. This cultivation technique is the reverse god art. It seems that I can't cultivate it for the time being. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. He knew this cultivation technique, but he couldn't cultivate it. It seemed that he could only slowly explore it. However, he was much better than this old senior from the Golden Sky region. The other party didn't even know that there was a cultivation technique like the reverse god art. Senior, is there anything I can help you with? Ling Xiao felt that this old senior had helped him too much. Not to mention anything else, just this reverse god sword had benefited him a lot. One had to have some conscience. Little guy, you're a conscientious person. However, I don't seem to have anything to entrust you with. Things have changed with the passage of time. I don't know if my family is still alive. If you reach the Golden City, please take this memory medal and find this person. I haven't been married in my life. I owe this woman a lot. She said that she would wait for me. If she's doing well, don't disturb her. If she's not doing well, please help her. Take the things in my storage ring. As he spoke, he tossed out a storage ring. Ling Xiao picked it up and put it into his Dongshang Emperor ring. He bowed 3 times to the mysterious man. Farewell. He turned to leave. Suddenly, he heard something shattering behind him. He stopped, but he couldn't bear to look back. Tears had already fallen from the corners of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and ran out. Don't worry, Senior. I'll definitely complete your entrustment. Taking a deep breath, he walked in the direction of Yushan's aura. It was still a door. After stepping through the door, they arrived at a magnificent hall. In the hall, there was a shining ball. Yushan's remnant soul was sealed inside. Including these remnant souls, Yushan's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were only left with 3 spiritual souls. The 7 physical souls were all collected. Keep. For others, it could be said that it was very difficult to collect this thing. However, he had the spirit seed of the young god, so he didn't have to do it deliberately. The remnant soul would automatically return. As the 7 spirits of Yushan separated, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that Yushan's soul was getting stronger. Rumble. Oh no, this place is going to collapse. Let's go. Yuan Venerate said anxiously. This is a different dimension. If you are trapped inside, you may never be able to get out. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. It was just that where they were going to leave this place was a problem. Just as he was feeling anxious, the God Beast soul appeared and guided him. Go. He sped away. At the same time, outside, Lotus Flower saw a shocking scene. The dark space-time corridor actually began to crumble. No. What the hell is this guy doing in there? Lotus Flower was furious. What he wanted was the good stuff in the space-time cloister, the Void God Sword that he had been dreaming of. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The door was completely shattered. The space-time corridor completely disappeared. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Lotus Flower was extremely angry and irritable. Kill all the martial artists that came in. The dead spirit Emperor's anger was burning wildly. It had reached the limit. Emperor, do we have to do it too? 10 Yama Kings? No need. After collecting so much blood and souls, I have already opened the seal here. Come with me to find my other 2 avatars. As for those bastards, leave them to the dead spirit king and the guards. Lotus Flower gradually calmed down. Although the Void God Sword was something that he was determined to get, now that it had disappeared, there was no need to think about it anymore. It was better to focus on his own matters. Yes, Lotus Flower and the 10 Yama Kings left at the same time. However, what the dead spirit emperor didn't know was that a minute or 2 after he left, Ling Xiao appeared in the world of souls. This seems to be the shelter that I have been to before. Interesting. I didn't expect this place to be connected to the space-time corridor. Ling Xiao looked at the situation around him and smiled. Almost all the undead creatures here had been slaughtered. It should be the work of the Patriarch Society and the Beast Gods Alliance. The problem now was what to do next. According to the rules, he had to hand over half of the things to the Patriarch Society. Before he came in, he didn't take this rule seriously. The world of souls was originally an ownerless place. Whoever had the ability could take the things. Now that the Patriarch Society had forcefully occupied it, they made others work for them. Ling Xiao was very unhappy. Although he had already fed the Void God Sword 100 Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns, there were still 100 Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. There were also thousands of Emperor armaments with 3 dragon patterns and 4 dragon patterns. If he had to hand over half, he would die of heartache. Based on what? I fought with my life on the line. But in the end, you have to take advantage of me? No way. Cold Plum, Little Gold, and Dong Huang, you were all released. Little Gold had Death and Withering, and Dong Huang, you had Ghost Lamp. They were all Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao gave the Black Tortoise token to Cold Plum. In this way, the 3 of them each had an Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns. Their strength would definitely increase greatly. This was because Ling Xiao knew that he was about to face a very fierce battle. Not against the undead race, but against the Patriarch Society. He was now at the 4th level of the core fragmentation realm, and his body had 8 dragon patterns. There were also divine venerables and demon venerables. And the Void God Sword could also transform into a 1st-level divine physique echelon Taodai to fight. It could be said that its combat strength was extremely strong. So he didn't care about those guys at all. Run. The undead race is rioting. Suddenly, a group of warriors rushed over from afar. These people were being chased by 11 undead kings, and the undead army led by the black and white impermanents. The undead emperor's aura seems to have disappeared. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the city of no return. The aura there had become much weaker. If the undead emperor was here, he might choose to escape. But now, it was time to release those trapped souls. Little Gold, Cold Plum, you follow me and kill the undead race. Ling Xiao could choose to escape, but he didn't. He was almost killed by the undead emperor's scheme. He had to take revenge. Anyway, the undead emperor wasn't here now. It was a good time to stain the Void God Sword with blood. The interesting thing about the Void God Sword was that you could see its dragon patterns, but others couldn't. In this way, even if he took it out, it wouldn't be too eye-catching. Yes, Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Dong Huang, you had been bored out of their minds in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. When they heard this, they all cheered in unison. The 4 of them turned into 4 streaks of light, moving in the most beautiful reverse direction. Most people were running, but they pounced on the undead race. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. Who are those 4? Do they want to die? Idiot, don't you know Prince Jean and Kai Dai from the Savage Beast region? And that Dong Huang Yu is a fugitive wanted by the Patriarch Society. Who's the other one? I think he's the one who killed Yuhua Tianrui and Yuhua Tianma. M. Chapter 46-26. The appearance of Ling Xiao and the others clearly gave the human ancient martial art practitioners a huge advantage. The human martial artists originally had Sheng Yu, Lang Qingqing, Zilin, and Bai Long, who were all at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. With the addition of Ling Xiao and the rest, the undead spirit tribe was completely suppressed. The most powerful undead spirit king was only at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. Also, because they had different souls and bodies, they couldn't unleash their true strength. Therefore, it was inevitable that there would be disagreements in the battle. Therefore, the 11 undead spirit kings were basically at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao faced the black and white deities. Facing 2 divine physique echelon powerhouses, he wasn't afraid at all. It was also his first time using the combination of 3 bodies: Demon Lord, Divine Lord, and True Lord, perfectly fused into one. It allowed Ling Xiao's combat strength to reach the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon instantly. With the reverse God Sword in hand, the black and white deities were forced to retreat. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Ling Xiao consecutively activated the Sun God's Blood Formation, the Dragon God's Frost Formation, and the Ocean God's Underworld Formation. The 3 formations combined into one. This caused the black and white deities to suffer. Of course, outsiders didn't see this battle because Ling Xiao used the martial soul barrier. He didn't want others to know that he had the Demon Lord and Divine Lord. Damn it, he actually got the reverse God Sword. Even the Emperor didn't get it, but he got it. The black and white deities were terrified. Not only was Ling Xiao's combat strength off the charts, but the reverse God Sword in his hand was also an Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Even a 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist would be defeated, let alone a 3rd-level divine physique echelon martial artist. You 2 bastards, under the dead spirit emperor's instigation, you actually made us kill each other. Today, I'll let you have a taste of death. Ling Zhao's attacks became more and more ferocious and powerful. Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Suddenly, he used the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. With the enhancement of the undead beast soul, the power of the Cosmic Light Divine Fist also became more terrifying. At that moment, the black and white deities seemed to have entered a standstill. A look of extreme fear appeared on his face. Kill one first. The Cosmic Light Godly Fist found White Impermanence's head and smashed down. With just one punch, the head exploded. After killing White Impermanence, Ling Xiao had the Void God's sword absorb his essence. In that instant, the Void God's sword's strength increased. He had reached the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon. As expected of an opponent at the third level of the Divine Physique Echelon, Black Impermanence saw that White Impermanence was killed. He frantically pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and used the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow to appear behind the Black Impermanence. The Void God's sword in his hand didn't need to use any technique. It simply stabbed down and pierced through Black Impermanence's head. In a battle of the same level, he would never lose to anyone. The feeling of being a powerhouse was really great. However, even though it felt good, it didn't help him improve his strength. Therefore, after killing Black Impermanence, Ling Xiao withdrew his Demon Lord and Divine Lord bodies. The Void God's sword once again absorbed Black Impermanence's essence. But this time, there was no improvement. It seemed that after the Void God's sword's cultivation improved, it needed more essence. If he wanted to improve again, he would have to kill at least one fourth-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist or many third-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. He removed the martial soul barrier. Ling Xiao found that the human martial artists, who were originally at a disadvantage, had gained the upper hand. Of the 11 Death Spirit Kings, the Corpse Ghost King had quietly disappeared. Only 10 were left. 2 were killed by Little Gold. Cold Plum killed 2. Demonic Flood Dragon killed 2. Of the remaining 4, 3 were killed by Shangyu, the Silver Dragon, and Zilin. The last demonic infant king wanted to escape but was killed by Lang Qingqing and Dong Huangyu. At this point, of the 13 Death Spirit Kings, only the Corpse Ghost King was left. The Black and White Impermanents were also killed. If the Death Spirit Emperor came back, he would probably explode in anger. When the rest of the Death Spirit clan saw that the Death Spirit Kings were killed, they retreated like the tide. They entered the city of no return and didn't come out. Ling Xiao didn't chase after them. The structure of the city of no return was extremely complicated. There were some traps that even he couldn't predict. If he really went in, it would be hard for him to survive. However, even though the Death Spirit clan was defeated, Ling Xiao's troubles weren't over. The martial artist from the Patriarch Assembly and Beast Gods Alliance who were no longer in danger had their eyes on Ling Xiao and the others. Why are they so strong? They must have treasures in their hands. That's right. We can't let them take the treasures for themselves. We should have a share too. That's not good. If it weren't for them, we would have lost our lives. That's right. They saved our lives. The crowd was divided into 2 factions. More than half of them were blinded by greed and wanted to snatch the treasures from Ling Xiao and the others. The other small group chose to side with Ling Xiao and the others because they were indebted to Ling Xiao and the others for saving their lives. If I knew, I wouldn't have saved them. Dong Huangyu pouted. I just wanted to kill the Spirit Clan. I didn't mean to save them. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, saving them was just a matter of convenience. Even so, I didn't expect some people to be so shameless. They just drank milk and turned around to curse. There are many scumbags in the Patriarch Assembly and Beast Gods Alliance. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. The white silver dragon sighed, I won't hand over the treasures I obtained. Whoever wants them can come and take them. Ling Xiao looked coldly at those people who were trying to snatch the treasures. He was never one to be afraid of trouble. His heavenly empire didn't need evil beings like the Death Spirit Emperor. He also didn't need these ungrateful dogs. Everyone, listen to me. According to the rules of the Patriarch Assembly, the treasures must be handed over and not for you to fight over. Even if you manage to snatch them now, they won't belong to you. Shang Yu's attitude was much gentler than Ling Zhao's. After all, he was a well-known figure in the heavenly sacred ground. He didn't want to betray them. That's true. It's useless for us to snatch the treasures now. We will have to hand them over sooner or later. Everyone felt that Shang Yu's words made sense. The greedy aura seemed to have decreased by a lot. No. What if they run away after leaving? It's best to imprison all of them. There were always people who fanned the flames. Yes, imprison them. More and more people supported this decision. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a cold smile. If these people listened to Shang Yu obediently, they could still live. But now, they actually wanted to imprison them? Did they really think that they were made of mud? A bunch of idiots. These trash didn't even consider that Ling Xiao and the others could kill the Death Spirit Emperor, Black and White Impermanence. Who were they to make such a request? Perhaps in their eyes, Ling Xiao and the others wouldn't dare to attack them. After all, they were cultivators of the Patriarch Assembly and Beast Gods Alliance. Once they attacked them, they would be publicly declaring themselves enemies of the Beast Gods Alliance and the Patriarch Assembly. Chapter 46-27. He looked at the cultivators who were clamoring to imprison him. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. He unsheathed the Void God sword. A terrifying aura filled the entire space. The broad blade exuded the ferocity of an ancient beast. There was even the ferocious roar of a Taotai. Boss is still the most direct. Little Gold smiled. Blazing flames enveloped his entire body. He originally had the bloodline of both beasts and demons. He also liked to use battle to solve problems. Ling Zhao's method was to his liking. The phantom of an ancient war tree appeared behind Cold Plum. The towering ancient tree's powerful aura made countless people tremble. Donghuang Yu held the ghost lamp in one hand and the 9 revolutions gourd in the other. She was extremely excited. This little girl's cultivation had broken through again. She was now at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. No one could compare to her cultivation speed. Even Ling Xiao couldn't compare. Perhaps it was because she had benefited a lot from following Ling Xiao during this period of time. So the speed of her cultivation had become even more terrifying. The silver dragon sighed. A spear appeared in his hand. Although he didn't want to do this, it was impossible for someone to imprison him. Shang Yu, Lang Qingqing, Zi Lin, and Emo Jiao were all geniuses. They were all arrogant. How could they imprison them? What? Are you going to resist? A voice came from the crowd. Resist? Do you think that you can do anything to us just because you're a bunch of good-for-nothing? Shang Yu didn't want to fight before, but he didn't expect these people to take advantage of him. Ling Xiao held the Void God sword and sneered. You trash were all saved by us. Although I didn't want to save you at all. Now you're biting the hand that feeds you and trying to target us. Fine. Let me use this sword to send you trash into the abyss of death again. The things that I have on me were earned with my own ability and my own life. You want it? Exchange it with your life. Cold and arrogant. Supercilious. This was Ling Xiao. He now had the right to be arrogant. He could look down on the 4 regions and 9 worlds. A few Tom, Dick, and Harry actually wanted to threaten him. Was that even possible? Cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. No one had expected that Ling Xiao would actually be arrogant to such an extent. They didn't give face to the Patriarch Society or the Beast Deities Alliance. It was so overbearing that it was shocking. What was even stranger was that the rest of the people were actually going crazy with him. Shang Yu, Lang Qingqing, are you going to betray the holy lands of heaven? An old man from the Heaven Holy Land questioned loudly. Even though he was only a half-step divine body realm martial artist, his qualifications were there for all to see, so he was pretty cocky. Betrayal? Haha, who do you think I am? You want to imprison us? I, Shang Yu, will definitely be the next Holy Lord. Even the Heaven Holy Land has to listen to me. Who do you think you are to question me? Those who disobey me should be killed. In the past, Shang Yu was one of the most popular candidates to be the successor of the Holy Lord. Now that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, his strength had increased, and he had a powerful ally like Ling Xiao. That would make him even more confident. These old fogies, whose cultivation was not even as strong as his, actually dared to order him around? Silver Dragon, do you have the same opinion? The old men from the golden firmament frowned and asked. That's right. Even though I'm not interested in Huang Jindi's position, Ling Xiao is the most outstanding martial artist in the Golden Firmament. He shouldn't be treated like this. Silver Dragon shook his head and said, "People of the Savage Beast region, listen up. You'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, if you anger me and the Kai Dai Saintess, you'll be killed without mercy." Xiao Jin revealed her true form. The huge golden crow circled in the air, its blazing flames making the faces of the surrounding martial artists ugly. Retreat. The martial artists from the Savage Beast region retreated. Most of the martial artists from the Heaven Holy Land also retreated. Both Shang Yu and Lang Qingqing had the potential to become the Holy Lord of the Heaven Holy Land in the future. They couldn't afford to offend them. Some of the martial artists from the Golden Firmament also retreated. Although Silver Dragon's status was not as high as Huang Jinlan's, he was still one of the top 5 geniuses in the Golden City. Most importantly, his master was revered. They couldn't afford to offend him either. People of the Beast Deities Alliance, follow me. Mo Jiao was even more overbearing. In the Beast Deities Alliance, he was the only successor that the Alliance Master had acknowledged. Who dared to disobey him? They were courting death. In the end, almost half of them left. Those who stayed were mostly martial artists from the Deep Sea Dragon region, Eternal Emperor region, and the other 9 realms. There were also some old people from the Golden City who refused to leave. Perhaps he wanted to rely on his qualifications to show off. Ling Xiao, you better think carefully. You're still in the observation stage. If you make a grave mistake, the Golden City will not let you join. An old man sneered, "Young man, for your own future, you better not be rash." Chi. A sword light cut through the void and pierced the old man's throat. "I'm going to try today. If I kill you, will the Golden City not want me anymore?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Actually, with his current strength, the Golden City was no longer attractive to him unless the Golden Emperor was willing to accept him as a disciple. If the Golden City did not want him, there would be a place for him to stay. He was also not that desperate to join the Golden City. You dare to kill me." The old man had never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually be so audacious. He actually dared to kill him. Although his cultivation level was not high, he was highly respected in the Golden City. He had even guided the warlord, Huang Jinlan, in his cultivation. Although he was not a master, he was still a teacher. This brat actually dared to kill him. This brat is crazy. Everyone, let's work together and kill him. The martial artists from the 9 realms, Deep Sea Dragon region, and Eternal Emperor region realized that if they let Ling Xiao and the others out, they would not even be able to get a single treasure. Even if they handed it over, it would have nothing to do with them. Therefore, they were emboldened and pounced on Ling Xiao. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. "Void God Sword. You can eat your fill this time." Ling Xiao did not even need to use the array diagram to deal with these trash. He directly used the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow and dashed into the crowd. He did not use any moves either. He just used the Void God Sword's normal attacks to kill. "You're the first." In front of Ling Xiao was a half-step Divine Body Realm martial artist from the Deep Sea Dragon region. The Void God Sword stabbed out. There was no sympathy in his eyes. "Brat, you're looking down on me too much. How dare you use normal attacks like this?" The martial artist roared and punched out with both fists. The force of the punch was simply unstoppable. Oh no, if he kills Ling Xiao, the treasure will fall into his hands. In everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was still a martial artist at the 4th level of the Shattered Core stage. After all, they did not see Ling Xiao kill the black and white deities. Therefore, they were not sure how strong Ling Xiao was. They all rushed over. However, in the next moment, the Void God Sword pierced through the half-step Divine Body Realm martial artist's arms and stabbed into his body. Chapter 46-28. Roar. Tao Ye's roar resounded. The poor guy who was hit by the Void God Sword was directly sucked dry. He didn't even have time to scream. The surrounding people looked at this scene in horror, and their expressions changed drastically. The might of Ling Xiao's combat power was truly beyond their expectations. At the same time, Little Gold, Cold Plum, and the others had already launched their attacks. The scene was a mess. Some people tried to deal with the weaker Dong Huangyu, but they didn't expect to be killed by Gue Ding and the 9 Revolution Gourd. When Dong Huangyu was in the chaotic desert ocean, she was more soft-hearted and was almost killed. Ever since she received Ling Zhao's guidance, she became more decisive. If her enemies wanted to kill her, she would never be soft-hearted. If she had to kill, she would kill. She would never give her enemies a chance to kill her. Damn it. Why are these people so terrifying? Don't be afraid. They have fewer people. They will get tired sooner or later. Some people were timid, while others were still excited. They were blinded by greed and didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know what stupid things they had done. The martial artists from the Deep Sea Dragon region and Eternal Emperor region attacked Ling Xiao the most ferociously. They probably knew that Ling Xiao killed Wang Quan under the heavens in the Deep Sea Dragon region. The Thunder Astral Realm, Tempest Astral Realm, Raging Flame Astral Realm, and Abyss Devil region also surrounded him. Ling Xiao guessed that these people might have used some special method to find out that their dead geniuses were related to Ling Xiao. No matter what, they were already here. Ling Xiao didn't need to retreat. There are so many of you. Looks like if I don't go all out, you won't know fear. 12 Divine Beast Technique, 11th level. Ling Zhao's 12 Divine Beast Technique was already at the 11th level. He fused the Hell Nightmare's demonic beast core into it. When he released it, it actually had an extremely strong soul-threatening effect. Many martial artists seemed to be frightened and fled in all directions. They were completely defenseless. Immediately after, the huge sword chi formed by the 11 giant beasts landed on the crowd. With just one sword strike, he had killed more than 100 core fragmentation realm martial artists. Among them, there were even 7 or 8 half-step divine physique realm martial artists. The 12 divine beast technique from the Void God Sword seemed to be even more terrifying than the Dongshang God Demon Sword. Its power had increased by at least 10 times. No, I can't block it anymore. This guy is simply a freak. He's only at the 4th level of the Shattered Core stage. How can his attacks be so powerful? Many people were killed to the point that their hearts turned cold. The sword in Ling Zhao's hand clearly did not have a single dragon pattern, but the attack it released was terrifyingly powerful. This could only be explained by Ling Zhao's own strength. At the same time, Xiao Jin had already killed dozens of people. This guy had been with Ling Xiao for a long time, and he had never shown any mercy before. Everywhere it passed, it was simply scorched earth. There were countless casualties. Cold Plum's attacks were even more terrifying. Countless roots suddenly protruded from the ground. Any martial artist that was entangled by the roots actually became like marionettes. He was easily controlled by Cold Plum. He began to kill his own people. Silver Zilong, Lang Qingqing, Shang Yu, and the others, on the other hand, were gentler. Because they all thought they were from the Council of Patriarchs, they only repelled or injured their opponents. They had no intention of killing them. We surrender. We surrender. We don't want to fight anymore. Suddenly, cries of surprise came from the crowd. Many people began to beg for mercy. They were really scared of being killed. Not only Ling Xiao, but Xiao Jin and the others were also very terrifying. They finally realized that they were doing a stupid thing. They actually dared to challenge a divine body realm martial artist. They were really reckless. Silver Zilong, Shang Yu, Lang Qingqing, and even Emo Jiao stopped. However, Ling Xiao did not stop. Xiao Jin did not stop. Cold Plum did not stop. Dong Huangyu did not stop either. Kill as you please? Stop as you please? Did they think this was a game? From the moment Ling Xiao decided to raise his butcher's knife, he had no intention of letting these people go. He would kill them all first. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Do you really want to kill us all? We are all from the Council of Patriarchs, martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The martial artists who were arrogant and wanted to imprison Ling Xiao, and the others just now only felt fear. Now you remember that we are family? What did you say just now? That you want to kill us? That you want to imprison us? Haha, do you think you can live as long as you beg for mercy? I already gave you a chance before, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You can't blame anyone else. Speaking like gold, he killed the person who spoke with a sword. Then, he disappeared. When he reappeared, another 2 or 3 lives were lost. The Void God's sword frantically absorbed essence. However, perhaps because these people were too weak, they did not advance. It seemed that he had to let it drink more of the blood of experts. Ling Xiao, do you want to stay in the world of souls forever? Don't forget, once you go out, the experts outside will definitely not let you go. Someone was bluffing. So what? Do you think I'm afraid? There was no fear in Ling Xiao's eyes at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be very excited. It was as if encountering experts was simply a gift to him. The feeling of being powerful was really good. No matter where you went, as long as you had strength, you would have dignity. Otherwise, not only would your dignity be lost, but your things would also become someone else's. Just like this time, if he did not have strength, he would probably have been killed by these people. How would there be a chance? Finally, the crazy killing ended. The martial artists who previously clamored to imprison Ling Xiao were all killed. Even the corpses were burned to ashes. The things on them were all put away by Ling Xiao into the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Perhaps to him, these things were no longer considered much. But to the Heavenly Empire, to the Battle Alliance, these were priceless treasures. With these things, they would become even stronger. One person's strength was not really considered strong. After all, the strength of one person was ultimately limited. But if the entire Heavenly Empire became stronger, it would be a different story. Shang Yu, Baiyin Zilong, Lang Qingqing, and even Imo Jiao looked at Ling Xiao. There was actually some fear in their eyes. Some admiration. Previously, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was just a small figure not worth mentioning. But after the trip to the world of souls, it seemed that everything had changed. Ling Xiao was no longer a weakling. Instead, he was a true powerhouse, a powerhouse who was far above them. However, is it really wise to choose him? Shang Yu smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao's current actions were simply making an enemy of the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. Wise, Lang Qingqing said, since you've made your choice, don't regret it. No matter what the result is, just persevere. In this world, the most disgusting thing is repeated villains. Haha, I don't see it as clearly as you. Shang Yu smiled. That's true. That kid has already broken out of the city of no return. What else can't he do? Just follow him. Chapter 46-29. You can leave now. Go back and tell the other factions that no one can take away what belongs to me. Ling Xiao. Baiyin Zilong, you should go back too. Don't ruin your great future in the Golden Sky region because of me. Also, remind the people in the Golden City that with me, Ling Xiao, the Golden Sky region will definitely prosper. Don't force me. Otherwise, I'll leave the Golden Sky region. I believe some people will regret it. These words really made the remaining people turn pale with fright. Even the Baiyin Zilong was shocked, because Ling Xiao's words were a warning to the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. How did he have the guts to do that? What did he gain? Ling Xiao naturally didn't fear the 4 regions and 9 worlds. At worst, he could go to the Beast Deities Union. If worst came to worst, he could take the Battle Alliance and occupy the world of souls. This place was very safe. In short, Ling Xiao already had the qualifications to challenge the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That was why he dared to say that. Who would dare to snatch something from the hands of an eternal life emperor? Was it because they didn't want it? Was it because the eternal emperor was powerful? Although Ling Xiao couldn't compare to the eternal emperor now, he wasn't someone who could be bullied by just anyone. Let's go. The Baiyin Zilong left with the Golden Sky region's martial artists. Imo Jiao left with the Beast Deities Union's martial artists. Shang Yu and Lang Qingqing left with the Heaven Sacred Grounds martial artists. Zi Lin left with the Savage Beast region's martial artists. However, the one thing that would never change was his blood contract. Even if he was unconvinced by Xiao Jin, it didn't mean anything. We'll wait for you in the chaotic desert. Qi Niming and the others also left. This was just a small disturbance. An even bigger one would probably start in the chaotic desert. Ling Xiao wanted to see if the Golden City would protect him or work together to deal with him this time. This was a test for the Golden City. It would also determine his future strategy. Would he appease them or kill them? Watching the crowd leave, Ling Xiao revealed a smile. Boss, are we going back? Going back this time was like going into a wolf's den. Those old fellows must be eager to get their hands on all the good things you have. Xiao Jin asked. Scared? Ling Xiao smiled. Scared? Why would I be afraid? As long as I follow boss, there's nothing to be afraid of. Little Gold said, I just don't understand. Boss, what are you after? With your current strength, even if you follow me to the savage beast region, no one will dare to fart. You think too simply. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, if I go to the savage beast region, I might make things difficult for you. If the beast emperor also wants my things, what will you do? What's so difficult about that? Of course I'm on your side, boss. Xiao Jin said. Thank you very much, but this is not fair to you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, well, whether it's you or Cold Plum, I really appreciate your support. But now, I am still a disciple of the Golden Sky region. There were also many friends and relatives there. I can't just walk away like that. That's true. Little Gold nodded. Men have to be responsible. They can't only care about themselves. Ling Xiao looked at Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Dong Huang Yu. You don't have to worry. When the time comes, just stay in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. You have me. If I dare to go, then I have the ability to protect myself. This time, the experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds will not dare to look down on me. Let's go. Ling Xiao lifted his feet and walked towards the exit. Why are you still here? After walking for a while, when he was about to reach the exit, Ling Xiao saw Mo Jiao waiting there. However, the Beast Gods Alliance's martial artists were already gone. I'm waiting for you. Mo Jiao smiled and said, I'm waiting here because I want to tell you something. Oh. Ling Xiao looked at Mo Jiao and was a little confused. I'll say the same thing again. If you can't stay in the 4 regions and 9 worlds anymore, come to the Beast Gods Alliance. Although, as you said, the Beast Gods Alliance might not be that good. But after all, I'm only second to the Alliance Master there. I have a way to protect you, Mo Jiao said. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little touched. At this point, Mo Jiao still dared to take him in. It was obvious that he was not worried about becoming enemies with the Patriarch Society. Although the Beast Gods Alliance was very strong, it was still not as strong as the combined strength of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It required courage to extend an olive branch at this time. Can I not answer? Ling Xiao did not reject or agree. Up to you. Mo Jiao did not force him. After all, he was not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. Then I won't say. Mo Jiao smiled and said, however, if you leave here, there will be Divine Body Realm experts outside. You will be surrounded. No matter how strong you are, it's useless to be afraid. It's fine. I just want to establish my power in front of them. Ling Xiao had already observed before he came in. The strongest Divine Body Realm experts outside was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. He did not need to be afraid at all. How dare you? Is there anything you need me to do? Just tell me. Mo Jiao was really impressed by Ling Xiao. I want to take a look at the place known as the First Secret Realm, Ling Xiao said. The 2nd Secret Realm was the world of dead souls. The First Secret Realm was in the territory of the Beast Gods Alliance. It was known as the Eternal Historical Site outside. However, it obviously had a real name. It was called the Graveyard of the Gods. Ling Xiao wanted to go to the Graveyard of the Gods because he was absorbing the remnant soul of Yushan. According to the guidance, there was not only Yushan's soul in the Graveyard of the Gods, but also the remains of Yushan's son. Therefore, it was obvious that he had to go to that place. If he obtained those things, his strength would only become stronger. He would also have more authority in the future. You actually want to go to the Graveyard of the Gods? Let me remind you that there is no restriction on strength in the Graveyard of the Gods. In other words, the people who go in are likely to be Divine Body Realm experts. If you want to obtain a complete victory like this time, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Mo Jiao reminded him, moreover, you are not an expert of the Beast Gods Alliance. It will be difficult for you to enter the Graveyard of the Gods. Cut it out. Don't tell me that as the young master of the Beast Gods Alliance, you don't even have this bit of authority. Ling Xiao laughed. Hee, I like what you said. However, I have to remind you that the news of you killing Tiger Soul has not spread out yet. Don't expose it. Although Tiger Soul is arrogant, he has a powerful father. He is also a vice alliance master in the Beast Gods Alliance. Although you might not be afraid, it won't be a good thing if you provoke him. Emo Jiao reminded him. Understood. I won't get myself into trouble. Ling Xiao nodded. That's for the best. I'll take my leave first. Our paths are different. If you come to the territory of the Beast Gods Alliance, remember to contact me. I will look for you personally. After Emo Jiao finished speaking, he turned around and left. The Beast Gods Alliance is quite powerful. They actually found another path to the world of dead souls. No wonder so many experts could enter. Looking at Emo Jiao leaving, Ling Xiao lifted his leg and continued to walk forward. In his opinion, although the Beast Gods Alliance's overall strength was not as strong as the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they were more united. Chapter 46:30. The Exit or the Entrance. Walking on the way, Ling Xiao felt a little emotional. Although the time spent in the space-time corridor had been returned because Yu Shan's remnant soul was collected, it had been more than 10 days since he entered the world of souls. These 10 days were indeed not long, but it allowed Ling Xiao to make huge progress, especially after obtaining this Void God sword. It really opened up his heaven-defying path. What would be waiting for him outside the exit? I'm guessing that some people can't wait to kill you, boss? Xiao Jin laughed. Who are you? From Yuhua Divine Sect? Ling Xiao frowned. This was really possible. When he entered the world of souls, Yuhua Jun did not do anything to him because he was injured. Moreover, he was also responsible for the mission of the Board of Patriarchs to seize the treasure. It was not easy to do it, but the situation now was completely different. Ling Xiao had already spread the word that he would definitely not hand over the things he obtained. The Board of Patriarchs could not protect him at all. Therefore, the sect master of Yuhua Divine Sect would definitely take this opportunity to kill him. The moment he stepped out of the world of souls, Ling Xiao laughed. Xiao Jin, you really jinxed it. The people outside were all from the Jade Flower Divine Sect. Apart from the thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists, there were actually as many as 7 Divine Body Realm powerhouses. 2 of them had even reached the 2nd level Divine Body Realm. They were all old monsters. He did not expect that this time, all of them would come out. It seemed that this Yuhua Divine Sect was also very ambitious. Aren't you all from Yuhua Divine Sect? You all are filial to actually come here to welcome me? Ling Xiao looked at Yuhua Jun with a smile. He knew better than anyone else the purpose of the other party here. It was just that no matter what, he would not be able to escape a battle. He did not have the thought of escaping. Boss, what should we do? Xiao Jin asked. What can we do? Of course, we'll do it. Ling Xiao laughed and said, I've waited for so long. I can't wait for nothing, right? He killed Yuhua Divine Sect's heavenly demon Yuhua and Yuhua Tianrui. No matter what the reason was, this old thing would definitely not let him off easily. Yu Huajun requested an order from the Council of Patriarchs to capture Ling Xiao with all their might. That was why they had replaced the people here with the Yu Hua Divine Sect. The Council of Patriarchs seemed to have a lot of trust in him and entrusted this important task to him. But then again, these 7 Divine Body Realm experts and over 1,000 core fragmentation realm martial artists. It was definitely a terrifying combination. Wouldn't capturing Ling Xiao be as easy as reaching out his hand? Perhaps the Council of Elders had miscalculated Ling Xiao's strength. They had no idea what Ling Xiao had experienced in the world of souls and how strong he had become. You're still so relaxed even after seeing me. Even I have to admire you. Yu Huajun stood there as her subordinates blocked all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. He knew very well that this was his only chance for revenge. Originally, he thought that it would take a long time, and that Ling Xiao couldn't have grown so quickly. However, Ling Xiao created one miracle after another, miracles that shocked him greatly. He couldn't wait any longer. The pain of losing his son had to be avenged. You admit that you killed my 2 sons, right? Yu Huajun asked. Yes, Ling Xiao said indifferently. I've always admitted it. It's just that you people from Yuhua Divine Sect seem to have some problems with your brains. You just don't believe it. It's one thing for Yuhua Tianrui to make things difficult for me everywhere, but he actually dared to send people to assassinate me. I could only kill him. Heavenly demon Yu Hua thought that he was infallible and saved Yu Hua Tianrue, trapping me. He wanted to use the 9 underworld water to kill me, so I killed him too. It's that simple. It's the father's fault for not teaching them well. They courted death. That's also because Yu Huajun, didn't teach them well. You can't blame me. What's the use of saying all this? My son was wrong, so I'll teach him. It's not your turn to kill him, Yu Huajun said coldly. If I knew it would be like this, I would have killed them. Because it's impossible for you to side with an outsider, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boom. Yu Huajun suddenly released the terrifying aura of a divine physique realm martial artist. This guy was probably the strongest divine physique realm first-level martial artist that Ling Xiao had ever seen. That aura was much more terrifying than Yu Qin, Zilin, and the others who had just broken through. When that aura was released, the surrounding environment seemed to be affected, becoming incomparably hot. The scorching aura enveloped Ling Xiao, Little Gold, Cold Plum, and Dong Huangyu. If it was before, they would probably only be able to run away. But now, each of them had a calm expression on their faces, without the slightest hint of panic. Poor Yu Huajun, if we made a move before we entered the world of dead souls, you might still have a chance. But now, you no longer have a chance. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Do it. As he gave the order, Li Yundong's expression changed. Little Gold and Cold Plum pounced out at the same time. Each of them held back a second-level divine physique realm elder. These 2 old men were the key this time. Even if Little Gold and Cold Plum were no match for them, as long as they could hold them back for 10 minutes, then they would win. Dong Huangyu also pounced towards a first-level divine physique realm martial artist. Out of the 7 divine physique realm martial artists, they had taken 3 of them. There were still 4 left. One of them was the strongest Yu Huajun. At the same time, Ling Xiao released the demon sovereign body and charged into the thousands of shattered core realm martial artists. He released the divine sovereign body and held back 3 first-level divine physique realm martial artists. The only one left was Yu Huajun. You want to take revenge? Here's your chance. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he could have a good fight with Yu Huajun. A senior like this would definitely benefit him a lot after a battle. There was no end to cultivation. No matter if it was the Void God Sword or him, they both needed to train and improve through battles. You're really daring. A divine core realm martial artist defeating a divine physique realm martial artist. I've never heard of such a thing. Ling Xiao's choice seemed to be exactly what Yu Huajun wanted. He gathered all the aura that was leaking out and aimed it at Ling Xiao. I've never heard of it. That's because you're just a frog at the bottom of a well, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. It wasn't the first time he killed a first-level divine physique realm martial artist with his divine core cultivation. Why aren't you afraid? Why aren't you trembling? Why are you so calm? Yu Huajun was really unhappy. He wanted to see Ling Xiao trembling. He wanted to see Ling Xiao terrified. He hated Ling Xiao's current expression. You'll find out soon enough, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Stop trying to act mysterious. I'll kill you right now. Divine palm of the great sun. Following his cold shout, Yizichen shouted. A golden sun appeared behind him. A terrifying heat was emitted. A terrifying palm seal was formed on his hands. A huge palm wind broke through the air and attacked. Everywhere it passed, it turned into a mess. Trees were broken. Rocks were shattered. That's it? This is so disappointing. Ling Xiao quickly transformed into his peerless heavenly rat beast soul form. A powerful fist energy was blasted out. Tyrannical divine fist. This was a fist technique that was developed from the Golden Lotus Scroll. The principle behind it was the same as the Divine Fist and Devil Fist. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 46:31. Boom. The Great Sun Divine Fist and the Domineering Divine Fist collided. Yu Huajun obviously had the upper hand. Ling Xiao was blasted into a pile of rubble and didn't move for a long time. Yu Huajun only retreated 2 to 3 meters. Don't play dead. I know you won't die so easily. Yu Huajun roared. Come out. Ling Xiao stood up from the rubble and patted the dust off his body. He smiled and said, as expected of a divine body realm martial artist. If I don't think of ways to increase my strength, I won't be a match for you. You're not hurt? Even though Yu Huajun knew that her punch wouldn't have been able to kill Ling Xiao, Yu Huajun knew that her punch wouldn't have killed him. However, he couldn't accept that Ling Xiao wasn't hurt at all. At the same time, the battle on the other side of the battlefield was also intense. The most relaxed one was Ling Xiao, the Demon Lord. Facing thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists was simply a massacre. The Dongsheng demonic sword in his hand was stained with blood and released terrifying roars. The Dongsheng demonic sword and Dongsheng heavenly sword were originally made from materials from ferocious beasts. Although the ferocious beasts were dead, their ferocity was still there. Ling Xiao, the ultimate god, also had the upper hand against 3 first-level divine body realm martial artists. The battle was probably going to end soon. After all, a second-level divine body realm martial artist was much stronger than a first-level divine body realm martial artist. Dong Huangyu and the first-level divine body realm martial artists were evenly matched. It wasn't going to be easy to end the battle. Cold Plum and Xiao Jin were in a bit of trouble. The 2 old men were more experienced and stronger than them. Their advantage was their youth and stamina, as well as their spirit of never giving up. Although they were at a disadvantage, it shouldn't be a problem for them to stall for 10 minutes. Prince Jin, you're already so outstanding. Why are you following that Ling Xiao? You'll destroy yourself. The old man wanted to take down Xiao Jin quickly, but the result was much more difficult than he expected. Helpless, he started to attack mentally. Old man, stop talking nonsense and save your energy. Don't tire yourself out. Xiao Jin sneered. Although he was at a disadvantage, he felt great. It had been a long time since he had fought to his heart's content. This time, he had to perfect his fighting style in battle. The experience of the old guys was very helpful. Because of this, he did not use the 9 dragon inscriptions Emperor weapon, Death, and Wither. If he used it, the battle would probably end very quickly. A 9 dragon vein monarch weapon was extremely terrifying in the hands of a divine physique realm martial artist. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon would have to be wary, let alone a martial artist at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. On the other side, Cold Plum was in a similar situation, but Cold Plum was clearly stronger than Xiao Jin. After all, he had broken through to the divine body realm earlier. Cold Plum didn't use the monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns either, because it wasn't time yet. Hee, it seems like your people are not good enough. It's been half a day, and they still haven't been able to kill my people. Ling Xiao floated into the air with a smile. He looked at Yu Huajun and said, Brother, you miscalculated again. It's no use. You want to mess with my emotions? Dream on. Yu Huajun sneered. Fine. You can think whatever you want. Anyway, I've already said what I wanted to say. If you still insist on killing me, then I won't hold back anymore. Ling Xiao sneered. So what if you won't hold back? I'll kill you right now. Yu Huajun pounced on Ling Xiao again. Sun God's blood formation. Ling Xiao didn't plan to fight this guy head-on. It was obvious that he couldn't win. He had better methods. The formation opened, and all 3 effects appeared. Ling Xiao used the 2nd level of the bloodthirsty rat right away. It increased his combat strength by 10 times. At the same time, the bloodthirsty rat in the formation kept weakening his opponent's strength. However, he didn't use the Void God Sword. It felt like bullying. The Void God Sword was an Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. If he took it out, Yu Huajun would be completely suppressed. This was not in line with his plan. So Ling Xiao only took out the Ghost King sword. This monarch armament with 4 dragon marks was quite powerful. Seeing this, Yu Huajun didn't dare to be negligent, and also took out her weapon. It was also an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. After all, she was the leader of the Yu Hua sect. It wouldn't make sense if she didn't have an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. Yu Huajun's weapon was very strange. It was round and about 2 feet in diameter. The edges were jagged. Above the center of the circle was a fiery red crystal. Below it was a handle that could be grasped. This weapon could be used to attack, and also as a shield for defense. It was really good. Today, I want to see you, the genius who is admired by the Golden Prince and Kaidai Saintus. What are you capable of? Yu Huajun took out her weapon and seemed to be instantly confident. She was really a frog at the bottom of a well. Was it worth it to give up an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns? I have a lot of them in my Dongsheng emperor ring. Stop talking nonsense. Just hurry up and come. Although Ling Xiao didn't seem to care, he didn't dare to underestimate his enemy. Facing Yu Huajun, not only did he use the 2nd level of the Bloody Rat Devil Art, he also unleashed the martial soul of Tyrant. He had no choice but to do this when facing a divine physique realm warrior. As long as he was still a divine core warrior, it would be troublesome. After all, there was a huge difference between true Yuan and divine Yuan. Although the quality of his true Yuan was much stronger than others. Of course, this time, the martial soul of Tyrant merged with his body. Kill. Yu Huajun attacked once again. The sun wheel in her hand suddenly shone with a dazzling light. In an instant, Ling Xiao lost his vision. After that, he could sense a terrifying killing intent approaching. Flee. Within the child god's blood formation, the earth-crossing golden light technique could be used at will. However, it couldn't control the direction. It was a technique to escape from the enemy. It was different from the Saint Ground Devil Shadow. The Saint Ground Devil Shadow could control the direction. However, in terms of speed, it was slower than the earth-crossing golden light technique. Within the child god's blood formation, the earth-crossing golden light technique could be considered as teleportation. Flee. While fleeing, Ling Xiao regained his vision. The Ghost King's sword unleashed a sword beam. Slash. It pierced through Yu Huajun's clothes. A layer of golden armor was revealed. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, did you? I'm wearing an Emperor weapon-grade armor with 4 dragon marks. With your strength, you won't be able to pierce through it. Yu Huajun let out a wild laugh. Fuck, you think you're invincible just because you're wearing a turtle shell? Why is there such an idiot? Ling Xiao shook his head. If Yu Huajun was wearing an Emperor weapon-grade armor with 10 dragon marks, he might have a headache. But now, he was having a headache. It was just an Emperor weapon-grade armor with 4 dragon marks, and his Ghost King sword could still pierce through it. Residual blood. Ignoring Yu Huajun's smirk, Ling Xiao continued to attack. The residual blood was much stronger than the fleeing light technique. At this moment, Yu Huajun chose to dodge. Don't you dare dodge. Don't you think your armor is awesome? Ling Xiao mocked Yu Huajun while attacking. Chapter 46-32. Yu Huajun felt really awkward. He was confident that his golden armor could block all of Ling Xiao's attacks. But, when he was about to die, he still chose to dodge. Because he was scared. Ling Xiao's residual blood through the Ghost King's sword made him feel the pain of being cut apart. Solar storm. Angry. Angry. The red crystal on Yu Huajun's sun chakram started burning. After that, a crimson gale swept towards Ling Xiao, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. So strong. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Even though he had the black tortoise divine body, which was equivalent to 8 dragon marks, he didn't dare to take it head-on. Yu Huajun did have some tricks up his sleeve. After being strengthened by the sun chakram, this attack was really powerful. Divine Dragon Freezing Formation. Because the solar storm had filled the entire divine blood formation, Ling Xiao couldn't dodge it. Therefore, he thought of a good idea. Following the release of the freezing formation, the solar storm slowed down. A few seconds later, it completely froze, turning into ice crystals that filled the sky. Ha ha ha, Yu Huajun. Your solar storm is nothing special. Ling Xiao let out a wild laugh. Hearing Ling Xiao's laughter, Yu Huajun felt really annoyed. Why was he so conflicted when dealing with a divine core warrior? He was simply being played like an idiot by his opponent. Damn this guy. Because he was relaxed, Ling Xiao had the time to pay attention to the other battles in the airport. The sovereign Ling Xiao's battle was coming to an end. The hierarch Ling Xiao had killed 2 first-level divine physique realm warriors. Dong Huangyu's battle was still going on, and it seemed like neither side could do anything to the other. It was obvious that Dong Huangyu was learning through battle, or else, once the ghost lantern was used, her opponent would die instantly. Right now, Xiao Jin had transformed into a huge golden crow. With just his human form, it was hard for him to be the old man's match. Right now, he looked like a bright sun. His entire body was covered in terrifying flames. These flames could be controlled by him at will. Slowly, he recovered some of his disadvantage. The old man's frown deepened. Everyone knew that the battle prowess of beasts would increase drastically after they reverted to their original forms, but Xiao Jin's increase was simply too much. Behind Cold Plum, a towering tree suddenly appeared. Her figure disappeared before the old man's eyes like a ghost. Only the ancient war tree was left, releasing a terrifying aura and continuously attacking the old man. This girl is really hard to deal with. The old man frowned. Although he had the upper hand in the beginning, it was only because he was experienced. However, as the battle progressed, his experience gradually became insufficient. Moreover, the other party's learning ability was extremely strong. Basically, she had completely adapted to his rhythm. Sect leader, you don't have any skills in battle? We're in trouble now. Yu Huajun was also depressed. He even released his martial soul. He even took out his monarch armament. However, he was completely unable to suppress Ling Xiao. In a fit of rage, he swallowed a pill. Insane demon life-reducing pill. Ling Xiao could not help but cry out in surprise. This insane demon life-reducing pill was very famous in the Eternal Divine Pill scripture. To increase one's battle prowess by several times, one would have to reduce one's lifespan by several years. This Yu Huajun was crazy. Yu Huajun's current age was already more than 200 years old. He still had more than 100 years of age left. Although it was impossible to use all of it, it was still possible to use it for more than 90 years. His strength had increased by more than 90 times. Ling Xiao was really in trouble. Old lunatic. Ling Xiao cursed. That's right, I'm a lunatic. I'm completely crazy. I didn't expect that not only are you talented, but your strength has also grown to such an extent. I'm no match for you. At least I can't kill you. Therefore, I had no choice but to use the insane demon life-reducing pill. Yu Huajun had consumed 10 years of his lifespan in one go, increasing his battle prowess by 10 times. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this old man was still a person who cherished his life. Otherwise, he would really have to invite the Divine Lord and the Demon Lord back. It's time to end the battle. Ling Xiao had gained enough experience from Yu Huajun. Ling Xiao had already memorized some of this guy's battle techniques. Of course, the key was that Ling Xiao was worried that this guy would convert all of his lifespan into battle prowess. At that time, it would be difficult to end the battle. Therefore, it was safer to end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao, Golden Prince, Kai Dai Saintis, and Dong Huang Yu. Haha, if you're alive, you'll only cause chaos in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Today, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill all of you, not leaving a single one alive. Yu Huajun sneered. Don't flatter yourself. A bunch of King people are guarding outside the world of dead souls, but they don't know that there's a dead soul emperor scheming inside. Just you? I'm afraid the 4 regions and 9 worlds will be destroyed. Ling Xiao curled his lips, and the Ghost King's sword in his hand was replaced by the Void God's sword. Yu Huajun saw Ling Xiao change his sword, but he did not care. He could not see the dragon patterns on the Void God's sword. Therefore, other than the sword's ferocious appearance, he did not feel anything special about it. So he did not care. Haha, is that so? Then have a taste of my black sun disaster. Behind Yu Huajun, the golden sun turned black. A terrifying storm began to blow ferociously. I have to stop him. Ling Xiao held the Void God sword in his right hand. 11 ferocious jade hands appeared behind him. At the same time, he pointed with his left hand. Void shattering finger. Shatter space. The space where Yu Huajun was suddenly shattered like a mirror. But Yu Huajun did not die because of this. During the accumulation of his black sun disaster, he could actually resist the divine power of the void shattering finger. The space shattered extremely slowly and even showed signs of recovering. However, this was not a problem, because Ling Xiao did not expect the void shattering finger to kill Yu Huajun. His left hand clenched into a fist again. He punched out. Cosmic Divine Fist. Time stop. Time stopped at that moment. Yu Huajun had no time to react. At the same time, The real killing move that Ling Xiao had prepared was unleashed. The Void God Sword released the 11th level sword chi of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Like a bloodthirsty beast, it turned into a huge Taotai and passed through Yu Huajun's body. The Black Sun disaster came to an abrupt end. Even Yu Huajun's essence was completely absorbed by the Void God Sword. The dignified Yu Hua Divine Sect Master had died. He had completely disappeared from this world. In the end, there was not even a scream. I still haven't advanced. Holding the Void God Sword, Ling Xiao sighed. As expected, the Void God Sword still needed to kill stronger warriors. This was far from enough. After putting away Yu Huajun's storage ring, Ling Xiao did not look at it. No matter how rich the things inside were, they could not compare to what Ling Xiao had brought back from the space-time corridor. There were hundreds of warriors of the same level as Yu Huajun, or even stronger, who had turned into bones, leaving only storage rings behind. He turned his head to look. The Demon Lord Ling Xiao had finished his battle. The Divine Lord Ling Xiao had finished his battle. Xiao Jin had also completely gained the upper hand. The same went for Cold Plum. Dong Huangyu had broken through to the half-step Divine Body realm in the middle of the battle. She had finally killed her opponent. Everyone read him. Chapter 46-33. Yu Huajun's death brought a great shock to the two old men of Yu Hua Divine Sect. Their shock gave Xiao Jin and Cold Plum an opportunity. Don't kill them. Let me do it. Ling Xiao raised the Void God Sword and leapt forward. He killed the two severely wounded old men. Although the Void God Sword hadn't broken through, its energy had obviously become stronger. Perhaps if he killed a few more of these experts, it would break through for real. With the death of the two old men, Yu Hua Divine Sect was basically finished. Even if they were struggling at death's door, they wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. All Divine Physique Realm warriors were killed. All Core Fragmentation Realm warriors were killed. Were they going to rely on ordinary Divine Core warriors to revive their sect? Furthermore, most of Yu Hua Divine Sect's treasures and properties were in the hands of these 7 Divine Physique Realm warriors. Now, all of them had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. The third strongest power in the chaotic sand ocean was gone just like that. They wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. Boss, this feels so good. If people were to find out that even a big shot like Yu Huajun was killed by us, we would really become famous. Xiao Jin laughed. Although this victory was a little difficult for him and Cold Plum, the harder the victory, the more beneficial it was. Ling Xiao's harvest was great as well. Not only did he get a huge amount of properties and treasures, he also got a lot of rare pills and cultivation techniques. If he brought these things back, the Battle Alliance's strength would definitely increase greatly in a short period of time. Of course, more importantly, his cultivation base was about to break through again. Although this battle wasn't a difficult one, the Heart of Gold was able to absorb his opponent's combat experience. It increased the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation C by 30%. This speed was off the charts. This is nothing. We still have something bigger to do. Ling Xiao smiled. Killing Yu Huajun was just the first step. Next, he had to go to the Patriarch Assembly. He knew what awaited him there, but there was no reason for him to be afraid. Because he needed to be stronger. He wanted to obtain Yu Fanghua openly and avenge his father in this life. One must have the strength to defeat the Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperors were the strongest existences in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Holy Master of the Heaven Holy Land, and the Beast Emperor of the Savage Beast region, the Golden Emperor of the Golden Sky Domain, and the Flame Emperor of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary were no match for him. The others were even worse off. As for Wang Quan and Tianming, he no longer cared about them. That person had no right to compete with him for Yu Fanghua. If you know what's good for you, take the initiative to withdraw. If they had to fight to the death, he would definitely make the other party regret it. Let's go to the Patriarch Society. You guys stay in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. If it's necessary, I'll ask you to come out and help. Go and comprehend the benefits you gained from this battle. Ling Xiao put Xiao Jin and the others into the Dongshang Emperor Ring and walked towards the Patriarch Society. He didn't care if the other forces bullied him or even opposed him. What he cared about now was the attitude of the Golden Sky region. Hopefully, he wouldn't be disappointed. After all, he still had deep feelings for the golden firmament. Inside the tower where the core of the Board of Patriarchs was located, many experts and geniuses from the 4 regions and 9 worlds had gathered. They were waiting for news from Yuhuajun. In the corridor outside the 10th floor of the tower, Bai Yinzilong looked into the distance anxiously. This time, he had obtained a lot of benefits from the world of souls, but at the same time, his mentality had undergone a huge change. He used to be proud and self-righteous. He thought that other than Huang Jinlan and Yang Shuyi, no one in the Golden Sky region was worthy of his admiration. However, Ling Xiao's appearance caused him to completely change his mind. Ling Xiao was the most brilliant star of this era. He used to look down on this young man, but now there was only admiration and anticipation in his heart. Hearing that the Board of Patriarchs had actually sent people from the Yuhua Divine sect to capture Ling Xiao, and regardless of life or death, he was extremely anxious. He wanted to help, but he was stopped by the people of the other 3 regions and 9 worlds. They didn't let the martial artists of the Golden Sky region leave this place. Even the Board of Patriarchs of the Golden City were trapped here. No matter how strong the Board of Patriarchs of the Golden City was, they couldn't fight against the other 12 Board of Patriarchs. Now, they could only wait. Suddenly, Yinlong became excited, because he caught sight of a figure in his eyes. That figure was extremely fast, shuttling through the streets like a ghost, and his target was the high tower here. He activated his vital essence and condensed it in his eyes, looking carefully. Only then did he realize that it was an extremely confident and domineering figure. He ran as if he was taking a stroll, but he was astonishingly fast. What kind of movement technique is it? It's so terrifying. Until now, Yinlong still hadn't seen that person's appearance clearly. He only felt that the other party was extremely fast, and it seemed to be a young man. Finally, that person arrived near the White Tower, and Yinlong saw his face clearly. There was a confident and domineering smile on that face, as if he was here to denounce him. Ling Xiao. Yinlong was shocked. Ling Xiao's speed was obviously much faster than before. He almost couldn't see him clearly. Run! Bai Yinzilong shouted at the people below. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and looked up at the silver dragon. He actually revealed a sunny smile at the silver dragon. I'm not running. This was his answer. Obviously, he heard Yinlong's words clearly, but he didn't have the intention to run. In the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Golden Sky region was once a giant, an absolute overlord. But their strength had been declining over the years, and they had fallen from the top to 4th or 5th place. And they were still declining. Because of this, Golden Sky region's martial artists were ridiculed. Even if they were ranked lower than Golden Sky region, at least they were constantly rising. Only Golden Sky region was getting worse year by year. Therefore, many true geniuses would choose Eternal Emperor region, Heaven's Sacred Ground, and Savage Beast region, or Inferno Astral region. They wouldn't choose Golden Sky region. However, Golden Sky region's martial artists had shocked the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds in this trip to the world of death. They had suffered the least loss. They had obtained the most treasures. This made the 4 regions and 9 worlds focus their attention on Golden Sky region. The Golden Sky region's Patriarch Society also felt great pressure. The moment they heard the news, they had already contacted Golden City through special means, requesting backup. They couldn't give away the treasures they obtained. But if they didn't, others wouldn't be satisfied. There would definitely be a fight. Therefore, they had to find help. Next, it was up to the heavens. If help came in time, everything would naturally be solved. After all, no matter how weak Golden Sky region was, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Other than Eternal Emperor region, no other force dared to say they could win against Golden Sky region. If they really fought, everyone would suffer great losses. Moreover, even if there were many treasures in the world of death, it wouldn't make the 4 regions and 9 worlds go to war. Everyone was just certain that Golden City wouldn't dare to start a war with other forces for Ling Xiao's protection. Therefore, they wanted to get some benefits. Chapter 46-34. Most of these forces were just here to watch the show. Only the Deep Sea Dragon Realm was trying the hardest to find trouble with the Golden Firmament region. The other forces more or less had people who survived. Only the deep-sea dragon realm team was completely wiped out, and someone saw Ling Xiao kill the people of the deep-sea dragon realm. In addition, Ling Xiao had a grudge with the deep-sea dragon realm in the past, so this grudge was formed. They even cried and shouted for the Patriarch Society to uphold justice and kill Ling Xiao. They also wanted to compensate for their losses. To put it bluntly, they still wanted Ling Xiao's treasures. The martial artists of the Golden City actually knew what happened, but the people of the deep-sea dragon realm didn't believe them at all. He even turned around and accused them of being protective of their own people. This made the people of the Golden Firmament region very angry. Both sides were now in a confrontation. No one was willing to admit their mistake. At this moment, a figure entered the tower. For the sake of the treasures, the tower didn't even have a guard today. They all ran in to watch the show. Everything was not normal anymore. If there was trouble, the Patriarch Society would probably be finished. The one who came in was naturally Ling Xiao. Anyway, it's useless for your Golden Firmament region to protect your own people. There are the 7 experts of the Jade Flower sect. Ling Xiao will definitely not be able to escape this time. An elder of the deep-sea dragon realm sneered. You guys are really shameless. Are you planning to start a war with my Golden Firmament region? The elder sent by the Golden Firmament region to the Patriarch Society. He was a kind old man named Bailey Fengxing. His hair and beard were all white. He usually had a good temper and didn't like to cause trouble. But today, he was truly infuriated. Elder Bailey, why are you angry? I think your Golden Firmament region won't go against our deep-sea dragon realm for an unknown kid. Besides, even if that Ling Xiao is dead, the one who killed him is the Jade Flower sect. It has nothing to do with our deep-sea dragon realm. The deep-sea dragon realm's elder sneered. I'm afraid you guys will be disappointed. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Everyone turned to the source of the voice. Many people didn't recognize Ling Xiao at first. After all, most of the people here had only heard of Ling Xiao's name and didn't know what Ling Xiao looked like. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Deep-sea dragon prisoner sneered. Senior Yuan, he's Ling Xiao. Finally, someone shouted. After all, there were still warriors who came out of the world of souls alive. It was normal for him to recognize Ling Xiao. Upon hearing that this kid was Ling Xiao, everyone in the deep-sea dragon realm was shocked. No, to be exact, apart from the Golden Sky region, the people from the other 12 forces were all looking at Ling Xiao. It exuded an intimidating aura. It looked like he was going to denounce him. Ling Xiao, I'm sorry. Someone in our team let it slip. In the end, Scarlet Sea and Devil Ape, those 2 bastards, spread the news. He even fabricated some groundless things. I was going to kill those 2 bastards. Who knew that they would side with the Eternal Emperor's region? White Silver Dragon prisoner sighed. Scarlet Sea, Devil Ape, hee, they're just 2 clowns. Ling Xiao still remembered those 2. They were only at the first or second stage of the Shattered Core realm. They actually dared to betray him. Did they think that no one would dare to kill them after they joined the Eternal Emperor's region? Senior Yuan, does this happen often in the Senior Yuan Society? 12 Senior Yuan Society actually joined forces to deal with one Senior Yuan Society? If that's the case, the Senior Yuan Society should have ceased to exist long ago, right? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. They naturally wouldn't dare. However, they must have received the tacit approval of their respective forces. Only then would they have the guts. The Senior Yuan Society exists to plunder resources in the chaotic desert ocean. Now that they've suffered losses, they must be unwilling to accept it. Bailey Fengxing sighed. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to escape the pursuit of Yuhua sect. How did that idiot Yu Huajun do it? No one believed that Ling Xiao had killed Yu Huajun. Naturally, everyone thought that Ling Xiao had used some sort of method to avoid the encirclement of Yuhua divine religion. It's useless even if he avoided them. They're all from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. How shameless of him to kill his own people, plundering the treasures. How shameful. If we don't kill him today, we won't be able to appease the anger of the commoners. Kill him. He escaped Yu Huajun's pursuit and still dared to return to the Senior Yuan Society. This brat is fearless. Everyone spoke one after another as if they were injected with chicken blood. Not only did they want Ling Xiao's treasures, But they also wanted to kill Yu Huajun. They wanted to avenge the martial artists of their forces by killing Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao laughed. He stood there and looked coldly at the room full of people. He laughed in disdain. Ling Xiao, you still dare to laugh. One of them said angrily, you don't know how to repent after killing someone. Do you know that you've committed a heinous crime? Even if Huang Jindi comes personally, he won't be able to save your life. These guys completely disregarded the feelings of the Golden Sky region and directly convicted Ling Xiao of a crime. It seemed that they felt that they didn't have to fear the Golden Sky region if they joined forces. Heinous crime? Why don't I know about it? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, why don't you tell me about it? You're playing dumb. The person who accused Ling Xiao of a crime sneered and said, the purpose of the senior Yuan Society's activity this time is to let everyone work together to seize the treasures. But you actually killed the disciples of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You've committed a heinous crime. That's not all. You obtained the treasures and refused to hand them over. That's the second punishment. Even if you die 100 times, it'll be enough. Hee, you said that I killed the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Where's the evidence? As for the treasures, even if I hand them over, I'll hand them over to the Golden City. What does it have to do with you? Your disciples are useless and came here to make a fool of themselves? Ling Xiao chuckled, but there was a hint of coldness in his laughter. The evidence is simple. Chi Hai and the demonic ape have already admitted it. Do you still want to deny it? That person asked. That's even more laughable. Those 2 trash didn't even go to the world of dead souls. Is their testimony useful? Ling Xiao mocked. But they learned it from the members of the Golden Sky region. That person said again. Who said that? Ling Xiao looked behind him. At this time, a martial artist walked out and said, I was just bragging. Those 2 idiots took it seriously. They showed it off as if they had obtained a treasure. There's actually an idiot who used this as evidence. You all heard that? Ling Xiao mocked. This is your so-called evidence? What a joke. Nothing else to say? It seems that you don't want to take revenge. The only thing you want to do is to become enemies with the Golden Sky region. Start a war with the 4 regions and 9 worlds, right? Do you want the Deep Sea Dragon Realm to disappear? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, which were as sharp as a knife, stabbing at the people of the Deep Sea Dragon Realm. This guy is too talkative, isn't he? With just a few words, he actually made the people of the Deep Sea Dragon Realm speechless. Those guys don't dare to start a war. I'm afraid that today's matter will end here, right? Bai Fan looked at Blackbeak and asked, Chapter 46-35. It's useless. No matter how powerful your mouth is, it still depends on your strength. If you're not strong enough, not only will the people from the Deep Sea Dragon Realm find trouble with him, the other forces will also find trouble with him. Blackbeak shook his head. Bai Fan was still too naive. In this world, strength was the most important. Whoever was strong enough had the right to speak. Otherwise, it would be nonsense. Just as Blackbeak finished speaking, Deep Sea Dragon Realm's elder Deep Sea Qiulong sneered. No matter how eloquent your tongue is, don't even think about escaping today. You have to confess whether you want to or not. Haha, old fart, are you threatening me? Ling Xiao mocked. If it was before, Ling Xiao might be afraid of this idiot. But now, there was no need for him to be afraid. Bastard, how dare you say that elders are old farts? Simply disgraceful. The person from the Deep Sea Dragon Realm who convicted Ling Xiao earlier roared. So what if I say he's old fart? You can convict people as you wish, but I can't scold people? What a joke. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, probably because the martial artists from the Golden Skies region are too kind, causing the kind to be bullied. Now, I'll give you a chance to get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone from the Deep Sea Dragon Realm today, not leaving anyone alive. Crazy. Arrogant. Awesome. Unparalleled arrogance. In front of 13 elders, he actually said that he would kill all the martial artists from the Deep Sea Dragon Realm. Other than Ling Xiao, there was probably no one else. Even Elder Bailey Fengxing didn't dare to say that. Haha, I'd like to see how you'll kill the martial artists from the Deep Sea Dragon Realm. A martial artist walked out of the crowd. He wasn't an elder, but a genius martial artist from the deep-sea dragon realm. Half-step divine body realm cultivation. He probably didn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill a divine body realm martial artist. That was why he dared to stand out. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare even if he had 100 guts. You overestimate yourself. Ling Xiao sneered, then raised his right hand. He stretched out a finger. Void-shattering finger. Beyond the void. This was the first level of void-shattering finger. The most terrifying thing about it was its attack speed. It could transcend the void and not be bound by space. In that instant, a ray of light shot out from his fingertip. He pointed at the person who spoke. That person did not react at all. This finger shot right between his eyebrows. Then it came out from the back of his head. Even his soul was instantly killed. Someone actually made such a strange request. How despicable. Ling Xiao didn't even look at it as he pointed his finger out. He just sneered. There was actually someone who wanted to die. Then he would fulfill her wish. In an instant, the entire place was dead silent. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be so overbearing. He actually dared to kill someone just because of a disagreement. Wasn't he afraid that the Dragon Emperor of the deep-sea dragon realm would come looking for trouble? Everyone was dumbfounded. The warriors of the deep-sea dragon field froze in place. Although this person was not the strongest person in the deep-sea dragon field, he represented the deep-sea dragon field. He was killed just like that. How could he tolerate this? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. All the martial artists of the deep-sea dragon field are here today, right? Haha, just nice. Ling Xiao took out the Void God sword. A terrifying aura was released from the sword. Some people even had the illusion that Ling Xiao was holding a giant beast in his hand. The Child God's blood formation. After all, the other party had more people, so Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He directly activated the Child God's blood formation. Then his figure suddenly disappeared. The Holy Ground demonic shadow was also at ease in the Child God's blood formation. Chi. There was the sound of something being pierced. Everyone turned to look. A martial artist's body was pierced by Ling Xiao's longsword and instantly turned into a dried corpse. Whoosh, whoosh. Every time Ling Xiao appeared, he would take away one or two martial artists. There were no fancy moves. All of them were normal attacks with the Void God sword. Since someone had come to help his Void God sword improve its strength, why wouldn't he be happy about it? During the attack, Ling Xiao deliberately avoided divine body realm martial artists. He started with the weak. These people did not have the ability to resist at all. Moreover, Ling Xiao appeared and disappeared like a ghost. They could not catch him at all. In the Child God's blood formation, they were uneasy and terrified. For the first time, they felt fear. The martial artist from the Golden Heavenly Domain was also stunned, including Elder Bailey Fengxing. He heard some things about Ling Xiao from the White Silver Dragon. He already had a higher opinion of Ling Xiao. However, seeing Ling Xiao attack today, he was still shocked. Not to mention other things. Just the Child God's blood formation alone was a divine skill that could fight against many. Stop! Deep-sea imprisoned dragon shouted. Ling Xiao's figure appeared and looked at him. Why, Elder Bailey, have you thought it through now? Kid, aren't you afraid of revenge for killing the deep-sea dragon region martial artists like this? Deep-sea imprisoned dragon roared. Revenge? Haha, is that all you want to say? If you're done, can I continue? Ling Xiao mocked. Kid, die. Just as Ling Xiao and Deep-Sea Imprisoned Dragon were talking, two first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists suddenly attacked from both sides. A hint of ruthlessness flashed past Ling Xiao's eyes. He originally thought that this was the end. As long as the other party was willing to apologize, he would just scram. However, the other party actually set him up like this. Then he would not be polite anymore. Dragon God's Ice Formation. A huge formation suddenly appeared. It was freezing cold. The temperature in the entire formation space plummeted. The two first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists attacking Ling Xiao actually slowed down instantly. It was as if their bodies were about to freeze. One must know that this Dragon God's Ice Formation had even tricked the Ghost Fire King, who was at the second-level Divine Body Realm, not to mention the first-level Divine Body Realm. Die. Ling Xiao did not use any other moves. He still stabbed out with the Void God sword. The Void God Sword was an Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Killing first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists was like slaughtering dogs. The two first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists were still nervously defrosting. They had already been stabbed by the Void God Sword. At this moment, the deep-sea imprisoned dragon defrosted and charged over. However, Ling Xiao had already sucked their bodies dry and used the sect's golden light to escape. The deep-sea imprisoned dragon could only stare helplessly. There was nothing he could do. They were completely killed by you. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the deep-sea imprisoned dragon and said, "Originally, I only wanted an apology. However, you guys forced me to do so. You can't blame me. Kill." Ocean God Yellow Springs Formation. Ling Xiao felt that killing was too slow. He directly released the rolling yellow springs. All the martial artists who were touched by it had their bones corroded and their souls eroded, instantly turning into the yellow spring. Those who managed to survive were only Divine Body Realm martial artists. The rest were all killed. "Stop! Quickly stop!" The deep-sea imprisoned dragon shouted in horror. "What tricks are you playing this time?" Ling Xiao asked contemptuously. "What exactly do you want for you to spare them?" The deep-sea imprisoned dragon asked. "Kneel down and apologize. Perhaps I can consider it." Ling Xiao smiled. "You've gone too far." The deep-sea imprisoned dragon roared angrily. Asking him to kneel down and apologize was only a consideration. Without a definite answer, wasn't it obvious that he was toying with him? Chapter 46-36. So that's all there is to you. For your laughable dignity? You're actually willing to sacrifice the lives of your own people. Day, Grand Elder, if all the higher-ups of the Patriarch Society were like you, it would be terrible. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's attack did not stop. He knew very well that even if he let these people go, the deep-sea dragon realm would not let him go. These people would still find trouble with him in the future. He was a person who hated trouble the most, so he only asked them to die. "Ling Xiao, that's enough. For this old man's sake, please spare those people." Bailey Fengxing could not stand it anymore. After all, they were all from the Patriarch Society. He could not bear to. "Forget it. Since Grand Elder Bailey said so, I'll give you face." Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, he had killed almost all of them. There were only a dozen left of the hundreds of people. It was nothing to give Bailey Fengxing face. Get lost. Ling Xiao looked at the battered and exhausted deep-sea dragon realm martial artists and said coldly, "In this battle, Ling Xiao was unscathed from beginning to end, and the deep-sea dragon realm had suffered a crushing defeat." The deep-sea dragon prison stared at Ling Xiao viciously. "Just you wait. The deep-sea dragon realm will never let you go." After saying that, he turned and left. The other forces had been watching from the sidelines. They seemed to want to use the deep-sea dragon realm's power to test the Golden Sky region's attitude. This way, it would be easier to formulate their strategy. Seeing Ling Xiao's power today, many people did not feel good. But they did not make a move. "Let's wait for the headquarters to send people over." Almost all the forces thought so. As a result, the originally noisy hall suddenly became deserted. Those who had come to denounce him had basically all chosen to leave. "Ling Xiao, although you've vented your anger by doing this, you've given the deep-sea dragon realm an excuse to take revenge on you." Bailey Fengxing sighed and said, "You'd better leave quickly and go to the Golden City. These people definitely won't dare to cause trouble in the Golden City." "Thank you, Senior, but I don't plan to leave." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "No matter what I do today, they'll still find trouble for me. It was better to make things clear in person. Backing down is not my style." Bailey Fengxing shook his head and said nothing more. He had seen plenty of geniuses with stubborn tempers. It seemed that he could only think of a way to protect Ling Xiao. He wondered what kind of experts the Golden City would send. Since there was nothing to do for the time being, Ling Xiao returned to his room to rest. He pondered over some of the problems he had encountered in the previous battles. He liked it very much. Every time, he would be able to find the problem in his battle and solve it. He wouldn't make the same mistake in the next battle. Just like that, the day passed peacefully. Everyone had already recovered to their peak. "Ling Xiao, come out and face your death." Early the next morning, an angry roar came from outside. His voice was like thunder. It was clearly far away, but it shook the entire tower. It's finally here. I wonder how many surprises it will give me this time. Ling Xiao smiled, stood up, and walked outside. In an instant, he disappeared from the door. The holy ground demonic shadow was that powerful. When he came outside, Ling Xiao saw that the white silver dragon and the other golden sky region martial artists had already arrived. However, he didn't see Bailey Fengxing. He suddenly had a bad feeling, but he couldn't figure it out. So he decided not to think about it. He looked up at the opposite side. He didn't see the deep-sea imprisoned dragon. Instead, it was a young man less than 100 years old. His cultivation had already reached the first level of the divine body realm, and his aura was quite strong. However, it felt like he had just broken through. Compared to Yu Qian and Zilin, he was still a lot weaker. Compared to Yu Huajun, he was even weaker. The experts from the deep-sea dragon region aren't here yet? Ling Xiao yawned, feeling dispirited. He thought that the people from the deep-sea dragon region were here to pick a fight. Who knew that it was such an ignorant kid? It seemed like the other party was older than him. However, his mental maturity was too low. You are Ling Xiao? That person looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "What an arrogant kid. Not only did you kill the martial artists from the deep-sea dragon region, but you also dare to make our elders kneel. You are so arrogant that you don't know who you are." I am arrogant. What can you do? Ling Xiao laughed. What? I'm here today to teach you a lesson, you arrogant bastard. Before the young man finished speaking, he had already soared into the sky. He pounced toward Ling Xiao. The aura of a divine body realm martial artist was naturally extraordinary. The group of underlings behind him shouted as if this kid could really take down Ling Xiao. The white silver dragon and the others shook their heads. This group of people from the deep-sea dragon region was really hopelessly stupid. Even your elders, the deep-sea imprisoned dragon, couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. You were just a piece of trash who just broke through. You actually clamored to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. What are you thinking? If this young man fought with all his might, he might still be able to fight with Ling Xiao for 100 rounds. But he underestimated the enemy so much and did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. This was incomprehensible. Senior apprentice Brother White Silver, don't you know him? He is the personal disciple of the deep-sea dragon region's dragon emperor, a peerless genius. Because he was in closed-door seclusion, he did not go to the world of souls. All along, this guy has been able to jump ranks to challenge, so he is rather conceited. Bai Fan said with a laugh. Then it's no wonder that he developed such a bad habit of not even being able to see the enemy's strength clearly. He is going to be taught a lesson this time. The white silver dragon sighed and said to Ling Xiao, better spare this guy's dog life. Just cripple him will do. He is the dragon emperor's disciple after all. When the young man heard the white silver dragon's words, he was instantly enraged. He felt that he was completely underestimated. The other party actually told Ling Xiao not to kill him and just crippled him. Didn't this mean that he was nothing in front of Ling Xiao at all? I'm going to kill you. The young man had arrived in front of Ling Xiao, and his ferocious attack suddenly became stronger. This was an attack that no divine core warrior could withstand. But Ling Xiao didn't do anything. You're so arrogant. Watch me smash your head. Finally, the punch brought forth a strong wind, and like a comet falling from the sky, it smashed onto Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao still didn't move. However, the young man revealed a dumbfounded expression. Impossible. He knew best how terrifying the power of his fist was. When he was just a half-step divine physique realm warrior, he could already fight with a first-level divine physique realm warrior. Although he couldn't win, his opponent wouldn't dare take his punch head-on. Now that he was at the first-level divine physique realm, the power of his punch was naturally stronger. But why? Why couldn't he kill a fourth-level shattered core warrior? He couldn't understand. Hee hee, you fought. Now it's my turn. Ling Xiao sneered. He raised his right hand, and a terrifying energy gathered on his index finger. A strong wind brought forth by the law of space caused the young man to be terrified. The energy felt like it could shatter space and destroy everything. Before Ling Xiao even attacked, the young man's face had already turned pale. End of chapter. Chapter 46-37. Oh no! The young expert tried to retreat, but it was too late. Ling Xiao pointed his finger. The space was torn apart. Apart from his head, the poor young man's entire body was torn apart along with the space. Seeing that you're the Dragon Emperor's disciple, I'll spare your life. Get lost and complain to your master, the Dragon Emperor. Ling Xiao smiled and kicked the other party's head away like he was kicking a ball. Get lost, all of you. Bring some stronger people. You're not enough. Ling Xiao felt the increase in energy in his cultivation sea. He wanted to fight with an expert even more urgently. The deep-sea dragon realm martial artists fled again, but this time, they didn't leave for long. About half an hour later, the situation that Ling Xiao had been waiting for happened. Not only the deep-sea dragon realm, but all the other forces appeared again. Different from the previous time, the number of divine body realm martial artists among them had increased greatly. Just in the deep-sea dragon realm alone, there were more than a dozen elders. This time, it was obvious that they wanted to destroy Ling Xiao completely. They didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance. An expert was an expert after all. His aura was like that of a tiger. He was just standing there. That aura terrified many martial artists from the Golden Heavens region. Bai Fan, Black Peak, and the others couldn't take it at all. The white silver dragon was still fine. After all, he was a divine body first-level martial artist. The terrifying aura enveloped Ling Xiao's surroundings. Like a spider web, it bound Ling Xiao's freedom tightly. Terrifying killing intent was released without any concealment. They wanted Ling Xiao's life. Not only did they want his life, but they also wanted the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao, one of them roared like a dragon. Many people's ears were bleeding from the shock. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He was already prepared to fight against these strong people. So, he entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation in advance. He also integrated the power of the tyrannical martial soul into his body. The sun god's blood formation was also activated. In the formation, the second level of the bloody devil rat was also activated. It was just that the formation diagram was not visible at this time, so others could not detect it. However, the effects of the child god's blood fiend array diagram had always been present. You don't have to be so loud. I'm not deaf. If you have something to say it quickly. Facing this first-level divine physique echelon martial artist whose strength was almost on par with Yu Huajun's, Ling Xiao still maintained a calm attitude. If he could kill Yu Huajun, then he could kill all the first-level divine physique echelon martial artists. He was confident. Moreover, as his strength increased, this would become easier and easier. Ling Xiao, do you know your crime? F***CK. It's the same trick again. I don't want to answer the same question a second time. Ling Xiao said indifferently. If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. That's good. I'll take you back to the deep-sea dragon domain and interrogate you properly. From the other party's actions, it could be seen that these people didn't just want to kill Ling Xiao. What they wanted even more was to obtain the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. As he spoke, the man suddenly stretched out his hand. Divine essence condensed into a heavenly hand in the void. It directly grabbed at Ling Xiao. It seemed like he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive. Earth Vertical Golden Light Technique. In the Child God's Blood Fiend array diagram, the Earth Vertical Golden Light Technique could be used at any time, and the consumption was not great. Ling Xiao disappeared from the spot. That giant hand also fell at the same time. For a moment, a terrifying loud sound was heard, and the tower's ground was almost directly shattered. One had to know that this tower was built through special processing. For a moment, strong winds blew. Several warriors from the golden, heavenly domain were blown away. Some were even directly torn apart by the strong winds. They died tragically on the spot. How dare you kill my golden heavens domain martial artists? Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly became cold. A coldness that seemed to be able to freeze everything. It sent chills down one's spine. So what if you killed them? Didn't you also kill my deep-sea dragon domain martial artists? That first-level divine physique echelon martial artist said disdainfully, not only do I want to kill them, but I also want to kill you. Come with us obediently, and perhaps we can still spare your life. As he spoke, that terrifying giant hand attacked again. Since that's the case, none of you from the deep-sea dragon domain can leave. All of you will die here. No one will be left alive. Ling Xiao let a few people go the first time, but he didn't kill anyone the second time. That was because the other party was only looking for him, so he didn't care. But it was different this time. The other party actually targeted the ordinary Golden Heavens domain disciples. The nature of this was completely different. In other words, the other party would make a move on innocent people. He had to consider the battle alliance and the safety of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Only by completely destroying the deep-sea dragon domain could he be at ease. Ha 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 ha. Kill us all? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? That first-level divine physique echelon martial artist laughed wildly. I alone can take care of all of you trash. If Huang Jindi doesn't come today, none of you will live. Is that so? Facing the sky-covering giant hand, Ling Xiao didn't dodge this time. Instead, he stood on the spot. His entire body was shining with golden light. The Emperor's power of the Golden Lotus Scroll was constantly blooming. A golden lotus platform appeared behind Ling Xiao. This lotus platform was shaped like a dragon throne. On the dragon throne, an emperor sat high up. It was the Emperor's shadow condensed by the Golden Lotus Scroll, domineering divine fist. That golden power was all integrated into Ling Xiao's hands. The Emperor's shadow clenched his fist and punched out at the same time. It blasted towards the sky-covering giant hand. I even killed you, Huajun. You're not even as good as you, Huajun. What right do you have to be arrogant here? Boom. The domineering divine fist and the sky-covering giant hand finally collided. Ling Xiao could retreat, but he didn't. Standing on the ground, his body was as stable as a mountain. He actually blocked the giant hand directly. A terrifying gust of wind scattered wildly. Blood seeped out from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth, but only a little. After all, although the other party was stronger than him, his physical body was incomparably strong. It was equivalent to the divine demon black tortoise body with 8 dragon patterns on it. It couldn't be broken so easily. There was a hint of mockery in Ling Xiao's eyes. Fire of the Phoenix. Although he couldn't make the strange fire and immortal fire leave his body to attack, but Ling Xiao could wrap his fists. At that moment, the sky-covering giant hand seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. The first-level divine physique echelon expert let out a miserable shriek. The terrifying giant hand had been completely burned. Bastard! That person was completely enraged. How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. So what if I hurt you? This is still considered light. Ling Xiao smiled. As expected, it felt good to fight with an expert. The energy in his cultivation C increased by another 10%. Now, it was already 50%. He didn't know if his cultivation could break through to the 5th level of the core-shattering realm after dealing with this bunch of trash from the deep-sea dragon domain. After all, every level up would increase his combat power by 10 times. His strength would only become stronger and stronger. In the future, when he faced divine body first-level martial artists, his chances of winning would only increase. Arrogant. You're really too arrogant. I must kill you. Kill you. That divine body first-level martial artist was about to go crazy. Chapter 46-38. I will definitely kill you. That divine body first-level martial artist seemed to have been injured by Ling Xiao because he failed to kill Ling Xiao. Feeling humiliated, he instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. Berserk True Essence was completely released with a loud rumble, preparing to blast Ling Xiao into pieces. The experts from the other forces stood there to watch the show. No one knew what they were thinking. Who dares to behave atrociously in my territory? At this moment, a majestic voice resounded. Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a smile. This voice was way too familiar. In an instant, the entire tower became extremely hot. That deep-sea dragon region martial artist also retracted his aura in fear. He was forced by the other party's aura. If he didn't do so, he would probably be killed. Fire Emperor. Ling Xiao saw the person who came. He was dressed in a loose red robe. His entire body was emitting a scorching aura, causing everyone present to feel the scorching heat. There were more than 10 people who came with the Fire Emperor, and all of them were experts. Yang Shuyi is here too. Ling Xiao had fought with this Valkyrie before, so he naturally recognized her. In fact, he even became Yang Shuyi's groom during the spouse finding martial arts competition. However, at that time, he didn't know Yang Shuyi's true strength. From the looks of it now, Yang Shuyi was indeed a divine body realm expert. If she really attacked at that time, no one would be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao noticed that there was an extremely cold gaze in the crowd that was filled with murderous intent. He couldn't help but frown. Then, he saw a face that looked familiar. That's Huang Jinlan. Bai Yinzalong reminded. Warlord Huang Jinlan. Understood. The 9 Revolutions gourd was Huang Jinlan's. When Ling Xiao erased a trace of Huang Jinlan's divine consciousness back then, he had seen Huang Jinlan's face. Huang Jinlan quickly retracted his gaze. Now wasn't the time to be calculative about personal grudges. The deep sea dragon region was too much. He didn't dare to stir up internal strife at this time. How dare the deep sea dragon region look down on the golden skies? Do you really think that there's no one in my golden sky region? This floor seems to be our territory. You guys came here to behave atrociously. Have you asked for my permission? The Flame Emperor had no time to catch up with Ling Xiao. Moreover, now was not the time to reminisce. He stood in front of Ling Xiao, looking at the experts of the deep-sea dragon realm with a gloomy face. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He wanted to see how the Golden City treated him. Fire King, Ling Xiao has killed the innocent. We didn't come here to become enemies with the Golden Sky region. I just want to seek justice and kill this fellow with my own hands. The deep-sea imprisoned dragon said calmly, Please understand, Fire Emperor, and don't stop us. Understand? Understand your mother's lackey. When has it been your deep-sea dragon domain's people's turn to discipline our Golden Heavens region's martial artists? He killed the innocent? I've also heard about this. You can't even produce any evidence, yet you insist on convicting him. Haha, looks like I haven't come out all these years. You guys have treated me as heir. The Flame Emperor was clearly here to uphold justice for Ling Xiao this time. Don't say that those people deserve to be killed. Even if they didn't deserve to be killed, he would still protect Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was a genius that he had always thought highly of. Not only was he extremely outstanding in martial arts, but his alchemy skills were even better than his. If such a talent was killed by others, then the heavens would punish the Golden City. Speaking up to here, the Flame Emperor looked at the remaining 11 forces. He sneered, You guys don't have to hide your purpose of coming here. It's nothing more than wanting treasures. I'll make it clear today. What Ling Xiao obtained is his. No one can snatch it away. Dizun has already spoken on this matter. If you guys still dare to think about it, then you're becoming enemies with the Golden Sky region. I'll let you know how powerful the Golden Sky region that once ruled the 4 regions and 9 worlds is. Fire Emperor must be joking. We just saw that the deep-sea dragon realm was coming aggressively and came to mediate. A martial artist from the heaven's sacred ground said with a smile. Of course, these words couldn't be taken seriously. Who wasn't a little greedy? It was just that the heaven's sacred ground wasn't that desperate. Fire Emperor, many of our eternal palace's geniuses died tragically. It's said that it's all related to Ling Xiao. Let's get to the bottom of this. If it's really him, then you must hand him over to us today. The Eternal Emperor Realm's expert said coldly. His attitude was very unyielding. After all, this time, it could be said that they were completely wiped out. Although Yu Chun survived, she was kidnapped by the Death Spirit Emperor and her fate was unknown. The other forces' experts didn't say anything. Although they had many reasons, their purpose was basically the same. Firstly, it was for the treasures. Secondly, it was to suppress the Golden Sky region's momentum. After all, only the Golden Sky region had profited this time. That's right. The Deep-Sea Dragon Realm is also here for this matter. No matter what, you, Ling Xiao, can't wash away the suspicion of killing our Deep-Sea Dragon Realm's martial artists. After we bring you back and interrogate you, we'll know the truth. The Deep-Sea Dragon prisoner sneered. What a joke. You want to take away our Golden Sky region's martial artists? How arrogant. The Flame Emperor roared and his entire body seemed to have turned into a blazing sun. Standing there, the terrifying heat made the deep-sea dragon realm's martial artists feel extremely uncomfortable. Many of them even let out shrill screams. Their bodies were burnt black. Now, I've also killed your deep-sea dragon realm's martial artists. Bring me back for interrogation too. However, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The Flame Emperor mocked. He's really going to make a move. The onlookers secretly exclaimed. The Flame Emperor was indeed as hot-tempered as the rumors said. If you dare to provoke the Golden Sky region, I'll make you suffer. I heard that the Flame Emperor seems to have some relationship with Ling Xiao. That's why he's so protective of him. Someone said. The Flame Emperor alone is enough to make the deep-sea dragon realm suffer. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to capture Ling Xiao today. Someone sighed inwardly. After all, apart from the Flame Emperor, even the Valkyrie and Warlord were here this time. The importance that the Golden Sky region attached to this matter was far beyond their imagination. Flame Emperor, you've gone too far. Do you really think there's no one in the deep-sea dragon realm? The deep-sea prisoner dragon was completely enraged. As an elder, he had to stand up for him. So what if I've gone too far? What can you do? Let your dragon emperor do it. Otherwise, it'll be useless no matter who comes. The Flame Emperor sneered. Overbearing. Ling Xiao sighed. No wonder he got along so well with the Flame Emperor. This guy's temper was really to his liking. Flame Emperor, do you think there's no one in the deep-sea dragon realm? Suddenly, a voice came from the void. So it's you, the octopus. Since you're here, why are you hiding? When did you learn from the Tortoise King? The Flame Emperor looked out of the window. There was no one there. However, there was a terrifying aura coming from outside. I'm not an octopus. I'm an octopus. How many times have I said it? Finally, that person's figure appeared. He appeared in the deep-sea dragon realm's camp. Chapter 46-39. The Octopus King of the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm. The white-silver dragon introduced him to Ling Xiao in a low voice. In fact, even without him, Ling Xiao could guess that this guy had the natural fishy smell of the sea race. Moreover, he actually had 6 hands. Yes, plus 2 legs. Wasn't he still an octopus? Fire King, how dare you bully the people of the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm? You're too shameless. The Octopus King said, You're really going to bite back? You elders are bullying the juniors of the Golden Sky region. You're really shameless. The Fire King sneered and said, Even if a stinky fish like you is here, it's meaningless. I'll still burst your chrysanthemum. Oh, I'm so angry. The Octopus King's face flushed red. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. It was like a tide. The aura soared into the sky, and the entire hall suddenly became incomparably smelly. F***CK. Stinky fish, you're farting. The Fire King covered his nose, and the blazing flames rolled. He forced the stench back. Behind him, a fire god appeared with a solemn look. Whoosh, without needing to make a move. The flames seemed to have a life of their own and turned into a phoenix that pounced on the Octopus King. Everyone hurriedly dodged. They were afraid of being affected by the battle between these two terrifying kings. Humph. The Octopus King snorted coldly, and his vital energy condensed into a ferocious sea beast that pounced on the huge phoenix. The sea beast and the phoenix actually fought in midair as if they were living creatures. One side was water, and the other side was fire. Logically speaking, water countered fire, and the Fire King should be at a disadvantage. However, the phoenix didn't seem to have any intention of backing down. On the contrary, it was extremely ferocious, almost suppressing the sea beast. The Octopus King's expression suddenly became ferocious, and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Obviously, he was inferior to the Fire King. They were both king-level experts, but he was obviously at a disadvantage in front of the Fire King. Stinky fish, you actually dare to stand up for others with such little ability. You're really embarrassing. I've already said that if the Dragon Emperor doesn't come, no one in the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm is my match. The Fire King's attacks became more and more domineering and unreasonable. He didn't give the Octopus King any chance. Rip. The huge phoenix actually tore the sea beast apart and pounced towards the Octopus King. Ah! The Octopus King let out a miserable shriek as it was completely engulfed by the crimson fire phoenix. Clearly, the Flame Emperor's attack wasn't simple. Oh my god, the Flame King is still as domineering as before. Luckily, we didn't make a move. In the crowd, the experts of the other forces secretly rejoiced. There had been rumors in the past that the Fire King's strength was actually very close to that of the 13 rulers. It was even possible that he had already achieved it, but that was just a rumor. Many people did not believe it at all. But now, they had no choice but to believe it. The horrifying strength of the Fire Emperor was truly terrifying. Boom! The Octopus King was blasted far away by the flames and fell to the ground. The flames gradually extinguished, but the Octopus King was already seriously injured. He struggled to get up from the ground. His entire body was charred black, and his eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Several warriors from the deep-sea dragon field hurried over to support him. Scram! After all, he was a king, and he wanted to save face. He directly shook off the warriors who were supporting him. He just looked at the Flame Emperor ferociously. What? Do you want to eat me? The Flame Emperor said disdainfully, no matter how big your eyes are, it's useless. Trash like the deep-sea dragon field. How dare you provoke the Golden Heavens domain? You've really forgotten how terrifying it was when you were once dominated by us. If the previous Golden Emperor was still here, how could he allow you to behave so atrociously? He would have killed you long ago. You want to regain your face? Sure, go and invite the Dragon Emperor over. The Flame Emperor's words really humiliated the Octopus King. However, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He could not defeat the Flame Emperor. If it were not for the fact that the two of them had worked together before, the Flame Emperor might have really killed him. The Flame Emperor was already giving him a lot of face by sparing his life. If he didn't know what was good for him, the Flame Emperor could really kill him. F***ck. I don't think there are many people who can suppress the Flame Emperor. He's really powerful and domineering. In the crowd, someone was afraid. Others might reason with you, but the Flame Emperor wouldn't. You couldn't hurt his people. Unless you're stronger than him, don't even think about getting any benefits from him. What kind of dog luck did this Ling Xiao have to be so protected by the Flame Emperor? If it weren't for the Flame Emperor, he would have been taken away long ago. Even Bailey Fengxing couldn't protect him. Everyone was thinking about this matter and felt that Ling Xiao was too lucky. The Flame Emperor didn't hesitate to become enemies with the other 12 forces to protect Ling Xiao. They were weighing the pros and cons, whether they should mess around with the deep-sea dragon field. The Flame Emperor is right. If the Dragon Emperor doesn't give us an explanation today, don't go back. Otherwise, you'll really think that there's no one in our Golden Heavens domain. Valkyrie Yang Shuyi also stood out. She looked coldly at the people from the deep-sea dragon field. She was the most outstanding person of the younger generation of the Golden Heavens domain. She was even more outstanding than the War King. She actually fought Ling Xiao, which surprised many people. But Ling Xiao wasn't surprised at all. In fact, Yang Shuyi was the wife that he won from the martial arts competition. Although the situation was special, the two of them didn't take it seriously. But after all, they had worked together. They had feelings for each other. Damn it, the Golden Heavens domain is going too far. The Octopus King was furious. He had already been injured by the Flame Emperor. Now that the Valkyrie had come out, she actually wanted all of them to stay. Unless the Dragon Emperor personally came to apologize. How was that possible? Going too far? Yang Shuyi said coldly. So what if you're going too far? Has your deep-sea dragon domain forgotten how our Golden Sky region treated our enemies in the past? Kill. Just this one word. All these years, because the Golden Heavens domain's strength had declined. Dizun wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to cause trouble. It made you guys forget how terrifying our Golden Heavens domain is. You all want to ride on our heads and piss on us? No way. Huang Jinlan was a little embarrassed. He actually wanted to send Ling Xiao out and bury the hatchet. For a disciple, It was not worth becoming enemies with the 12 major forces. But now, the Flame Emperor and Yang Shuyi's words made him unable to say these words. He could only shut his mouth. Ling Xiao was quite touched. For the first time, he truly felt that he belonged to the Golden Heavens domain. Although it was the same in the past, he didn't have such a strong sense of belonging. He didn't expect the Golden Heavens domain to support him this time, especially with the appearance of the Flame Emperor and Yang Shuyi. They really gave him enough support in face. Whether it was the Valkyrie or the Flame Emperor, they had never fought at the same time, because any one of them was enough to move the 4 regions and 9 realms. This time, the two of them appeared together. It was actually for him. How could he not be touched? Especially the Flame Emperor. He even injured the Octopus King. Yang Shuyi even wanted to keep everyone from the Deep Sea Dragon domain. Chapter 4640. Ha 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 ha. Fire Emperor, Valkyrie, Warlord. What a powerful lineup. Good. Very good. Suddenly, a burst of laughter that made one's eardrums hurt was heard. Then, 4 figures appeared in the void. 3 men and 1 woman. The leader was a young-looking man, but his divine soul was clearly more than 200 years old. It was the strongest ruler of the Deep Sea Dragon realm, the Dragon Emperor. The man and woman beside him were the Dragon Emperor's right-hand men, the Gorgon Demoness and the Killer Whale King. The man behind them had a divine soul that was less than 50 years old, but his strength was not weak. He had already reached the 2nd level of the Divine Body realm. He was not inferior to Little Gold and Cold Plum. It was the Dragon Emperor's proudest and most outstanding disciple, the Deep Sea Flood Dragon. Seeing these 4 people, the Deep Sea Dragon realm people hurriedly bowed. No one expected that the Dragon Emperor of the Deep Sea Dragon realm would actually come personally. This was truly inconceivable. Was it really worth it for a Ling Xiao? The one who spoke just now was naturally the Dragon Emperor. Fire Emperor, you're really impressive. Not only did you injure the Octopus King, but you also want to keep so many people from the Deep Sea Dragon realm. All these years, the Deep Sea Dragon realm and the Golden Sky realm have been on good terms. Why get angry over such a small matter? Do you really want the 2 forces to fight each other? That's not too good. The Dragon Emperor's voice was calm but domineering, as expected of the most powerful existence in the Deep Sea Dragon realm. A small matter? Dragon Emperor, are you blind? This is the office of the Golden Sky realm. This is the territory of the Golden Sky realm. You brought people here to behave atrociously and even wanted to kill our disciples. This is a small matter? Why don't I cripple your disciple? What do you think about this matter? The Fire Emperor sneered. Even if the Dragon Emperor came, the Fire Emperor did not give him face at all. Fire Emperor, you're wrong. After all, Ling Xiao is suspected of killing the Deep Sea Dragon Realm disciples. We also need to give the Deep Sea Dragon Realm martial artists an explanation. So, Ling Xiao needs to follow us to the Deep Sea Dragon Realm. If you're worried, you can follow us. The Dragon Emperor said slowly. His nonchalant attitude was overbearing and confident. He, the Dragon Emperor, had personally stepped in. If he still could not take Ling Xiao away, it would be a great loss of face. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to make a trip to the Deep Sea Dragon domain no matter what. Don't bother. At this moment, Ling Xiao stepped out from the crowd. Xiao Chen looked at the Dragon Emperor and said indifferently, "Listen carefully. I killed the cultivators of the Deep Sea Dragon domain when I was in the small purple spirit nation. He had killed them in the heavenly demon ghost realm. He had also killed them in the world of souls. They deserved to die. As for Sea Lion Hero and Ghost Fish, they were killed by the Death Spirit Emperor's personal guards because they didn't have the strength. All right, I've already asked what I wanted to ask. Now, let's talk about the matter between us. It's time to settle the score." Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, "When I was in the small purple spirit kingdom, I didn't know your Deep Sea Dragon region's martial artists at all, but wanted to rely on your strength to kill me. He even dared to have dirty thoughts about my woman, Yu Fenghua from the Eternal Palace. Of course, I killed them. When I was in the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm, it was your Deep Sea Dragon region's martial artists, and they were even Divine Body Realm martial artists. They colluded with the enemy to kill me. Of course, I killed them. It was the same in the world of souls. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. I want to ask, since your deep-sea dragon region treated me like this, should I kill my way to the deep-sea dragon region and destroy all of you? No one had expected Ling Xiao to make such a move. Even the Fire Emperor and Yang Shuyi were confused. Ling Xiao was even more unreasonable than them. Not only did he want to prove his innocence, but he also wanted to condemn the deep-sea dragon region. Ha 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 ha. What a reckless and stupid little guy. What right do you have to condemn the deep-sea dragon region? The Dragon Emperor laughed wildly. Do you think you can do whatever you want with the Fire Emperor and Yang Shuyi as your backers? You're right, Ling Xiao said indifferently. I didn't find trouble with you, but you came to find trouble with me. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Today, let the deep-sea dragon region be destroyed here. What? Many people thought they heard wrong. Ling Xiao actually wanted to destroy the deep-sea dragon region? Was he serious? Even if the Fire Emperor was on par with the Dragon Emperor, Yang Shuyi could block the snake-haired demoness. The warlord could block the Killer Whale King. But there were dozens of deep-sea dragon region divine body realm powerhouses present. How could he block them alone? He was simply crazy. Senior Fire Emperor, is it okay for you to block the Dragon Emperor? Ling Xiao said indifferently. No problem at all, the Fire Emperor said. He already knew that this little guy was crazy, but he didn't expect him to be so crazy. He was even more impressive than him. Shuyi, block that snake-haired demoness for me. Sure. Yang Shuyi nodded. She believed that Ling Xiao wasn't an impulsive person. Since Ling Xiao made such arrangements, he must have his reasons. Basically, except for these three people, Ling Xiao didn't care about the rest. Silver Dragon, the Octopus King is seriously injured. Is it okay for you to handle him? Ling Xiao continued to make arrangements. Don't worry. Ling Xiao didn't give Huang Jinlan any tasks. Because even if he did, the other party wouldn't do it. That would be a waste of time. Haha, do you think it's okay for you to make such arrangements? Don't tell me you want to fight all of us alone? The deep-sea imprisoned dragon looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer. Aren't you overestimating yourself? There are at least 30 first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists here. There are also 2 second-level Divine Body Realm martial artists. How are you going to fight them? By bragging? Ling Xiao ignored him. He directly released Cold Plum, Little Gold, and Dong Huangyu from the Dongshang Emperor Ring. Golden Prince, Kaidai Saintus. Many people exclaimed when they saw the two of them. Who didn't know that these two were the top geniuses of the Savage Beast region? Little Gold, I'll leave that arrogant deep-sea flood dragon to you. Cold Plum, I'll leave that stupid deep-sea imprisoned dragon to you. My good disciple, let's work together to deal with the rest. If we don't destroy the deep-sea dragon region today, I'll write my name backwards. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with strong fighting spirit after he finished arranging the battles. This was a battle to protect their dignity. This was a battle to show off their strength. If they lost, they would lose everything. If they won, they would get everything. It was that simple. Sun God's Blood Formation, Dragon God's Ice Formation, Ocean God's Yellow Springs Formation. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time and attacked immediately. In an instant, the 3 formations surrounded the 31st level Divine Body Realm martial artists. At the same time, he released his martial soul barrier. He didn't want others to see what happened inside. After all, both the Sky Tyrant martial soul and the Void God sword were too attractive. Just in case, it was better not to expose them. Ha ha ha, Dragon Emperor, let's fight outside. The Fire Emperor laughed. Let's go. The Dragon Emperor didn't seem to be worried about his own people at all. No matter what, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao, a 4th-level core-shattering stage martial artist and a half-step Divine Body Realm martial artist, to be able to fight against 31st-level Divine Body Realm martial artists. What a pity. If he knew about the existence of Demon Venerables and Divine Venerables, he probably wouldn't think so. Chapter 46-41. Inside the martial soul barrier, the deep-sea dragon field martial artists looked at Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu with disdain. Kid, you're digging your own grave. Ling Xiao ignored them. Instead, he released the Divine Venerable and the Demon Venerable. Even if he and Dong Huangyu worked together, they would not be a match for 31st level Divine Body Realm martial artists. Therefore, the Divine Venerable and the Demon Venerable were used to clear the field. Seeing the Divine Venerable Ling Xiao and the Demon Venerable Ling Xiao, when the deep-sea dragon field martial artists saw these two powerful beings appear, they were stunned. They were instantly stunned. We've been tricked. Everyone realized that the deep-sea dragon field had been tricked by Ling Xiao. It turned out that Ling Xiao had cultivated such a terrifying technique. It could actually create an avatar, and the avatar was even stronger than the original. Kill. Ling Xiao would not give them a chance to regret. The Demon Venerable and the Divine Venerable were like wolves in a flock of sheep. They started a massacre. Dong Huangyu also joined in. With the Ghost Lantern's protection, she was no weaker than a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao's original body was not idle either. He held the Void God Sword and started to harvest. This should be enough to feed the Void God Sword. Let's kill Ling Xiao's original body first. That was what everyone thought. However, everyone was dumbfounded again. It was not easy to kill Ling Xiao's original body in the Sun God's blood formation. Although the original body was not as strong as the Divine Venerable and the Demon Venerable, it was very mysterious. However, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably, making it impossible to guard against him. The most terrifying thing was the Void God Sword in his hand. As long as it touched someone, they would feel their essence being forcibly sucked away. That kind of feeling was really King unpleasant. At the same time, the battle outside had already begun. Neither the Fire Emperor nor the Dragon Emperor was weaker than the other. It was hard to tell who would win. This was also one of the most fascinating battles. Almost everyone was paying attention to it. They ignored Ling Xiao's battle. The battle between Yang Shuyi and the snake-haired demon was also very exciting. The scariest thing about the snake-haired demon was her petrification ability. This fellow was a descendant of the primordial demonic beast Medusa. Yang Shuyi was also having a headache, so she was very careful in the battle. However, the Valkyrie was the Valkyrie after all. Naturally, she wasn't weak. The battle between the Silver Dragon and the Octopus King was not that intense, but it was equally thrilling. The Octopus King was a starving camel that was still bigger than a horse, although he was seriously injured. However, it wasn't that easy to kill them. The White Silver Dragon knew very well that Ling Xiao had given him this opponent so that he could evolve in this battle. Although the possibility of a breakthrough was not very high. However, it was entirely possible for his combat ability to increase. In the battle between Xiao Jin and the Deep Sea Flood Dragon, Xiao Jin basically had the upper hand. The Deep Sea Flood Dragon was considered a strengthened version of Purple Qilin. Xiao Jin was too familiar with the way this creature fought. If the Deep Sea Flood Dragon did not have any special abilities, it would definitely lose. The most surprising one was Cold Plum. She had learned a lot from the battle with the old man from the Jade Flower sect. He actually managed to suppress the Deep Sea Imprisoned Dragon, who was at the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. The Deep Sea Dragon prisoner was also very depressed. He was already a few hundred years old, but he was actually suppressed by a little girl. It would not sound good if word got out. At this moment, Huang Jinlan was also a little depressed. He thought that Ling Xiao would ask him for help sooner or later. That way, he could consider himself as Ling Xiao's benefactor. However, the battle had been going on for so long. Ling Xiao did not show any signs of asking for help. Could this kid really be able to fight against 31st level Divine Body Realm martial artists? Even he couldn't do it. The martial artists from the other forces were also very surprised. At first, he thought that Ling Xiao would come out very soon. However, it seemed that the situation was not right. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye. The martial spirit barrier was still not open. In other words, Ling Xiao was still not defeated. Of course, the Deep Sea Dragon region was not defeated either. At this moment, within the barrier, Ling Xiao had already recalled the Demon Lord and the Divine Lord. He even put away the Void God Sword. It was too wasteful to kill them like this. Therefore, he left the 4 strongest first-level Divine Body Realm martial artists for his main body to practice. In the distance, Dong Huangyu was still fighting with a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao did not have to worry at all. He just needed to kill the 4 people in front of him. Martial spirit possession of the sky. Bloodthirsty demonic rats activated the second layer, in addition to the corrosion of the bloodthirsty rats for half an hour. In fact, these divine body realm martial artists were already much weaker than before. Ling Xiao shut down the bloodthirsty rats directly. If this continued, there would be no need to fight. The Dragon God Frost Formation and the Ocean God Underworld Formation were also shut down. There was no need. Come, I won't use my avatars. I'll give you 4 a chance. Kill me, and you can leave this place. Are you not going to fight? Ling Xiao curled his finger and smiled. You're too arrogant. A voice was heard. A first-level divine body realm martial artist in blue suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. Along the way, he threw out a palm strike. This palm strike was extremely powerful. Even the space trembled from the palm strike. Ling Xiao even had an illusion. What he faced was not a palm strike, but a collapsed space. This space was pressing down on him, trying to crush him to death. The attack of a divine body realm martial artist was not weak at all, and it was very powerful. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and the bloodthirsty rat's power every time. His cultivation was still too weak. Almost every time, he used his full strength. This was not Ling Xiao's usual style. According to Ling Xiao's previous fighting style, he would always leave 1 or 2 trump cards. At the same time, the other 3 attacked at the same time. The one in black held a long sword. The one in white threw out a punch. The one in green held a long saber. The 4 of them had different fighting styles. But at the beginning, they were just probing attacks. They did not use their full strength, because they were not sure if Ling Xiao was telling the truth. Was he really not going to use the god and demon venerables? The attacks of 4 divine body realm martial artists. Immediately, Ling Xiao felt an extremely oppressive feeling, as if he was about to suffocate. His body was about to be crushed. Ling Xiao could feel that the energy in the cultivation sea in his body was increasing crazily. He did not dare to fight head-on. He directly used the vertical golden light technique to dodge. In just an instant, he escaped from the attack range of the 4 experts, just like before. But these 4 guys were not to be trifled with. They seemed to be used to Ling Xiao's fighting style of suddenly disappearing and suddenly appearing. Each of them took a part of the space and completely locked onto Ling Xiao. The power of their will even locked onto Ling Xiao. They did not give Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Ice Divine Fist. This was not a high-level fist technique, but together with the ice fighting will, it could slow down the enemy's movements. It was obvious that this was targeted at Ling Xiao, as long as they could slow down Ling Xiao's speed. If the 4 of them attacked together, they would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. Although they did not understand why Ling Xiao gave up the god and demon venerables attacks, this was definitely an opportunity. They would not give up. They would first kill Ling Xiao, then kill Dong Huangyu, and they would win. Chapter 46-42. Frost Divine Fist. One of them roared and punched out with both fists. The air suddenly became cold. This felt a little like the effect of the Dragon God's Frost Array diagram. However, it was much stronger. As expected of an attack from a first-level divine body realm martial artist, a ferocious cold aura rushed toward Ling Xiao. It was obvious that they wanted to freeze Ling Xiao. At the very least, they wanted to slow down Ling Xiao's speed. This way, the 4 divine body realm experts would have a chance to kill Ling Xiao. However, they seemed to have thought of things too simply. Ling Xiao didn't use the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. Instead, he used the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. Although the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique was faster now, it couldn't control the direction and could only stay away from the enemy. It was good for escaping, but in a battle, the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow was obviously more useful. Ling Xiao flashed in the air like a demonic shadow. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Every time he took a step, he could skillfully avoid the opponent's attack. The cold aura couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. What kind of movement technique is this guy cultivating? It's actually so magical? The 4 first-level divine body realm martial artists naturally didn't understand. Ling Xiao had learned a saint-level technique that was very difficult for them to come into contact with. Boom! Suddenly, Ling Xiao's speed increased sharply. He wasn't just dodging anymore. He started to counterattack. His target was one of them. Golden light flickered on his body, and the D-Zune illusion was about to materialize. The person who was targeted had a look of horror in his eyes. However, he didn't retreat. Gritting his teeth, he activated the divine origin in his body and punched out crazily. He tried to block Ling Xiao's ferocious punch. However, to his horror, Ling Xiao was clearly only at the 4th level of the Shattered Core realm. However, this terrifying attack was like that of a divine body realm martial artist. The fist that came crashing down was like a falling planet. He couldn't breathe under the pressure. Boom! A terrifying sound of collision rang out. That person was sent flying by Ling Xiao's punch. He rolled more than 10 times on the ground before he could regain his footing. However, his arms were trembling violently, and blood was flowing out of his perlicue. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Everyone, be careful. This kid is strange. That person stood up and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He thought that Ling Xiao would not use the Supreme God and the Demon Supreme. He would definitely have the advantage. At least he wouldn't lose in a one-on-one. However, it seemed that this idea was unreliable. Ling Xiao's attack power was completely not inferior to theirs, and was even stronger than theirs. At this moment, the other three's attacks. However, Ling Xiao's attack Ling Xiao. He easily dodged the attack and appeared in the distance. The three of them were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Brat, aren't you very awesome? Why do you only know how to run away? Idiot, if you have the ability, don't learn movement techniques. Don't use movement techniques. No, in my opinion, movement techniques are the most important. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to survive in the face of strong opponents was because his movement skills were better than the others. His speed was faster. Therefore, he valued his movement skills very much. Holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao dodged again. Be careful. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would attack the injured person. Therefore, they all shouted at that person to be careful. However, no one expected that. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared beside another person. It was the person who said that Ling Xiao only knew how to run. Try my palm strength. Domineering divine fist. The moment the roar sounded, Ling Xiao was like a god. He was wrapped in the golden body of an emperor. The huge fist fell with a loud bang. At that moment, the guy who said that Ling Xiao only knew how to run felt as if the sky was falling down. His body was about to be bent from the pressure. That violent power made him at a loss. However, the power that erupted from a person in fear was not weak. He threw out his fists with all his might, trying to repel Ling Xiao. Boom! Violent power rose with a loud bang. Terrifying airwaves rolled and roared in the void. It was like a monstrous wave on the sea. Boom! The entire martial spirit barrier seemed to shake. The other three had no time to react. They saw that half of the warrior's body was knocked into the ground. When they reacted and wanted to come over to help, Ling Xiao had a reverse god sword in his hand. The reverse god sword was unsheathed and drank blood. It killed the warrior completely. Seeing the remaining 3 people attacking, Ling Xiao did not run this time. He thought of a good thing that could condense the body of an emperor. Boom! The 3 people's attacks hit Ling Xiao at the same time. However, what came was the buzzing of a bell. It was like a long sound from ancient times. This sound even spread from inside the martial spirit barrier to the outside. Everyone heard it. Everyone who heard this sound stopped their attacks for a moment. This sound was filled with the aura of an ancient powerhouse. It was filled with the aura of an emperor. It was like the arrival of a human king. What's going on? The Dragon Emperor frowned. He knew very well that he definitely did not have such a person under his command. Could it be that kid? What are you looking at, Dragon Emperor? Are you worried now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Today, the Golden Heavens and the Deep Sea Dragon region will fight to the death. Kill. The Fire Emperor was still a little worried about Ling Xiao. Hearing this voice, he was completely relieved. Ling Xiao, this brat, was indeed full of mystery. Sometimes, even he could not see through this kid. He wondered how many secrets this kid had. This voice made the Golden Heavens fighting spirit and morale soar. In the martial spirit barrier, the three divine body realm warriors were all sent flying. Not only was Ling Xiao not injured at all, but he also sent them flying. The most terrifying thing was that a fourth Ling Xiao appeared beside Ling Xiao at this time. The Emperor Ling Xiao. He still looked like Ling Xiao, but he was wearing a dragon robe, as if he was the Emperor. I didn't expect it to really succeed. I forged the human king cauldron into the Emperor. Because of this, the sovereign became the most powerful existence among the three. Third-level divine body realm cultivation. But he had an indestructible golden body. Dizun's body was much stronger than Ling Xiao's original body. In the 4 regions and 9 realms, it was practically an indestructible existence. Seeing the terrifying, venerable sovereign soaring heavens, the 3 people were so scared that their legs and stomachs cramped. They clearly wanted to escape, but they couldn't. Don't worry, it's too much of a waste to use this Emperor's incarnation against you. Ling Xiao put away the Emperor's incarnation. At this point, he had cultivated all 3 volumes of the Lotus Sutra to greater mastery. He formed the God, Demon, and Emperor bodies, and he had the ability to merge them. The 3 merged with his original body. His strength could be greatly improved in a short period of time. This would definitely become his trump card. If you don't want me to dodge, then come at me one by one. You're all divine body realm warriors. Don't tell me you don't even have this bit of confidence. If you're willing to come at me one by one, I won't use my movement technique. Ling Xiao said loudly. All right, then let me test your strength. One of them stepped forward. Chapter 46-43. That injured person had already taken a pill just now, and his injuries were basically healed. He wasn't seriously injured in the first place. Although he had suffered a loss that time, this person firmly believed that it was because he didn't use a saint-level cultivation technique. It wasn't easy for a divine body realm martial artist to obtain a saint-level cultivation technique. However, a first-stage saint-level cultivation technique wasn't a problem for him. As he walked out, his aura also changed. His clothes fluttered without wind. They were blown by the aura of divine essence, making rustling sounds. With every step he took, his body would become a little bigger. That kind of heavy feeling made Ling Xiao frown slightly. He had already separated from his Dizun body. There was no longer God power, demon power, or emperor power in his body. He could only rely on himself now. After 10 steps, that person's body had already grown to about 10 meters. His huge body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Not only did he grow taller, but his strength also increased by a lot. Facing such a powerful opponent, Ling Xiao not only didn't feel afraid, but he also revealed an extremely high fighting spirit. If the other party was a mountain, he would split it apart. If the other party was a planet, he would also blow it up. At this moment, that person was only 10 meters away from Ling Xiao. With his huge body, he could basically reach Ling Xiao in one step. In the distance, Dong Huangyu noticed this scene, and her small face revealed a look of shock. Giant spirit divine fist. Finally, that person roared. He punched out crazily with both fists. In front of his huge body, an unprecedented power suddenly burst out. He wanted to completely smash Ling Xiao into pieces. He didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance of survival. I didn't expect him to use the saint-level cultivation technique, Giant Spirit Divine Fist. A divine body realm martial artist exclaimed, Saint-level cultivation techniques are very difficult to control. Only divine essence can unleash its power. Once it's used, Ling Xiao won't be able to resist at all. As long as that kid doesn't act shamelessly and doesn't use those 3 avatars from before, he will definitely be finished. Another person also said, Kill. Ling Xiao shouted angrily. He actually also punched out. This was an ordinary punch. It was a punch that relied purely on the strength of his physical body. This was because Ling Xiao believed that his divine demon Xuanwu body, which had 8 dragon inscriptions on it, was not something to be trifled with. In that instant, his body was enveloped by the phantom of the black tortoise. Black and white energies fused into one and blasted out. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. The whole martial spirit barrier started shaking again. The three divine physique realm martial artists heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Ling Xiao being sent flying. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was an idiot and used his original body to take on the saint-grade cultivation technique. Otherwise, they really didn't know what to do. With this punch, even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he should be seriously injured. Don't give him a chance. Kill him. The other two shouted. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. Ling Xiao, who had fallen to the ground, stood up like a carp. Gently patting the dust off his body, he smiled and said, "Sage-grade cultivation technique? I think it's just so. What kind of physical body is this? It can actually take a mighty spirit divine fist without any injuries?" The other two divine physique realm martial artists were so shocked that they wanted to vomit blood. The martial artist who transformed into a mighty spirit was also stunned. However, after a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. "I don't believe that I can't kill you." He gathered a crazy amount of energy again. This time, he went all out. In the air, roars and roars could be heard continuously. The whole martial spirit barrier shook. The people outside couldn't see what was going on inside. However, when they saw the martial spirit barrier shaking so violently, they knew that the battle inside must be extremely intense. "I didn't expect that Ling Xiao could really take on the attacks of 30 divine physique realm martial artists. Yeah, he's too strong." "Humph, strong? He's just borrowing the power of a treasure. Do you really think he's that strong?" Some people were impressed, while others were disdainful. However, it seemed that this was the only reason that could explain why Ling Xiao hadn't been killed yet. Boom! Suddenly, a figure fell in front of everyone. Everyone took a closer look. It was the deep-sea flood dragon, the young emperor of the deep-sea dragon field. The deep-sea flood dragon was in a sorry state. He was covered in injuries from Little Gold's attacks. It seemed that he couldn't hold on any longer. The Golden Prince is too scary. Why would such a strong person listen to Ling Xiao's words? What kind of ability does Ling Xiao have? Just then, deep-sea dragon prisoner spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the sky was dyed red. He was also in a sorry state from Cold Plum's attacks. TSK, Saintess Kai Dai is also very scary, isn't she? That's why it's hard to understand why they would be loyal to Ling Xiao. On the other side, Yang Shuyi blocked the joint attacks of the snake-haired demoness and the killer whale king. She didn't give in at all. She didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. That Valkyrie Yang Shuyi seems to have a close relationship with Ling Xiao. Who is this Ling Xiao? Could he be Huang Jindi's illegitimate son? There seems to be such a rumor in the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region, but it was later proven to be false. On the battlefield outside, the Golden Heavens domain already had the upper hand. Therefore, the Deep-Sea Dragon domain martial artists all hoped that the battle inside the martial soul barrier would end soon. To them, this was the key to turning the situation around. If they knew that there were 30 divine body realm martial artists inside, and only 4 of them were left, what would they think? What kind of interesting expression would they have? Inside the martial soul barrier, the gigantic spirit divine fist blasted toward Ling Xiao again. This time, Ling Xiao still didn't use his true essence. Instead, he relied on the Sky Tyrant martial soul and the Bloody Rat demon to forcefully counterattack with his physical strength. If one punch didn't work, 2 punches. If 2 punches didn't work, 3 punches. After more than 100 punches, the gigantic spirit divine fist finally fell apart. It exploded. That divine body realm martial artist also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly returned to its original size. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give him another chance. He pointed his finger. Shatter the void. The space that the martial artist was in shattered like a mirror. At this point, only 3 of the 30 divine body realm martial artists were left. One of them fought Donghuang Yu alone. 2 of them faced Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt that after this battle, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 70%. This meant that there was no problem with his battle strategy. Only the 2 of you are left. Ling Xiao grinned. Again. I'll go. A first-level divine physique echelon martial artist in white walked out. Then, he secretly transmitted his voice to the last person. Long Qing. Listen, if we fight one-on-one, I'm afraid none of us will be a match for this lunatic. Also, he seems to be treating us as sparring partners. We can't let him have his way. When I attack, think of a way to use your treasures to suppress him. Among us, only you have an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. Don't disappoint me. Don't worry, I will. Long Qing took a deep breath and gently stroked his storage ring. There was an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns inside. Even a divine body realm martial artist would fear it. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could still be so arrogant. Chapter 46-44. The white-clothed divine body realm martial artist charged at Ling Xiao. His goal was to stall Ling Xiao and create an opportunity for Long Qing to use his Dharma treasure. Therefore, he didn't plan to use his full strength. Every time he attacked, he would stop while he was ahead. But such an attack wasn't what Ling Xiao wanted at all. You're bored, Ling Xiao suddenly said. Since I can't achieve my goal, then die. What? The white-clothed martial artist was stunned. He saw Ling Xiao take out the Void God sword. Then, the 11 giant beasts condensed into a dark sword light. It suddenly slashed out. The Void God sword was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns, which greatly enhanced martial skills. If it was an ordinary weapon, this attack might not be able to hurt the white-clothed martial artist at all. But the Void God sword could. Long Qing, quick! The white-clothed martial artist sensed the terror of Ling Xiao's attack. He was frightened and shouted loudly. At this moment, a pleasant flute sound rang out. Ling Xiao felt his soul tremble, and his body stiffened. As the sound kept coming, his soul seemed to be about to leave his body. It was actually trying to break free from his body. What was that? Ling Xiao looked at Long Qing. Long Qing was holding a flute in his hand. On the flute, there were 3 dragon patterns. Soul-guiding flute. The Tai Chi told Ling Xiao what that thing was. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, right? You're finished this time. Under the soul-guiding flute, even a 3rd-level divine body realm martial artist can't escape. Let's see what else you can do. The white-clothed martial artist laughed wildly. Naturally, he wouldn't waste this opportunity. He finally activated his terrifying ultimate move and attacked Ling Xiao. He didn't know if the soul-guiding flute could draw out Ling Xiao's soul. But to be on the safe side, he had to kill Ling Xiao to prevent future trouble. Although this soul-guiding flute wasn't targeted at Dong Huangyu, Dong Huangyu was clearly affected. She felt very uncomfortable. Of course, it was just uncomfortable. Her soul wasn't in danger. Do you think you can deal with me like this? A trifling emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. You are too naive. Hell Nightmare Beast Soul. Nightmare Hour. Behind Ling Xiao, the phantom of a nightmare lord suddenly appeared. A terrifying aura filled the entire martial spirit boundary. The next moment, the sound of the flute stopped. The white-clothed warrior and Long Qing had actually fallen asleep. This was the effect of nightmare time. Hypnosis can last up to 30 seconds. 30 seconds was enough for Ling Xiao to do a lot of things. Kill. The 11th layer of the 12 divine beasts' secret art that he had prepared beforehand was slashed out. The white-clothed warrior was chopped into minced meat. Another one died. Only Long Qing was left. Ling Xiao did not continue to attack because he felt the shackles in his body being broken once again. Perhaps it was because of the huge pressure caused by the soul-guiding flute. This allowed him to finally break through to the 5th level of the core-shattering realm. Another tenfold increase in combat power. He could feel the power surging out of his body. Ling Xiao put away the Void God sword. It was time for this battle to end. 30 seconds passed, and Long Qing returned to normal. However, he was horrified to find that all his teammates had died in battle. Even the soul-guiding flute was restrained by the opponent. He had no other choice but to think of escaping. Let me send you on your way. Void-shattering finger. Creation of the void. Behind Long Qing, a pitch-black space appeared. In an instant, Long Qing's legs were sucked in. This was the 3rd layer of the void-shattering finger, the most terrifying and magical layer. No, I don't want to die. Dragon Emperor, save me. His screams directly spread outside the martial spirit boundary. Everyone's expression changed drastically. I heard the sound of the soul-guiding flute just now. Why is he asking for help at this moment? Everyone was puzzled. When they heard the sound of the soul-guiding flute, they thought that Ling Xiao was finished this time. Encountering such a treasure was an extremely troublesome matter. But the strange thing was that it was completely different from what they had imagined. Long Qing let out a mournful scream, which was terrifying to the ears. I heard that Long Qing is the illegitimate son of the Dragon Emperor. He is more loved by the Dragon Emperor than the deep-sea flood dragon. If anything happens to him, the Dragon Emperor will go crazy. Qing, the Dragon Emperor pounced toward the martial spirit boundary without caring about anything. He even took a palm strike from the Fire Emperor and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Oh no! The Fire Emperor chased after him. He wanted to stop the Dragon Emperor from destroying the martial spirit boundary. However, the strange thing was that the Dragon Emperor was not obstructed at all. He entered easily. The Fire Emperor followed closely behind. Everyone only saw a shocking scene. In a corner of the martial spirit boundary, there was a large bloodstain on the ground. There were corpses everywhere that had their essence sucked dry. What evil thing did Ling Xiao get? It's so terrifying. Many people's hearts were trembling. Unfortunately, they could no longer see clearly. The martial spirit boundary was completely closed. Inside, Ling Xiao and the Fire Emperor stood together. Dong Huangyu's battle had also ended. The last divine body realm martial artist completely lost his fighting spirit because of the death of his companion. He was killed by Dong Huangyu. Yu, go out and help. Work together with the Silver Dragon to deal with the Octopus King. Ling Xiao sent Dong Huangyu out. Then, he faced the Dragon Emperor. Do you know why I let you in? Why? The Dragon Emperor was also confused. Because I want to kill you. But there are some things that I don't want to expose. Only this martial spirit boundary can do this. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You want to kill me? Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Emperor laughed maniacally. Even the Fire Emperor is not my match. You? Sigh. That Long Qing seemed to have said the same thing at the start. Unfortunately, he has become a dried corpse now. Ling Xiao sighed. He clapped his hands and a black vortex appeared in the air. Long Qing's corpse was thrown out. As expected, he had become a dried corpse. You really killed him. How is this possible? The Dragon Emperor couldn't believe it at all. The Fire Emperor couldn't believe it either. Kid, what happened? The Fire Emperor asked in shock. You will know the answer very soon. Ling Xiao smiled. At the same time, he released his 3 incarnations, the Supreme God, the Supreme Demon, and the Supreme Emperor. Seeing this scene, the Fire Emperor could no longer keep his mouth shut. Oh my God, what kind of cultivation technique did you cultivate? You can actually condense the legendary incarnations. There is no such martial art in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Fire Emperor was shocked. Has the Fire Emperor heard of the Lotus Sutra? Ling Xiao said indifferently. It's something from the Eternal Desert. Kid, your luck is simply heaven-defying. The Fire Emperor could only say so. If he had known that Ling Xiao had so many powerful incarnations, he wouldn't have been worried. Even so, you can't kill me. Although I'm the weakest among the 13 emperors, I'm still at the 5th level of the divine body realm. With just these few incarnations of yours, it's useless even if there are 100 of them. The Dragon Emperor was actually very shocked. However, he was the Dragon Emperor after all. He still had to show his calmness and strength. Chapter 46-45. Fuse. Ling Xiao smiled. In the next moment, black, white, and gold colors formed a huge vortex. The 3 figures disappeared. A tricolored pattern appeared between Ling Xiao's eyebrows. It looked like a lotus platform, and his strength had temporarily advanced to the 4th level of the divine body realm. How about now? Ling Xiao laughed. Ha 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 ha, you little guy, you're quite capable. Fire Emperor was laughing from ear to ear. 4th level of the divine body realm. That's nothing. Dragon Emperor felt a little pressured. The Fire Emperor was already at his level. With the addition of the monster like Ling Xiao, he was no match for them at all. And Ling Xiao seemed to be deliberately provoking him. He released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Fire Emperor had become one of his most trusted people. Therefore, he didn't care about releasing the Sky Tyrant martial spirit in front of Fire Emperor. In an instant, the space in the martial spirit barrier turned into a deep universe. The three of them seemed to be standing in the universe. Ling Xiao seemed to be the ruler of this universe. His strength had advanced again. His combat strength was close to the 6th level of the Divine Body Realm. Against Dragon Emperor, it was completely crushing. This is impossible. What kind of martial spirit is this? How can it be so powerful? Dragon Emperor was about to collapse. He was scared out of his wits. Mountain River martial spirit? Have you heard of it? Ling Xiao laughed. At the same time, he threw out a formation refining stone to block the sound inside. He didn't want the people outside to know this secret. Mountain River martial spirit. Hearing these 4 words, not only did Dragon Emperor's breathing become rapid, even Fire Emperor revealed an expression of disbelief. I really didn't expect that the martial spirit that the entire mystic world was looking for would actually be in your hands. This is really too unexpected. Fire Emperor smiled bitterly. How many more secrets does this kid have? All right, you've seen it. It's time for you to die. Ling Xiao glanced at Dragon Emperor indifferently. Senior Fire Emperor, do it. Outside the martial spirit barrier, the deep-sea dragon was lying on the ground like a dead dog. There was only exhalation, no inhalation. The deep-sea dragon prisoner was also heavily injured. The Octopus King was already heavily injured. After Dong Huangyu and the Silver Dragon joined forces, the Octopus King was once again heavily injured by the Ghost Lantern. He was already on the verge of death. Then, Xiao Jin, Long Mei, and Yang Shuyi worked together to heavily injure the Gorgon Demoness and the Killer Whale King. Whether or not to kill these people depended on Ling Xiao's decision. Therefore, they did not take action for the time being. When Warlord Huang Jinlan saw this, his face turned ugly. Before he came, he did not put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. But today's scene shocked him greatly. Disregarding everything else, the strength of Ling Xiao's friends was much stronger than his people. Looks like I have to do the Deep-Sea Dragon realm a favor. Let these guys from the Deep-Sea Dragon domain become my subordinates. That way, we'll have a greater chance of winning the fight for the Venerable Emperor position. Huang Jinlan had an idea. He looked at the crowd and said, as the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. After all, the Deep-Sea Dragon region is one of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We've already fought, so why don't we stop here? What a joke. Since when are you in the position to tell me what to do? At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice sounded. The martial spirit barrier directly shattered. The Dragon Emperor's corpse was thrown out. It had also been sucked dry. As expected of the corpse of a 5th-level Divine Body Realm expert. It directly raised the Reverse God Sword's cultivation to the 3rd-level Divine Body Realm. This mouthful of experience points was full. Ling Xiao even moved all the things in the Dragon Emperor's storage ring into his Dongshang Emperor ring. The Dragon Emperor's things were more valuable than Yu Huajun's. It could definitely make the Heavenly Empire stronger. Since the Deep-Sea Dragon realm has declared war on the Golden Heavenly Domain today, there's no possibility of a truce. I just want everyone to see. What will happen to those who dare to provoke the Golden Heavenly Domain? Ling Xiao walked over. The Reverse God Sword killed the Octopus King first. Then, it was the Gorgon Demoness, the Killer Whale King, and the Deep-Sea Dragon realm. Wait, don't kill me. You can't kill me. Bailey Fengxing is still in my hands. The deep-sea imprisoned dragon shouted. No wonder Grand Elder Bailey didn't appear today. So he was kidnapped by a shameless person like you. Ling Xiao snorted. Now you understand, right? You can't kill me, only I know where he is. If you can't find him in a day, he's dead. Ha ha ha. The deep-sea imprisoned dragon was a little proud. Chi. The reverse god sword still stabbed in. 4th-level Divine Body Realm. Ling Xiao could feel that the reverse god sword's combat power had already reached the 4th-level Divine Body Realm. It was even more terrifying than his 3 avatars. Its ability to absorb essence was too terrifying. Why? Before he died, the deep-sea imprisoned dragon didn't know why Ling Xiao dared to kill him. I hate it when people threaten me the most. Little Gold, please bring Grand Elder Bailey back. He's at XXXX. Before killing the deep-sea imprisoned dragon, Ling Xiao had already found out where Bailey Fengxing was trapped through the god-demon eye. That was why he dared to kill the deep-sea imprisoned dragon. All right, is there anyone else who wants to take revenge on me, Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao looked at the cultivators of the other 11 forces and asked with a smile that was not a smile. No one said a word. F***CK. He actually killed the Dragon Emperor. What on earth had happened in the martial spirit barrier? They wanted to know, but it was impossible. If you're so capable, don't ask for help. Let's fight fair and square. A martial artist from the Eternal Emperor region walked out. First-level Divine Body Realm. He was an adult over 100 years old. They were both at the first-level Divine Body Realm, but his combat power was inferior to Long Qing's. What do you mean by fair and square? Ling Xiao smiled. We can't use the martial soul barrier. We have to fight in front of everyone. Moreover, we can't use artifacts with 3 dragon patterns. After all, you've obtained so many treasures from the world of souls. I'll be at a disadvantage. That person said again. Sure, I'll let you do it. We won't use Emperor weapons with more than 3 dragon patterns. Speaking of which, you're already at the first-level Divine Body Realm. Although I've just broken through, I'm only at the 5th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Forget it. I'll let you take advantage of me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Seeing how confident Ling Xiao was, that person wanted to back out. Don't worry, I won't kill you. We'll stop when the time comes. You just want to test my strength, right? Ling Xiao saw through his thoughts and smiled faintly. All right, we'll stop when the time comes. That person finally clenched his teeth and decided to fight. He was the one who suggested the fight. He thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to agree. Who knew that Ling Xiao would actually agree? If he didn't dare to fight, it would be a disgrace to the Eternal Palace. He wouldn't have a good time when he returned. That's more like it. Otherwise, I would think that everyone in the Eternal Emperor region, other than Yu Fenghua, is a coward. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't even draw his sword. He just instantly entered the unbounded, heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Then, he activated the Sun God's blood formation and activated the 2nd level of the Bloody Rat Devil. However, he didn't let the martial soul possession this time. He just wanted to see how strong he could be without the martial soul possession. Come and read. Chapter 46-46. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao stepped forward and pounced on the Eternal Emperor region's Divine Body Realm expert. A terrifying aura erupted. This caused the martial artist to furrow his brows. He had to fight. Not only did he have to fight, but he also had to fight with all his might. Whistling divine essence was released from the martial artist's body. Kill. He couldn't retreat. Retreating would be a disgrace to the Eternal Emperor region. No matter how disgusting it was, he had to swallow the consequences of his actions. Cosmic Light Divine Fist. Ling Xiao agreed to fight with this person to establish his might in the first place. Therefore, he didn't intend to waste any time. He directly used the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. A look of shock appeared on the warrior's face. The time around him stopped moving at that moment. The fear on his face was still there. Boom. An unreasonable punch landed on the martial artist's body. The violent fist force even caused the time to become chaotic. The surrounding martial artists thought they were hallucinating, but it wasn't. Time had really stopped. When they came back to their senses, the Eternal Emperor region's Divine Body Realm expert had already been smashed to the ground. Ling Xiao promised not to kill him, but he didn't promise not to torture him. A Divine Body Realm martial artist's resistance to attacks was still very strong. A single Cosmic Light Divine Fist couldn't seriously injure him. Therefore, Ling Xiao's subsequent attacks were basically continuous. Terrifying divine essence wrapped around his fists. He kept attacking his opponent. The martial artist wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. Because of a miscalculation, he had no chance at all. Cracks appeared on the floor of the tower as a result of the impact. The cultivator continued to scream miserably. Ling Xiao's fists didn't stop. So pitiful. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Ling Xiao was clearly trying to show off his power. But this kid bumped into him. How pitiful. They fought for more than 10 minutes, until the martial artist kept begging for mercy. Ling Xiao only stopped when the martial artist couldn't fight back anymore. He looked at the rest proudly and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to try? I won't kill you." An evil smile appeared on his face. Many people shuddered at the thought. Even if you don't kill him, it's still *King tragedy. You don't want to try? Then why aren't you scramming? Are you here to watch the show? Ling Xiao snorted coldly and said, "Remember, I, Ling Xiao, am not easy to bully. If there was a next time, you will end up like the deep-sea dragon domain. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Scram. Go, go, go." The people from the other forces all fled. Even the chief elders of the Council of Patriarchs didn't dare to act arrogant in front of Ling Xiao. Even the Dragon Emperor of the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm had personally appeared, but in the end, hadn't they all been annihilated? With the death of the Dragon Emperor, the Deep-Sea Dragon Realm was basically finished. Their territory would be quickly occupied by the nearby forces. There was no need to even think about it. "Boss, I'm back." At this moment, Xiao Jin brought Bailey Fengxing back to the tower. Bailey Fengxing looked at the Fire Emperor and shook his head in shame. "Thank you, Lord Fire Emperor. This old man is really useless. I've actually dragged you guys down with me." The people of the Deep-Sea Dragon region are too shameless. However, you're thanking the wrong person. The one who saved you is Ling Xiao. If you want to thank someone, you should be thanking him, the Fire Emperor said. Bailey Fengxing was stunned. He couldn't believe it. However, the Fire Emperor wouldn't lie. He cupped his fists at Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, little brother. If you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. Chief Elder Bailey was willing to speak for me yesterday. It's only right that he saved you," Ling Xiao said calmly. Everyone was happy and harmonious. Only the War Emperor, Huang Jinlan, didn't look too good. Previously, he had been rebuked by Ling Xiao, so he still felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He really wanted to tear Ling Xiao apart. However, he was a sensible person. In this situation, it was best for him to do nothing. If he really did something, what awaited him would be a fate even worse than the Dragon Emperor's. "Senior Fire Emperor, should I hand over the item I obtained to Huang Jinlan?" Ling Xiao looked at the Fire Emperor. This was a crucial question. If you hand it over, it's kindness. If you don't, it's your duty. No one will dare to force you. The Fire Emperor smiled and said, "Of course, this is a privilege brought by your strength. If you didn't have this strength, I'm afraid you would have to hand it over." "I understand." Ling Xiao nodded. It was naturally best if he didn't have to hand it over. Any one of the 100 Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns would cause a huge commotion in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. After all, the strongest treasure in the 4 regions and 9 worlds was the Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns. "Huang Jinlan is willing to send people to help me this time. I, Ling Xiao, am not an ungrateful person. Senior Fire Emperor, please take this item back." As he spoke, he took out a sword. There were 9 dragon patterns on the hilt of the sword. The sword was cold and gave off an extremely cold aura. An Emperor armament with 9 dragon patterns. You're actually willing to part with it? The Fire Emperor said in surprise. "Senior Fire Emperor, you're all willing to save me. If I can't even bear to part with this item, I'll be too stingy." Ling Xiao smiled and then called the Fire Emperor, Yang Shuyi, and Bai Yinzilong to the side. "That sword is for the Huang Jinlan. And these 3 items are for you." He took out 3 more Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao was a very simple person. He would be good to whoever was good to him. Whether it was Yang Shuyi, the Fire Emperor, or Bai Yinzilong, they were all people who would risk their lives for him. These people would also be the cornerstones of the Heavenly Empire in the future. Naturally, he had to give them good things. "My God, you're too generous, aren't you? You're making me cry." The Fire Emperor was a little touched. Yang Shuyi's hands were trembling. As the Valkyrie, she didn't have an Emperor armament of this level. Now, she had received it from Ling Xiao. Bai Yinzilong was even more touched. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. "Senior brother Bai Yinzilong, your strength is inferior to the Fire Emperor and Shuyi. You should hide this item first and use it at a critical moment. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if someone sees it." My Ghost King sword is an emperor armament with 4 dragon patterns. Take it and use it first. Ling Xiao gave the Ghost King sword to Bai Yinzilong. Then, he gave the emperor armament golden armor with 4 dragon patterns that he obtained from Yu Huajun to Bai Yinzilong. If I, Bai Yinzilong, have let down Ling Xiao, I will die a horrible death. Everyone had feelings. If others were good to you, you would naturally be touched. Unless it was someone who was naturally cold and ungrateful. Bai Yinzilong wasn't that kind of person. Therefore, he would naturally remember Ling Xiao's kindness. There's no need to be so grand. Ling Xiao helped Bai Yinzilong up. This matter was avoided from the War King Huang Jinlan. Ling Xiao's attitude was clear. He wasn't on the same side as Huang Jinlan. This was also a signal to the Fire Emperor, Yang Shuyi, and Bai Yinzilong. Kid, I'll accept your gift. I won't say anything else. This old man's life is yours from now on. There's something I almost forgot to tell you. The Fire Emperor suddenly said, there seems to be an expert coming from the Eternal Emperor region. Chapter 46-47. The Eternal Emperor domain wouldn't come looking for trouble, right? Who did they send? Ling Xiao looked at the Flame Emperor and asked, I'm not sure about the rest, but you might know 3 of them. One of them is an old rival of mine. His name is Wang Chuanjin. The second is the number 1 genius of the Eternal Palace, Wang Chuanjin. Just like you, he's a beast god. The third is the person you've been thinking about day and night, Yu Fanghua. It's them. Ling Xiao's breathing suddenly quickened. He had thought that Wang Chuanjin would come looking for him after he killed Wang Chuanjin, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Moreover, Wang Chuanjin and Yu Fanghua had come together. It seemed like he had made the right choice in coming to the chaotic desert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to meet Yu Fanghua so soon. Wang Chuanjin, haha, I might be able to get my revenge. It was Wang Chuanjin and Wang Chuanjin who went to the western region to kidnap Yu Fanghua. Wang Chuanjin had already been killed. There was only Wang Chuanjin left. As for Wang Chuanjin, he didn't hate him. After all, Wang Chuanjin didn't do anything to him. His marriage with Yu Fanghua was also forced by the Eternal Emperor. Of course, Wang Chuanjin probably didn't think so. After all, Ling Xiao had killed his brother, Wang Chuanjin, and he still wanted to get Yu Fanghua. Even if Wang Chuanjin didn't like Yu Fanghua, he was a proud man. It was impossible for him to not say or do anything. I was planning to go to the Eternal Ruins, but it seems like I'll have to postpone it. The Eternal Ruins was also known as the Graveyard of the Gods. It was even more terrifying than the World of Souls. Once he went in, he didn't know how long it would take him to come out. He didn't want to miss the chance to meet Yu Fanghua again. Moreover, he was now qualified to compete with the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even if his original body was weaker, he would still be one of the top geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the chaotic desert, his fame far surpassed Huang Jinlan, Wang Quan, and Tian Ming. After all, he was a madman who had even killed the Dragon Emperor. Now, when the chaotic Sand Seas martial artists mentioned his name, which one of them wasn't filled with reverence? Since the Deep Sea Dragon Domain was looking for trouble with him, he directly destroyed the Deep Sea Dragon Domain. Was there a second person who could do such a thing? I knew you wouldn't be afraid. Don't worry. I will also stay here to supervise the battle for you. Kill anyone who refuses to comply. The Flame Emperor laughed. Lord Fire King, Brother Ling, are you done talking? Suddenly, Bailey Fengxing's voice rang out. Elder Bailey, is something the matter? Ling Xiao asked. It's just a small matter. This trip to the World of Souls isn't just about fighting for the treasure. It's also a competition between the 4 regions and the 9 realms. Your Battle Alliance team has unquestionably obtained first place. Logically speaking, the Board of Patriarchs has to fulfill all 3 of your conditions. Therefore, you might have to participate in another Patriarch Assembly. Bailey Fengxing said carefully. During this period of time, he had heard about the earth-shattering things Ling Xiao had done from others. It was truly frightening. Therefore, he became very careful when speaking to Ling Xiao. Someone who could even kill the Dragon Emperor was really not to be trifled with. Of course, with your current status, you can totally not go. This old man will get the reward for you. Of course, you can also choose to go. I heard that a young expert came from the Eternal Palace. It's a girl who claims to be Yu Fenghua's best friend. She said she wants to meet you. Bailey Fengxing continued. Ling Xiao was definitely a big shot now. No one was willing to offend him, although most people believe that the Flame Emperor was the one who killed the Dragon Emperor. However, with the Flame Emperor backing Ling Xiao couldn't afford to offend him. Oh, Yu Fenghua's best friend? If you want to meet her, then go. It's just a routine. Ling Xiao smiled and said, after such a long time, the experts of the various major forces should have all arrived. He really wanted to meet them. Boss, why are you going there? Some rascals will probably provoke you. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Xiao Jin said. What's there to be afraid of? If they provoke me, then I'll just send them to their deaths. It just so happens that I haven't killed enough. At that moment, the terrifying killing intent released by Ling Xiao made even the Flame Emperor tremble. This little guy has really grown up. If he becomes a venerable emperor, I believe the Golden Sky region will definitely be able to return to its former glory. It might even unify the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The Flame Emperor was extremely excited when he thought of this. He had decided on Ling Xiao. In the past, he was only protecting him as an elder, but now, he was following him as a subordinate. It was a completely different mentality. Ha ha ha, that's true. Xiao Jin scratched his head. As the boss, who was he afraid of? Whoever was not convinced, he could just kill them. If he could destroy the Deep Sea Dragon Realm, he could destroy the other forces. Who was afraid of who? When will the meeting begin? Ling Xiao asked. Tomorrow, Bailey Fengxing said. Got it. The next morning, the Senior Elder Tower became lively again. Because today was the day of the Senior Elder Assembly to give out rewards to the martial artists who performed well in the World of Souls mission. There was also the matter of the Dead Spirit Emperor to be discussed. The atmosphere was a little tense. Everyone seemed to be discussing the treasures and rewards. Instead, they were indifferent to the Dead Spirit Emperor. Ling Xiao's name appeared frequently in these people's mouths. This name had now become a miracle. But there were also people who were disdainful. Those who were disdainful probably didn't see the scene of Ling Xiao killing 30 divine body, first-level martial artists. Therefore, they were naturally unconvinced. He just has the Flame Emperor as his backer. What's so great about that? He really thinks he's a top expert of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That's right. There are more experts participating in the Senior Elder Assembly this time than yesterday. Sooner or later, the fox's tail will be exposed. Let's wait and see that kid make a fool of himself. The higher he climbs, the worse he will fall. Ling Xiao sat there with his eyes closed, resting. His seat was actually the same as the Flame Emperor. Even the Warlord and Valkyrie were a level lower than him. Valkyrie Yang Shui didn't think much of it. But the Warlord Huang Jinlan was very unhappy, but he could only hold it in. Boss, I'll go and kill those trash who are gossiping. Little Gold was annoyed. All right, their mouths are on their bodies. If they want to say something, let them say it. They're just frogs in a well. If I kill every single one of them, I'll die of exhaustion. Ling Xiao was calm. He had heard such words many times, so he didn't take it seriously. Today was different from yesterday. Those who survived yesterday like Shang Yu, Lang Qingqing, and Zilin didn't appear. But today, they were all here. As long as they survived, they would receive a reward, although it might not be very good. But it was also an encouragement for the young people. The 4 regions and 9 worlds were also very particular about the seating arrangements. The Eternal Emperor region was at the top. The Heaven Sacred Ground and the Savage Beast region were at the left and right respectively. The other forces were all equal. There was no difference in strength. Chapter 46-48. Although the Eternal Emperor region was at the top of the list, it showed how powerful they were. Unfortunately, they were a little embarrassed today because none of them came back alive from the World of Souls. As for the Savage Beast region, only Zilin was left. Of course, Little Gold and Cold Plum were also counted. The Heaven Sacred Ground had Shang Yu and Lang Qingqing. These 2 forces performed well, but they paled in comparison to the Golden Heavens region. And the key to this gap was Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a piercing gaze. It was an extremely unfriendly gaze. He turned his head and saw an unfamiliar face. She didn't appear yesterday. It was an old woman. Her face was as old as tree bark, but it was filled with a dense killing intent. She was like a ferocious, poisonous snake sitting there, ready to devour Ling Xiao. She was at the second level of the divine physique echelon, but she was much stronger than ordinary second-level divine physique echelon martial artists. She should be a doyen from the Eternal Emperor region in the Doyen Society. She was quite strong, but unfortunately, she was nothing in front of the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor was in existence second only to the 13 sovereigns. This old woman was no match for him. The old woman looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly released a terrifying soul pressure. Like a ferocious beast, it rushed into Ling Xiao's soul realm. It wanted to devour Ling Xiao's soul. Oomph! Ling Xiao snorted coldly. A solemn treasure image appeared in his soul realm. It was a demonic Buddha sitting on a black lotus. This was the black lotus treasured light he got from the lotus flower. It could be used to attack, but its greater effect was to protect the soul from being invaded. The old woman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her expression changed drastically. Ling Xiao looked at the old woman with contempt and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you put me down like this? I even killed the Dragon Emperor. Do you believe that I won't kill you too?" The old woman was furious. She didn't believe that she was injured by Ling Xiao at all. He attributed this injury to the treasures on Ling Xiao's body. Not only did he fail to learn his lesson, but he also failed to do so. Instead, they were even more obsessed with Ling Xiao's treasures. The eyes of a young girl beside the old woman flickered with a strange light. Her name was Wang Quan Feng Shui, and she was Yu Fenghua's best friend. She was also the most outstanding female genius of the royal family. This time, she was here to see what the man Yu Fenghua could not forget looked like. The old woman exerting pressure on Ling Xiao was also her idea. Seeing that the old woman was at a disadvantage, she gave the old woman a pill. His impression of Ling Xiao immediately improved. Whether or not Ling Xiao relied on the treasure to make the old woman suffer, his aura was still very strong. She was a little tempted. It didn't take long for the Council of Elders to begin. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't care about this at all. Today, he was here to meet Wang Quan and Feng Shui. Since she was Yu Fenghua's best friend, she must have a lot to say to him. He really wanted to know if Yu Fenghua was doing well during this period. The reward given by the Patriarch Society was only an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. It might be a treasure to others, but to Ling Xiao, it was worthless. Even though he had already given a few things away, there were still nearly 100 emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. After receiving the emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns, Ling Xiao directly started refining it on the spot. He merged the emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns and the 9 turns gourd into one. This made the 9 turns gourd have 4 dragon patterns. Generally speaking, a treasure could be upgraded 1 to 3 times. Of course, the success rate was very low. For others, refining a treasure like this might only succeed once in 100 times. The more it was upgraded, the lower the success rate. So, it was basically useless. But to Ling Xiao, there was no possibility of failure. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he could succeed in one try. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Ling Xiao's talent was outstanding, and his strength was terrifying. He actually had such miraculous refining ability. How was he going to let others live? Other than envy, there was only envy. The Fire Emperor was grinning from ear to ear. It was a great blessing for the Golden Sky region to have such a genius. All right, the Patriarch Society is over. Let's go. Ling Xiao stood up and spoke in a superior tone. Even the Fire Emperor and Yang Shuyi listened to him. Needless to say, the others, other than the War Emperor, Huang Jinlan, who felt uncomfortable, the others were full of admiration for this young man. The Fire Emperor is getting worse. They actually allowed a yellow-haired brat to boss them around. Isn't it embarrassing? At this moment, the old patriarch from the Eternal Emperor region made trouble again. Ling Xiao looked at the old patriarch with a faint smile. He didn't expect that after yesterday's incident, the deep-sea dragon region was destroyed, and there were still people who dared to make trouble. It was obvious that people's greed was bottomless. It could make people go crazy. Haha, I really don't find it embarrassing. But you, old patriarch, sneak attacked a junior. Instead, you got injured. That's really embarrassing. The Fire Emperor sneered. The old patriarch's face alternated between red and white. Everyone saw the scene of her being injured, but many people still didn't know that she sneak attacked Ling Xiao. Being exposed by the Fire Emperor, she immediately felt incomparably embarrassed. All right, Senior Fire Emperor. I'm the Eternal Emperor Region's #1 force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds after all. Give me some face. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? The old patriarch saw Ling Xiao being so calm and composed, and felt even more indignant. Humph, you're just relying on your magic treasure and the Fire Emperor's protection. What qualifications do you have to sit here and talk to me? Hurry up and stand up. The old patriarch snorted coldly. This time, she didn't use soul force. After all, she suffered a loss previously. Instead, she fused her divine essence into her voice in an attempt to take Ling Xiao down a notch. Unexpectedly, her voice was blocked by the Fire Emperor before it could reach Ling Xiao. Damned old woman, if you dare to act recklessly again, I'll kill you, just like how I killed the Dragon Emperor. The Fire Emperor was furious. Humph, do you dare? The Deep Sea Dragon region is the weakest of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You dare to destroy the Eternal Emperor region, but can you destroy the Eternal Emperor region? If the Eternal Emperor makes a move, everyone in the Golden Sky region won't be a match for him even if they work together. The old patriarch snorted coldly and was very smug. The smell of gunpowder in the air gradually became stronger. Wangquan Feng Shui suddenly stood out and said with a bell-like laughter, don't hurt the harmony. Actually, I just want to say, junior brother, you're of humble birth and aren't worthy of our Princess Fanghua. If you insist on pursuing her shamelessly, you'll probably anger the Eternal Emperor. It won't be good then. Wangquan Feng Shui's words were already unpleasant enough. The old patriarch's words were even more unpleasant. She seemed to have found an opportunity to vent. She looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, I hate people who curry favor with those in power the most. You're just an insignificant bug. Don't think about provoking the phoenix flying in the sky. That'll only bring trouble to yourself. A lowly person will always be a lowly person. You're not worthy of our princess noble bloodline. Hearing the old patriarch's words, the killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes grew stronger. Chapter 46-49. Before Yu Fanghua came, Ling Xiao didn't want to have too much conflict with the Eternal Emperor region. However, the old woman was so rude and actually said such malicious words in public. Others could tolerate it, but he couldn't. In the end, he was still a hot-blooded young man. Senior Elder, that's enough. We're just passing on a message. There's no need to be so nasty. Wang Quan sensed the strong killing intent from Ling Xiao. The other party had the Fire Emperor by his side. They couldn't afford to offend him, so it was better to say less. Although she didn't believe that the Golden Heavens region martial artists would dare to kill them, the Eternal Emperor region was different from the Deep Sea Dragon region. However, the old woman didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Seeing the killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes, she felt very pleased instead, and her voice became louder and louder. People like you are the so-called Phoenix Man. You come from a lowly background and want to find a great force's daughter to marry, in exchange for a reversal of your background. Haha, Princess Fanghua is innocent and naive, and she was deceived by you. However, I won't. Why don't you take a look at yourself? You're actually a toad lusting after a swan. Our Princess Fanghua is already betrothed to young Master Wang Quan. Compared to young Master Wang Quan, you're just a pile of H*T. What right do you have to fight with him for a woman? Are you done? The first to speak wasn't Ling Xiao, but Yang Shuyi. She looked at the old woman coldly. What kind of lowly thing are you? How dare you humiliate my husband like this? No matter how bad I, Yang Shuyi, am, I'm still a Golden Heavens region king. No one dares to look down on my Valkyrie title. You're just a small senior elder. A second-level divine body realm trash actually dares to do this. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Yang Shuyi might not like Ling Xiao, but she did have a good impression of Ling Xiao. She definitely wouldn't allow anyone to humiliate Ling Xiao like this. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying aura was released. The old woman was actually sent flying, and she spat out blood. The old woman struggled to stand up. She looked at Yang Shuyi in horror. She did not understand why Yang Shuyi, who had such a high status, would fall in love with such a lowly person. Well done. At this moment, Cold Plum also stepped forward. She looked at the old woman who had just climbed up from the ground and said angrily, "You should know me, right? Savage Beast Region, Saintess Kai Dai of the Saintess Palace. You dare to humiliate my master, which is the same as humiliating my Saintess Palace. I want to see how many lives you have." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the old woman was sent flying again. Originally, the old woman's cultivation was about the same as Cold Plum's, but the problem was that she had been injured by Yang Shuyi. How could they resist? The old woman lying on the ground was stunned. Was Valkyrie Yang Shuyi not enough? Another Kai Dai Saintess? No matter which one of them was, their status wouldn't be lower than Yu Fanghua or Wang Quan Tianming. Ha ha ha, well done. Old fart, listen up. I am the Golden Prince of the Beast Emperor Palace. You dare to humiliate my boss today, which is the same as humiliating me. I will burn you to death. Little Gold also came out to join in the fun. A ball of flame burned the old woman until she screamed in pain. This scene left everyone dumbstruck. Ling Xiao, that brat's luck is too good. Yeah, why don't I have so many people protecting me? How sad. Come on, are you as handsome as Ling Xiao? As talented as him? He was able to come out of No Return City alive, and even obtained so many treasures. He doesn't just rely on other people's trash. That Grand Elder of the Eternal Emperor region is too stupid. Maybe he was just angry, which is why he said something so unpleasant. Hee hee, I want to play too. How dare you bully my master, you old woman? Dong Huang Yu scurried over. She slapped the old woman's face more than a dozen times. The old woman was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. She was actually humiliated by a half-step divine physique realm martial artist. She wanted to kill herself. Yu, come back. Ling Xiao waved his hand at Dong Huang Yu. Dong Huang Yu obediently returned to his side. Then, he looked at the battered and exhausted old woman and smiled. Should I say that you are an idiot? Or should I say that you are stupid? Status? Power? Haha, those are just illusory things. In the end, it's still about strength. If I am strong enough, I can destroy the Deep Sea Dragon region. I can also destroy the Eternal Emperor region. So, old woman, be careful when you speak. Don't bring a calamity to the Eternal Emperor region. As for Fanghua, she belongs to me, Ling Xiao, when she is alive. She will also belong to me, Ling Xiao, even if she dies. No one can snatch her away. Not even the Eternal Emperor can. To be honest, the high and mighty heavenly mandate that you speak of is just a bug that can be killed at any time in my eyes. As for you, you are just a stubborn dog. What's the use of background and status in front of strength? If I want to kill you now, who dares to stop me? Who can stop me? Ling Xiao stepped on the old woman's body. His eyes revealed a mocking and cold gaze. At this moment, Wang Quan Fengshui spoke. Ling Xiao, don't be rash. If you kill her, you will really be finished. The Eternal Palace won't let you off. How about this? I have a saint-tier cultivation art here. I will give it to you. Let her go. Also, don't mention about pursuing Fanghua anymore. There are some people that you really can't afford to offend. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Quan Fengshui with contempt and said, I heard that you were Fanghua's best friend. So, I came to take a look today. It's a pity that you have disappointed me too much. Your best friend really doesn't understand Fanghua at all. Saint-tier cultivation art? Haha, just burn it to Wang Quan Fengshui. I don't want it. You are too much. How can you joke about a dead person? Wang Quan Fengshui said angrily. My words are too much? Aren't your words too much? Ling Xiao said with contempt. Then, he looked at the old woman and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you today. Humph, I'm afraid you don't dare to. Our eternal emperor region isn't something that you dare to go against. The old woman snorted. Haha, is that so? I won't kill you, but I will cripple you. I'm keeping your lowly life so that you can see how I will torture that insufferably arrogant genius that you speak of. Wangquan Feng Shui? I will make him kneel before me and sing conquer. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly made his move. The old woman let out a shocking scream. Her qi was destroyed, and her cultivation was crippled. She was completely crippled. Moreover, this kid was extremely vicious and vicious. With her cultivation level, it was likely that no panacea would be able to cure her. Crazy. This is crazy. Wangquan Feng Shui was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually dared to cripple their doyen. Was this guy really not afraid of the Eternal Emperor region? Ling Xiao, you've really been too stupid in this matter. Of course, I know that Fanghua likes you. However, your sweet nothings are ultimately no match for the might of the Eternal Emperor region. Wangquan Feng Shui will arrive in 2 or 3 days at most. At that time, you will understand how laughable you are compared to him. Wangquan Feng Shui roared in shock and anger. Chapter 4650. Haha, I'll be waiting. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and left. Some people would never shed tears until they saw the coffin. When he defeated Wang Quan, they would all know how terrifying he was. He arrived at the office of the Golden Sky Domain. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was strong enough and didn't need to work hard, but they didn't expect that. After Ling Xiao returned, he entered a state of cultivation. Because Ling Xiao was very clear-headed. Whether it was the 3 sovereigns or the Void God Sword, they were only auxiliary items. If he couldn't improve his main body strength, these things would one day be taken away by others. Just like the Tenebrous Demon King. Therefore, he had to improve his own strength. There was a set of Void God art in the Void God Sword, which Ling Xiao hadn't had the time to study before. Now, he finally had the chance. He sat alone in the room. The Void God Sword floated in the air. Ling Xiao's soul power slowly seeped into it. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. In the sky, there was a sword. Surrounding this sword was a group of extremely terrifying existences. These people's strength definitely didn't exist in the 4 realms and 9 realms. Suddenly, something strange happened. Everything in the world, including the group of experts, turned into all kinds of symbols and merged into the Void God Sword. Dense runes appeared on the Void God Sword. Ling Xiao couldn't remember these words. With a glance, he felt that his soul had been damaged. He didn't dare to look anymore and locked his eyes on the first word. This was probably the simplest word. 1. Although he still felt dizzy when he looked at this word, it was bearable. Ling Xiao forced himself to continue reading. Gradually, a small person appeared in front of him. He began to use sword moves. All the sword moves seemed to be writing the word 1, but each move had a different way of writing it. The power of each move was incomparably terrifying. After a full half an hour, Ling Xiao grasped all the sword moves of the little person. Is this the Void God art? Ling Xiao was somewhat puzzled. Was the Void God Sword just a sword technique? It was just a single word, yet it had so many variations. It was truly terrifying. It didn't matter if it was the god-defying art or not. This sword move felt even more profound than the 12 Divine Beasts technique and the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. Ling Xiao, someone's looking for you. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ling Xiao stopped thinking. This sword technique had to be tested in a real battle. Just learning it was far from enough. He couldn't even be considered a beginner. Ling Xiao got up and opened the door. Bailey Fengxing was standing outside. I'm sorry for disturbing your cultivation. However, the people who came were special. They were the Eagle King from the Beast Palace and the Golden Silkworm Queen from the Saintis Palace. This matter is of great importance, so I can only disturb you. Bailey Fengxing was very polite in front of Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao wouldn't do anything to him, he also understood Ling Xiao's current strength and status. Therefore, he did not want to offend him. Thank you. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. Bailey Fengxing couldn't help but exclaim, I'm good at movement techniques, but I can't see through what movement technique he's cultivating. This young man is incredible. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already arrived outside. The Fire Emperor was drinking tea with the two of them. These two guests' appearances were very unique. The Eagle King had a pair of wings on his back, and his eyes were extremely sharp. He wore a black robe, and his aura was extremely powerful. The Golden Silkworm Queen's clothes were more gorgeous, and she looked more like a human. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum stood there, as if they were arguing with the two of them. The Fire Emperor just watched from the side. "Boss, you're here." Xiao Jin saw Ling Xiao and hurriedly said, "The Eagle King wants me to return to the Beast Palace." Cold Plum sighed and said, "The Golden Silkworm Queen wants me to return to the Saintess Palace." Ling Xiao looked at the two king-level experts indifferently. He walked to the side and sat down. Then, he said, "Why are the two of you in such a hurry to ask them to return?" He was strong. Everyone's mentality was different. Ling Xiao now felt like he was on equal footing with these king-level experts. "Why is this kid so rude?" The Eagle King frowned. "Eagle King, Ling Xiao's current status is nobler than mine. If he's lower than you, then what about me?" The Fire Emperor said indifferently, "Speaking of which, the two of you bowed and greeted me when you saw me. But when you saw him, you didn't even greet him. Who's the one with the bad attitude?" "What?" The Eagle King and the Golden Silkworm Queen were both surprised. The Fire Emperor actually admired a young man so much. The two of them were people who were used to seeing great storms. So they stood up and cupped their hands to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally returned the greeting and waited for them to answer the question. "To tell you the truth, sir, our Beast Palace recently discovered the last remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. If we can obtain it, it will definitely greatly increase the strength of the Golden Prince. So, we can't miss it. I hope you can understand." The Eagle King replied, "Moreover, the Golden Prince has been out for a long time. The Beast Emperor misses him." Since that's the case, Little Gold, you can go back. You can't delay your cultivation because of me. If your cultivation can break through again, it will be of great benefit to you and me. Boss, you're in trouble now. How can I leave?" Little Gold said. "Trouble? Are you talking about King Quan and the others? They're not enough to be my trouble. Little Gold, I'm very grateful for your feelings for me, but you have to consider my feelings for you. You want to help me, but I don't want to drag you down. If you still recognize me as your boss, then listen to me and go back." Ling Xiao said indifferently. Indeed, if Little Gold was willing to help, it would definitely be a good thing for him. But it wasn't necessary. He didn't want to delay Little Gold. "All right then." Little Gold sighed helplessly. "What about you guys? Why did you let Cold Plum go back?" Ling Xiao looked at the Golden Silkworm Queen and asked, "Why? Do I need to explain to you why I'm bringing our Saintess back?" The Golden Silkworm Queen wasn't as cooperative as the Eagle King. "Haha, Cold Plum is one of my people. What do you think?" Ling Xiao sneered. If others respected him, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them. But if others didn't put him in their eyes, why should he put them in his eyes? "Saintess Kaidai, you have to think carefully. This is the Palace Master's order. You know best what the consequences of disobeying the Palace Master's order are." The Golden Silkworm Queen didn't look at Ling Xiao, but looked at Cold Plum instead. "You should discuss this matter with Master. If Master tells me to go back, I'll go back. If he doesn't, I won't go back. I respect the Palace Master and the Golden Silkworm Queen, but I hope you respect my master too." Cold Plum said indifferently. The Golden Silkworm Queen was stunned. She didn't expect Cold Plum to disobey orders and listen to Ling Xiao. "Golden Silkworm Queen, how are you compared to the Dragon Emperor?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Why do you ask?" "The Dragon Emperor was disrespectful to me, so I killed him. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Can't you get along with each other peacefully? Why do you have to oppose me?" Ling Xiao's tone suddenly became stern. "Come and read him." Chapter 46:51. Get lost. If the Saintess Palace can't learn to respect an expert, then Cold Plum won't be the Saintess anymore. The reason why Ling Xiao was so rude to the people of the Saintess Palace, in addition to the Golden Silkworm Queen's arrogant attitude, the most important reason was because of Cold Plum's injury. Although Cold Plum didn't tell him, His Tai Chi I was not to be trifled with. Cold Plum's injury was definitely related to the Saintess Palace. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you know what it means to offend the Saintess Palace? The golden silkworm queen's anger was burning. I don't know. Tell me. Ling Xiao asked indifferently. You will die, and you will die miserably. Moreover, Cold Plum will always be the colorful butterfly saintess of the Saintess Palace. She can't escape this fate. You'll understand before long. You are not qualified to be her master. The golden silkworm queen said coldly. Is that so? Then I really want to see. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The golden silkworm queen frowned. She really didn't understand where this kid got his confidence from. Why wasn't he afraid of the Saintess Palace at all? It was hard to understand. Get lost. Ling Xiao said coldly. Humph, let's wait and see. The golden silkworm queen turned and left. Her eyes were cold. Then we will take our leave too. The Eagle King cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and the Fire Emperor. Okay. Ling Xiao sent him and Little Gold away. He looked back at Cold Plum and said, Cold Plum, immediately returned to the Saintess Palace quietly. I suspect that something might have happened to the Saintess Palace. Also, take this set of Emperor weapons with you. It will be useful to you. The Saintess painting was the 9-dragon pattern Emperor weapon in Cold Plum's hand, but this thing couldn't be used often. So Ling Xiao gave Cold Plum a set of 4-dragon pattern Emperor weapon. It included armor and weapons. Although this set of Emperor weapon was not comparable to the 9-dragon pattern Emperor weapon, however, in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, there were very few cultivators who could possess a set of monarch armaments with 4 dragon patterns. After all, even a big shot like Yu Huajun was only like this. Also, I want to remind you that you must act in secret. If you find that you can't solve it, don't hesitate. Or you can come here and find me. Or go find Xiaojin. Ling Xiao exhorted repeatedly. Can I not go back? Master, you're about to face a great battle. But I suddenly left. What was the point? Whatever happens to the Saintess Palace has nothing to do with me. Cold Plum had been forcibly brought to the Saintess Palace, so she did not have a good impression of it. Wrong. The change in the Saintess Palace is your chance. If you control the Saintess Palace, you will be able to obtain even better things. You might even have a breakthrough in your cultivation. When you and Little Gold become stronger, I still need you to accompany me to the Eternal Desert. Ling Xiao smiled. All right then. Cold Plum nodded and left quietly. How can you be like this? We're about to face a great battle, and you actually sent out all the experts around you. Fire Emperor smiled bitterly. Isn't there still you, Senior? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't worry, Senior Fire Sovereign. If I can't even deal with this little problem, then I'll definitely be in trouble. If I can't deal with this problem, I'm really not worthy of you, Fenghua. And me. Yang Shuyi leaned against the wall and said indifferently. Yang Shuyi was the kind of person who did not speak much, but she was really good to Ling Xiao. He did not know if it was because of the ill-fated relationship during the martial arts competition. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. What are you thanking me for? You're my man, although you might not have any feelings for me. But I want to see if that Yu Fenghua is really worthy of you. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. He really could not understand a woman's thoughts. Forget it, let's just go with the flow. There were some things that were better left unexplained. By the way, kid, let me tell you a piece of good news. Fire Emperor seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a little awkward and suddenly said, the news of you and I working together to destroy the deep-sea dragon domain has spread to the Golden City. Even sovereigns have appeared because of this. And they personally said that you're the most outstanding genius in the 4 regions and 9 worlds in the past 10,000 years. They asked the higher-ups of the Golden City to protect your safety if they have time. Today, these guys who have nothing to do are all here. Do you want to meet them? Of course. Ling Xiao had long known that his destruction of the deep-sea dragon domain would become explosive news. Even Huang Jindi would be shocked by this. It was just that he did not know what Huang Jindi would do. Would he cut ties with him or protect him? Now, it seemed that there was a result. Huang Jindi seemed to be a bold person. He actually publicly asked all the martial artists in the Golden Sky region to protect Ling Xiao. In this way, Whoever wanted to kill Ling Xiao would really become the enemy of the entire Golden Sky region. He followed Fire Emperor out of the senior Elder Tower and arrived at a courtyard in the city. Ling Xiao saw many experts. There were more than 100 Divine Body Realm martial artists. There were more than 1,000 half-step Divine Body Realm martial artists. That was not all. The Golden City was just that scary. Standing in front of everyone, Ling Xiao was a little excited. But his performance was neither servile nor overbearing. Suddenly, a figure dashed out of the crowd. It pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt that the other party did not have any killing intent. He probably just wanted to test his ability. So he did not kill him. This was a first-level Divine Body Realm martial artist. He planned to meet force with force. He sank his chi into his dantian and activated his true origin. The Sky Tyrant martial soul possessed his body and the unbounded heavenly rat transformed. He met the other party's fist head-on. Obviously, the other party only used 70% of his power. So this time, he was at a disadvantage. He was actually sent flying. F***CK. This kid is indeed powerful. I'm convinced. Fire Emperor really didn't lie. Seeing is believing. When I heard sovereigns praise this kid, I was still a little unconvinced. But now that I've seen it, he is indeed powerful. A 5th-level core fragmentation realm martial artist can actually fight a 1st-level divine body realm martial artist. Just based on this point, it's amazing. Kid, don't worry. We are not here to find trouble with you. We are here to cheer for you. I heard that the #1 genius of the Eternal Emperor region, Wang Quan Tianming, is here to snatch your woman. You must beat that kid into a pig's head. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with admiration, friendliness, and appreciation. This made Ling Xiao feel very comfortable. It had been a long time since he felt like home. This time, he made the right bet. The Golden City did not disappoint him. He also hoped that it would not disappoint him in the future. He noticed that among the 100 Divine Body Realm martial artists, there were 20 at the 2nd-level Divine Body Realm. There were also 7 or 8 at the 3rd-level Divine Body Realm. There were actually 2 4th-level Divine Body Realm martial artists. So many martial artists were his backers. How lucky was this? However, Ling Xiao was also very clear that this was exchanged with his own strength. If he did not have such talent, if he did not destroy the Deep Sea Dragon region, he probably would not have received the treatment today. Seniors, thank you for coming to support me. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and was still neither servile nor overbearing. Although he was touched, he was also very clear-headed. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery, but it was difficult to provide timely help. The Fire Emperor and Yang Shuyi were truly timely help, and these people could only be considered as adding flowers to embroidery. However, there was no need to reject them. After all, they had good intentions. End of chapter. Chapter 46-52. Fire Emperor, Brother Ling, Wang Quanzheng is here. Just as everyone was joking around, the white silver dragon came in with a serious expression. Where's Yu Fenghua? Ling Xiao was naturally most concerned about Yu Fenghua. The Moon Lady fell into the 10 cycles of reincarnation because of him. Yu Fenghua was the reincarnation of this life. He once swore to protect her and never let her get hurt. She's not here yet. Wang Quanzheng isn't here either. Their strength naturally can't be compared to Wang Quanzheng. Wang Quanzheng is a king-tier existence. The white silver dragon answered. However, Yu Fenghua and Wang Quanzheng should be here soon. Perhaps today. Where are they? Ling Xiao asked again. The Eternal Emperor region also has a courtyard here. Moreover, it's much bigger than ours. They are there. The white silver dragon answered. Also, I was discovered by Wang Quanzheng. He asked me to pass a message. Speaking of this, the white silver dragon didn't look too good. Speak. Ling Xiao was already used to hearing unpleasant words. After all, the people from the Eternal Emperor region had always been like this. It wasn't a big deal. He said to ask Ling Xiao, that stinking bug, to crawl over here and die. The white silver dragon finally said, Hee hee, you're still as unskilled as before. Ling Xiao sneered, Everyone, I'm going to meet Wang Quanzheng. Are you guys willing to come along? Of course. Of course you have to go. This isn't just about you anymore. It's a battle between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region. Yes, the other forces are watching the show. Whoever loses in this battle will probably have a hard time in the future. They might even be beaten up while they're down. These people really have nothing better to do. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Let's go." To me, this is also a battle that I can't lose. Everyone walked out of the courtyard. They walked towards the residence of the Eternal Emperor region. The villas of the 4 realms and 9 realms were all built around the Elder Tower. There was a large open space in the middle, covering an area of more than 1,000 acres. It would also be convenient for him to organize activities. At this time, a group of people who had eaten their fill and had nothing to do were waiting there to watch the show. Would Ling Xiao, who had destroyed the deep-sea dragon region, have the guts to face the Eternal Emperor domain? They were looking forward to it. There were about 100,000 people in the bustling crowd. There was no space for more than 1,000 mu of land. Many people simply stood in the air or on top of the buildings. After all, they were all martial artists. This was something that could be done. About 10 mu of land in the center had been emptied. The Crown Prince and I sat there waiting. He was surrounded by the experts of the Eternal Emperor domain. This included Wang Quan, Feng Shui, and the elder who had been crippled by Ling Xiao. What a grand display, Wang Quanji. Am I planning to avenge their founding elder? Isn't that obvious? Ling Xiao actually dared to cripple that founding elder. As the strongest force in the 4 realms and 9 realms, the Eternal Emperor domain will definitely not let this go. That's not all. I heard that he killed Wang Chuanjing's son, Wang Quanjing. This brat is really arrogant. It seems like the Golden City is prepared to protect him with all their might. The Golden City isn't as good as the Eternal Palace. It's still unknown if they can withstand it. Anyway, I feel that Ling Xiao won't be able to withstand it if he doesn't have the protection of the Golden Prince, the Kaidai Saintess, the Fire Emperor, and the Valkyrie. He can't even defeat me. A half-step divine physique realm martial artist was unconvinced. That's because he's capable. Almost everyone felt that Ling Xiao's success wasn't because of his own strength. It was because someone had helped him. Therefore, if Ling Xiao wanted to snatch Wang Quan Tianming's woman, there was no way he could win. Speaking of which, Wang Quan Tianming had been extremely talented since he was young. He had always been the #1 genius in the Eternal Emperor domain. Moreover, as a high-level beast god martial artist, he had also received the full support of the Eternal Palace. It was rumored that his cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of the divine physique realm. His cultivation was on par with the warlord, Huang Jinlan. In terms of strength, after the beast god transformation, he was obviously stronger. Moreover, since he started cultivating, he had never lost to a martial artist of the same generation. He had even defeated super geniuses like Huang Jinlan and Beiming Ba. One should know that Huang Jinlan was the warlord of the Golden Sky region. Beiming Ba was the same as Little Gold. They were both princes of the Beast Palace. He was much older than Little Gold. Such a genius would naturally shine brightly like the moon surrounded by stars. If Ling Xiao didn't suddenly rise, no one would think that Ling Xiao could fight with this person. It was the same even now. Many people didn't think that Ling Xiao was strong. They had always thought that Ling Xiao relied on the help of others. If it's a one-on-one battle, Ling Xiao doesn't even have a 10% chance of winning. That's right. This kid has always been arrogant. I'd like to see how he will face Wang Quan and Tianming's challenge. Losing face in front of the woman he likes is absolutely fatal. Maybe Yu Fenghua is just playing with that silly kid. Why would the Eternal Emperor's daughter like such a kid? It really doesn't make sense. In the end, Ling Xiao was still too low-key. Whether it was killing Yu Huojun or the 30 divine physique realm powerhouses from the deep sea dragon region. He even joined forces with the Fire King to kill the Dragon Emperor. He didn't let anyone see all of this. Therefore, many people doubted him. Even the Golden Sky region martial artists present didn't have much confidence in Ling Xiao. Blackbeak, isn't Ling Xiao too anxious? It's not a good thing to face Wang Quan and Tianming now. Bai Fan was naturally on Ling Xiao's side now. After all, not only did Ling Xiao save his life, he also represented the Golden Sky region. I don't know either. Blackbeak shook his head. He couldn't understand it anymore. These lunatics and geniuses were advancing too quickly. He listened to the discussions around him. Wang Quan gave me a smug smile. Everyone knew that his son, Wang Quan Tianming, was the strongest genius in the 9 worlds. This time, he wanted to let Ling Xiao know what it meant to be strong. What was fear? Let Ling Xiao pay the price. There were hundreds of divine body realm experts around him, including those who were originally in the chaotic sand ocean and those he had brought from the Eternal Palace. In addition, there were tens of thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists. This was called imposing manner. He wanted to scare that Ling Xiao to death. Whenever he thought of Ling Xiao, Wang Quanzheng would feel extremely displeased. Back then, he had been chased by Ling Xiao and had fled into the archaic divine tomb. They didn't dare to show themselves. Feng Shui, is it really Ling Xiao who crippled Elder Yuan? Wang Quanzheng suddenly asked. He was still terrified of that terrifying figure. It was indeed him who crippled him. However, Elder Yuan was severely injured by Valkyrie Yang Shuyi, Saintess Cold Plum, Golden Prince Little Gold, and a little girl called Dong Huangyu. Wang Quanzheng replied, "Who are you talking about?" Dong Huangyu. Wang Quanzheng suddenly revealed a shocked expression. It's Dong Huangyu, Ling Zhao's female disciple. Wang Quanzheng didn't know why Wang Quanzheng was so agitated. Everyone read. Chapter 46-53. Maybe it's just someone with the same name. Wang Quanzheng shook his head. How is that possible? I must be overthinking. Who exactly is this Dong Huangyu? Wang Quan Feng Shui couldn't help but ask. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. The key question now is Ling Xiao. Wang Quanzheng really didn't expect this. An ant back then actually grew to such a level today. How terrifying was this guy's talent? If he didn't kill this little guy now, he probably wouldn't have a chance in the future. Only 4 years had passed since then. Ling Xiao was only 19 years old now. What a crazy kid. Most people wouldn't be able to reach Ling Xiao's current cultivation level even after 400 years. Even a genius like Wang Quan Tianming only broke through from the first level of the Divine Body Realm to the second level of the Divine Body Realm in 4 years. Could it be that Ling Xiao had eaten some sort of miracle pill? It was really strange. However, as long as that monster doesn't appear, that kid still won't be able to turn the tables. Wang Quanzheng was still most afraid of the Black Demon. The Black Demon appeared without any warning and directly destroyed his son's body. Even he wasn't his match. Just as he was thinking, the group suddenly opened up a path. Wang Quanzheng looked up. He instantly frowned. Ling Xiao actually didn't come alone. There were actually tens of thousands of people following him. There were hundreds of Divine Body Realm martial artists around Ling Xiao. There were also tens of thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists. In terms of strength, they weren't inferior to the Eternal Imperial Domain at all. As expected of the veteran number 1. Although they had declined, their foundation was still there. The person at the front was actually Ling Xiao. Even people like the Fire Emperor and Valkyrie were only worthy of standing beside him. Who exactly was this kid? How could he be respected by so many experts? This extravagance wasn't inferior to Wang Quan Tianming at all. Wang Quanzheng stared at Ling Xiao with extremely complicated emotions in his eyes. There was anger, fear, and a strong murderous intent. However, Ling Xiao seemed very calm. He even had a disdainful smile on his face. He looked at him mockingly. When they reached the center of the square, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Wang Quanzheng with a smile. Yo, back then you were chased by me into the primordial divine tomb. You didn't expect me to chase you, did you? You desperately urged those experts of the western regions to kill me. Unfortunately, I was lucky enough to survive. And you even came here. Ling Xiao opened his mouth, his tone full of sarcasm. Wang Quanzheng's expression didn't look good. Although Ling Xiao's words were ambiguous, they were basically true. When he was being hunted down, he didn't even dare to look back. They didn't even dare to kill Ling Xiao personally. They could only ask the forces in the western region for help. But in the end, he didn't succeed. Bullshit. You think you can hunt down my second uncle with your strength? What a joke. Wang Quan Feng Shui cursed. This woman was becoming more and more unsightly. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Whether it's true or not, I, Wang Quanzheng, know best. It's not worthwhile for me to lie. All right, there's no need to talk nonsense. This time, you came to me with great fanfare. Wasn't it to avenge your idiot son? That's right, I killed Wang Quanzhenghua. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and shook their heads. This brat is really fearless because he has the backing of the City of Gold. Wang Quanzhenghua didn't look at Ling Xiao. Instead, he looked at the Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor, are you really going to let this kid behave atrociously here? Or is the Golden Sky region preparing to challenge the Eternal Emperor region's rule? Don't try to frame me. I'll tell you the truth. Ling Xiao is now one of the candidates for the Emperor region. His status in the Golden City is higher than mine. Whatever he says, he represents the Golden Sky region. Do you understand now? The Flame Emperor sneered. What? Wang Quanzhenghua's expression turned even uglier. In the past, he had always mocked Ling Xiao for not having a powerful identity and status. Now, the identity of the Emperor region's candidate wasn't inferior to his son, Wang Quan Tianming. How could this brat have such a good life? Wang Quan Fengshui suddenly whispered in Wang Quanzhenghua's ear. Wang Quanzhenghua immediately smiled. He looked at the Flame Emperor and said, "How about this? Let the youngsters settle their matters. When Tianming arrives, how about having a death match with Ling Xiao? Since you guys are so confident in him, you shouldn't be afraid, right? Or are you guys really going to start a war between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region?" Sure. Before the Flame Emperor could say anything, Ling Xiao had already agreed. After all, the Eternal Emperor region wasn't the Deep Sea Dragon region. He couldn't get the people from the Golden Sky region to fight for him. If they died, he wouldn't feel good about it. Now that the other party had proposed a death match, this was exactly what he wanted. Flame Emperor, aren't you going to stop him? The experts from the Golden City hadn't seen Ling Xiao's true strength. Therefore, they were worried. Wang Quanzhenghua and Wang Quan Fengshui were also stunned. This was obviously a decision to send Ling Xiao to his death. Ling Xiao actually agreed. What a retard. No need. The Flame Emperor chuckled and said, "You guys don't understand his strength." Thinking about what happened in the martial spirit barrier, the Flame Emperor was still very agitated. Ling Xiao was even stronger than him when he unleashed his full strength. This was his confidence. Although everyone still didn't understand. Since the Flame Emperor had said so, they couldn't say anything else. Since it's a death match, there has to be a rule. Ling Xiao said indifferently, no one is allowed to interfere. Otherwise, it will be initiating a war between the Golden Sky region and the Eternal Emperor region. Sure. Wang Quanzhenghua smiled. Besides, a death match is boring. Let's make a bet. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if I win, Wang Quanzhenghua, you have to kill yourself on the spot. Also, I want that earring on your body. When he arrived, Ling Xiao had already noticed that the earring on Wang Quanzhenghua's ear seemed to be related to the Seal of Eternity that he had cultivated. He had been using the Seal of Eternity less over the years. It was mainly because he realized that it wasn't complete. If he used it forcefully, it might cause him to go berserk. However, Wang Quanzhenghua's earring might be closely related to the Seal of Eternity. It might even be the complete Seal of Eternity. The bet before was just a joke. Wang Quanzhenghua would never kill himself. The latter was the key. You're really greedy. Dream on. Wang Quanzhenghua sneered. So you don't dare to? You don't have confidence in your son? Forget it. Since the Eternal Emperor region admitted defeat, I don't want this bet. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Everyone heard it. Wang Quanzhenghua doesn't even believe in his own son. You guys are pretty confident in Wang Quanzhenghua. Humph. Then do you dare to bet with the Flame Emperor's life? Wang Quanzhenghua snorted. A big shot like him still wanted to save face. Besides, Wang Quanzhenghua was very confident in his son, Wang Quanzhenghua. Of course. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, the Flame Emperor spoke first. End of chapter. Chapter 46-54. I believe in Ling Xiao, so I dare to bet my life. Many people were dumbfounded by the Fire Emperor's attitude. Was it really good to have such confidence in a 5th-level core Shattering Realm martial artist? Not enough. Wang Quanzhengwa looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You have to add one more thing? Then add an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. Your ear stud is just an ordinary thing. An emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns should be enough, right?" Ling Xiao said, "Deal." Wang Quanzhengwa nodded. It seemed that this person did not know the mystery of the ear stud. Perhaps only those who had cultivated the eternal seal would understand the preciousness of the ear stud. All right, I believe that the king of the eternal palace is not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Since you have agreed, then let's wait for Wang Quanzhengwa. Ling Xiao sneered. As long as you don't go back on your word. Wang Quanzhengwa also said coldly. Next, they just had to wait. It didn't take long. About an hour later, 2 figures appeared on the horizon. The moment he saw Yu Fenghua, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. But he didn't say anything. Yu Fenghua and Wang Quanzhengwa appeared at the same time. One was a genius. The other was a peerless genius. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was simply a match made in heaven. But Ling Xiao didn't think so. Today, he was going to beat up Wang Quanzhengwa so that the world would know that identity and status were all fake. The most important thing was still strength. Wang Quanzhengwa and Wang Quanzhengwa looked very similar. He was wearing a golden robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. That domineering aura made many people exclaim in amazement. If Wang Quanzhengwa didn't appear, people felt that Ling Xiao might have less than a 10% chance of winning. After Wang Quanzhengwa appeared, the chances of winning were completely zero. Although Ling Xiao's aura didn't lose to Wang Quanzhengwa's, and his handsomeness didn't lose to Wang Quanzhengwa's. However, there was still a huge difference between their strength and status. Simps always felt that the arrogance and disdain of upper-class people were a symbol of status. It was a symbol of nobility. Even if they were scolded by this kind of person, they would still kneel like a pug to express that they were scolded well. Ling Xiao was arrogant, but he was not arrogant. He would not look down on ordinary martial artists, unless it was an enemy. Therefore, in the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao did not have the temperament of a superior. How despicable. Neither of them looked at Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao did not exist. Instead, he landed in front of the Eternal Emperor Regents group. He nodded at Wang Quanzhengwa. It was understandable that Wang Tianming didn't look at Ling Xiao. After all, in front of this prodigy, Ling Xiao was just a small fry. However, it was strange that Yu Fenghua did not look at Ling Xiao. Of course, this was the opinion of others. Ling Xiao seemed to accept this reality very calmly, because he found something interesting. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and calmed himself down. He was very excited. His heart was even more excited than his face. Unfortunately, there was also a strong sense of disappointment in this excitement. The Eternal Emperor Region's martial artists did not notice the change in Ling Xiao. They were happily welcoming Wang Tianming and Yu Fenghua. "Young miss, someone said that he wants to fight with my son for you. Do you know him?" Wang Tianming suddenly asked. The originally chaotic square suddenly became quiet, because this matter was very important. Ling Xiao had always declared that he liked Yu Fenghua. Then what was Yu Fenghua's attitude towards Ling Xiao? Yu Fenghua glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. There was only indifference and ridicule in her eyes. "Who is he? I don't know him." This was not a lie. Ling Xiao saw the truth in her eyes. This woman really did not know him, and he didn't know this woman either. A person's appearance and figure could be the same, but their soul would never be the same. This was the reason why Ling Xiao was not that happy when he saw Yu Fenghua. He was very confused. Who was this woman? Why was she pretending to be Yu Fenghua? At this moment, everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Perhaps they wanted to see shock, sorrow, and pain on this young man's face. But they were disappointed. Ling Xiao's expression was still as calm as before. It was as though he did not hear Yu Fenghua's voice. "All right, there's no need to play such boring games. You have to understand that this battle is not about fighting over a woman, because my woman is not an object to be fought over. This is just an agreed life and death battle. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you." Ling Xiao stood up straight and looked at Wang Quanzhengwa as he said calmly, "Haha, very good. You're actually not affected. I really did not expect this. Missy, There will be a life and death battle next. Just sit here and watch the show. The chaotic sand sea is very big. After watching the show, Missy wants to go somewhere to play. Let Tianming take you there. Wang Tianming was a little disappointed. He wanted to see Ling Xiao in a sorry state, but the other party was much stronger than he expected. He doesn't have a chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Wang Tianming, you don't seem to understand what a life and death battle means. Today, Wang Tianming will die, and so will you. The grudges of the past have been dragged on for long enough. It's time to see the results. What a big mouth. What an arrogant person. Do you want me to kill him? Yu Fenghua smiled. Missy, you don't have to do it. Tianming is here. Wang Tianming smiled and said, after all, this is an agreement. If we break the agreement, it will be bad for the Eternal Palace's reputation. Nonsense. Wang Tianming, if you can't kill him, I'll kill you. With that, Yu Fenghua turned around and sat on the prepared chair. Wang Tianming nodded. Then he looked at Ling Xiao. An ant actually dared to challenge him. Father, why did you agree to such a boring battle? Just to let me trample an ant to death? Wang Tianming couldn't be bothered to look at Ling Xiao. With his status, his fame, and his strength. In the 4 regions and 9 realms, no young genius was worthy of his battle. Maybe Valkyrie Yang Shi could. But why this ant? He's the one who killed your brother. Wang Tianming said indifferently. Also, he's not weak. Don't underestimate him. In just 3 to 4 years, he came all the way from the western region. He has reached the 5th level of the core fragmentation realm. You can't underestimate him. Although Wang Tianming also looked down on Ling Xiao, it involved his son's life. He didn't dare to be careless. He didn't dare to let his son underestimate the enemy. Oh? Hearing his father's words, Wang Tianming reevaluated Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a terrifying aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. You're a beast god. No wonder. Wang Tianming began to find it interesting. Beast god martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 realms were extremely rare. If they really cultivated, they would be very powerful. No wonder Ling Xiao could kill Wang Tianming. It was normal for a beast god martial artist to challenge someone of a higher level. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.